Recording has started.
Chair Yankee, do you want to introduce the meeting?
Sure. We'll call to order the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for March 6, 2024. If Cheryl, you can begin by reading the preamble.
This meeting is taking place in hearing room 408 at City Hall, 1 Dr. Carlton B. Goodlett Place, San Francisco, California, 94102. The time is 4:11. Remote access and or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference. The WebEx remote link login information is TIMYURL:/SM8NS4CP. The password is Sunshine. Telephone call-in number 415-655-0001. The meeting ID 2661-137-4382 #. Press *3 to enter the speaking line. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to sotf@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting decorum?
Sure. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. We can go ahead and move on to item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's start with roll call. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Hill.
Present.
Member Hill present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson present. Member Kumar.
Present.
Member Kumar present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. We have a quorum.
Okay, do we have any agenda changes?
Yes, we received this afternoon an email, which I forwarded to Chair Yankee, from Carl Kramer stating that he wanted his item, which I believe is item number 10, removed from the.
Number 9, it looks like. Just to make sure.
Nine? Is it 9? Yes, you're correct. It was item number 9, file number 23010.
And he wanted that withdrawn?
Withdrawn, yeah.
Okay, and have you notified any representative from the PUC?
I notified Elf Detail, I believe.
Oh, okay. Were you here only for item number 9, file number 23010? Okay, so that has been withdrawn. You're all set? We have someone online. A lot of.
Hello, do we have someone online?
Oh, I think we're good now.
I think Mr. Steinberg's microphone is live. You might want to mute that one.
Mr. Steinberg, could you please mute your line until your case is called?
Actually, I think it's Pat's microphone. I just muted it. She's still having issues trying to get in.
Okay, yeah, we're much better now, Victor. That must have been it. Okay, do we have any other agenda changes?
That's the only one I'm aware of.
Okay, members, any other ones you know of? Okay, we'll go ahead and take public comment on that.
If you would like to make public comment on this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the WebEx to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I do not. Give me a moment. I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meetings of January 31, 2024 and February 7, 2024.
Okay, do we have any edits to the meeting minutes? Mr. Philpell?
Surprise. Okay, there are a number of issues with both sets of minutes and the orders. Let me go through as quickly as I can, but summarize and try to be complete. This also came up in committees, and this was an issue that we wanted to bring to the task force for a brief discussion. I'm of the view that under the call to order, after the members are listed, that we should also include in the minutes, both for the full task force and for the committees, our staff that's present, whether in person or online, and the city attorney who's present. It is not required. I just think it's a good practice, and I would suggest that we do that. We don't have to go back and fix any prior minutes, but going forward.
Why don't we
just
pause right there and see what everyone else thinks?
Yep.
Any thoughts on whether or not we should add staff present to the?
Victor in the past has recommended that we not include that information.
Victor, do you have any input on that?
I apologize. I was trying to do a technical service. What was the question?
The question was, should we or should we not list support staff as part of the, what was it?
Item 1 and
Item 1
Yeah.
in the meeting minutes.
Support staff, no, but if a city attorney speaks and responds to your questions, we should list their name on the minutes. But in terms of staff itself, I do not suggest that we list our names on it.
But should it be included? I think Member Pilpel's inquiring about at like the top in the main attendance portion. Is that correct?
Right. It's, in my view, I think the task force has the discretion to include or not include. We already included the city attorney when they comment on the items. It just seemed to me like, for purpose of the record, not suggesting including any other department staff, but if there's a question, well, who clerked the meeting? It was Cheryl or Pat or Victor was online. It's just,
if you would like, you can list the primary clerk, but I'm only here to give technical support.
and you're doing a fine job, by the way. Yes.
Yes, we should list the name of the clerk on the agenda itself.
That's fine. That would
Okay.
help.
We'll do that.
We'll revise the agendas to list the clerk.
Okay. Member Kumar?
Yeah, Member Purple, I disagree a little about adding which member is present online or offline. And my view on that is that it's a personal decision whether we want to come online or offline. So
It is not a personal decision. You may only appear online if you have an express exemption from the Department of Human Resources.
yeah, I mean, if you have an exemption, but
Right.
do we need to state that on the agenda?
Do we need to?
It's we probably should, just so that when people review our audio videos, it's clear why that person isn't in the room.
I think it's another example of what's helpful.
Stack?
Do you have a comment, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I do. I think it's also important to name the legal counsel that's present, because it can be any one or another that attends. It's not the same person every single time. So I think it may be prudent to do that, so we know if a comment was made, and if it was just noted as legal counsel made this comment, we'll know who is present at that particular meeting.
Member Anderson?
Speaking of who's appearing via video, in the minutes in the call to order, it specifically says that for us, it's Member Wolf today appeared remotely. So there is something in the minutes that already addresses whether or not you're here in person or attending remotely. So
But he's a member.
I don't think we need to re-add it. anyplace else. I think once is enough. And it's at the beginning, right in the number one area. Just a thought.
Okay, so it sounds like we're at a spot where we're going to include the main clerk / administrator, our DCA's name, and in the attendance portion, we'll just at the front beginning portion, we'll talk about who is here in person versus remotely. Does that sound good with everyone? Okay,
The third person, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
the third person?
It's either it's the members, the clerk, and our specific DCA inside here. Wouldn't be necessarily like Victor though, because he's just here in a support staff.
Technical.
Okay, got it written down.
I have one more question.
Oh, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Since we list on the agenda the ex officios, is it worthwhile noting whether they were present or not?
Member Popa.
I would suggest until we have the problem of them attending all the time and or not, for the moment, I think the current practice is fine. They are not, they could, they aren't.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily noted whether they are present or not. So it's implied now that they're not, if they're not being added. To me, that's problematic.
Let me just say it was not high on my list of things to fix this week.
Well, they're stated on every agenda. So I'll leave it at that. I would suggest that they be noted either present or not. They never show up.
I suppose we could just make a statement that says no ex officio members were present. Would that suffice? I mean, really, we have had Clerk Calvillo appear, so I suppose that's a valid point that on occasion we have had someone. And I've heard that the mayor's office is considering potentially having an ex officio member. So,
Well,
yeah. So maybe this is a good time to start noting it one way or the other.
Okay, may I?
Go ahead, continue.
Okay, thanks. So I think we're good on all of that. Part of what triggered me on the city attorney is I think one of these special meetings, maybe it was a January 31st meeting, there was no deputy city attorney present. And it was fine. It wasn't like but I just think that's a good reason why the record should. Okay, moving on, another comment throughout. Mark Sullivan apparently frequently provides written public comments. That's fine. I've got no issue with that. I've said before, and I still believe that the written statement that's submitted does not substitute for the summary of public comment, but it's an addition. And so throughout, I would suggest that we include Mark Sullivan stated some brief summary of what he said and provided the following written public comment.
just to comment on that, many times, Mr. Sullivan will submit comments to me in writing, and then when it comes to the hearing, he just reads them verbatim, so they're in the record.
I am curious about how that's handled at the board. Do they do it as Member Pilpel just described? Victor, would you happen to know?
Victor, are you available?
My apologies. I'm still trying to resolve this other issue. What was the question again?
The question is, Victor, if someone wants to submit their written summary of their comments, do we, at the board in particular, do you write down what they said and then in addition to it, include their written comments, or is there written comments?
If they provide written comments, I do not summarize. I do not summarize.
Well, I think the question is, so even though people submit
No,
a,
that was the question. That was the question. The question is, do they get both? Do they get the clerk's version of it and get to submit their own summary, or one or the other?
I remove I would remove our summary if we receive a 150 word summary of their own comments.
See, I'm interested in Member Wolf's thought, but one of the issues is that sometimes members of the public will make an oral statement, follow up with a written statement, and sometimes the two do not, in fact, mesh. That they say one thing and submit a written statement that is not exactly what they said. So I have, as I said, I think that there's a requirement that public comment be briefly summarized. And there's also a requirement that if a written statement is submitted, that it be included in the minutes. I read those as two separate requirements, but I don't want to have a long debate. I just wanted to get some sense of where folks are.
Member Highland?
Member Highland here. We've had this come up in the past, and there was even question of where in the minutes does that 150 word where should it follow the item, which is what we thought, but sometimes it gets lumped at the end, and that was some discussion in the past. But I think what was said during the meeting should be summarized as best as possible by the clerks, and the 150 word summary should follow the item in addition. That would be my view.
Not to be contrarian, but I actually disagree. Because it's specific, the 6716 says that the written statement is a summary of their comments. And if they're saying one thing and want to submit comments that don't match that, they essentially have now gotten 2 bites of the apple for that public comment period. So that's if someone comes in and says one topic and then says, I want to submit 150 words, and it doesn't match what they said, now we kind of give them 2 spots. I kind of have a problem with that. So I would think you get to pick which one you want. If you want to say it or whatever, but I kind of am more inclined not to include both for that reason. Member Hood?
I agree with Chair Yankee.
I mean, this could be a sort of administrative
Concur with
discussion
Chair
later,
Yankee.
rather than during this at this point. It's something we can look at later.
That's fine. I guess I feel less strongly about which way we choose to do it, but that we're consistent, and whatever practice we adopt and do that throughout until such time as we change our practice, if we change our practice.
I think the current practice is if they submit written, it's substituting what they said.
Okay.
We're including that, and we don't do additional
Fine.
things. So I think if we just continue, unless
Let's
there's
continue doing that for the moment
Okay.
until and unless. Okay. I mean, Okay. Moving right along.
Comment?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I would just say, when you read the minutes and you look at how public comment is currently paraphrased, it doesn't really provide that much detail. It's not even, in some cases, not even that substantive. So if somebody sends in or provides a 150 word statement that is more detailed to be placed in the minutes, I think more times over any, it's going to follow the same context. Just reading our minutes, from meeting to meeting. And so I agree with Member Highland on this one. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Are we okay moving status quo for now, unless someone wants to make a motion to change it? Not seen any motions. Okay, so go ahead and continue.
Okay. So trying to get through the content, starting on page 1, item 1, the task force discussed the agenda. There were no changes. I thought changes was a better word than edits on the agenda. Page 2, Peter Warfield welcomed new task force member Kumar. I thought it was unusual to include a first name again in the second reference. Item 3, member Pilpel proposed several amendments. I thought proposed and suggested was somewhat duplicative. On item 4, the orders of determination, I didn't think so at the time, but I now think that it's important to include the file numbers in the action, because this becomes relevant later with regard to the orders. Otherwise, the item is just captioned as approval of the orders of determination, and the action just says approve the orders of determination as amended without any reference to file numbers. So I think somewhere it's got to have the reference to the file numbers in the action. Page 3, just some stylistic things, information technology committee. Page 4, Peter Warfield appreciated. On item 7, the Ethics Commission referrals, I rewrote that sentence a little bit so it would read, the task force discussed the process, not processes, for Ethics Commission referrals. Member Pilpel suggested that Chair Yankee meet with the new Ethics Commission Director, Pat Ford, to review the current procedures and guidelines, period. We just talked about all that. Member Schmidt stated. Finally dispose of cases. There was, on item 9, the hearing on the annual report, there was a Peter Warfield comment that somehow got dropped into item 10. So that Peter Warfield comment that's on page 6 was in relation to the annual report and should be moved to item 9. He did speak on that. On item 10, November 2024 statewide ballot, Mr. Warfield had an additional comment on item 10. I just noted it in my notes, but I don't know what he said. So we need to go back and pull that for item 10. And he spoke before Mr. Sullivan on item 10. On item 11, what's relevant is the end of that sentence, the member Pilpel sentence or paragraph, and that the committee should work through the process to propose amendments, period, not and fix the language. That didn't work for me as well. Bottom of page 6, item 12, the nonprofit. I rewrote it so that it just reads a little better, moves a couple of words around. No change in the substance. The letter still would be useful, and we authorize sending it. So top of page 7, moved by member Schmidt, seconded by member Pilpel to authorize sending the letter, because we didn't actually send the letter. We authorized the sending of it. There seemed to be some duplication in Mr. Warfield's comments, so I tried to slim that down a little bit to read. Peter Warfield stated that one issue is the section of the ordinance that says that any organization that gives money to a city department has to agree to open access to documents, comma, and that to his knowledge, comma, that provision has not been tested. Same essential substance. Item 13, the task force briefly discussed the cases and published opinions. On item 14, the reference to the attorney-client memo, I would propose adding regarding the Fine Arts Museum, so it's not just some vague memo. And the meeting adjourned at 9:18, not 8:26. So those are my proposed amendments for January 31st. Following discussion, I move to approve as amended.
Those were both sets, member Pilpel?
That was January 31. I thought maybe we would vote on that
sure,
separately.
but you-
Give me a moment to compose it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion by member Pilpel to approve the January 31st, 2024 special meeting minutes. Do we have a second on that or any other edits? Member Hood?
This is Member Hood. I was not at that meeting. This is a general comment. First, I want to express appreciation for Member Pilpel's detailed analysis of the minutes for our full task force hearings and for the Compliance and Amendments Committee. I have asked for compliance amendments, and I don't want to put more work on Member Pilpel, although he seems to enjoy this. So I'm wondering if it's possible for Member Pilpel, and this is at your discretion because you would be doing the work, to coordinate with Ms. Leger ahead of time to get the edits so that we can see these. Because I know you say non-substantive, not an issue, but I always feel uncomfortable approving when it's more than moving a comma or adding, someone to the roll because we missed them in the count. And like the number of edits, and I'm not going to hold this back, but I think it would be more effective to get those edits to Ms. Leger so that we can see what you've already suggested to her in the packet rather than going over this many edits at our meetings. Just a thought.
The plan is to do that in the same way that we talked about at the committee last week.
Awesome.
So
I love it.
Member Hood, to that point, did you have any concerns with proceeding tonight with the oral?
I mean, it was extensive. As I said, I wasn't at that meeting. So I would not hold this up for that. I am delighted to hear that Member Pilpel and Ms. Leger are coordinating on this because I think it'll be helpful for the task force, and I think it will be helpful for Ms. Leger to be able to have those instead of trying to track this along the way. And I think it'll be most helpful for the members of the public because then they'll know that what they are seeing are as close to done as possible.
Okay, I just want to say that it's and I spoke to David about this earlier. It's really important that he stay in touch with me.
Yeah.
Because I cannot reach him.
We are, yes. We may not coordinate outfits, but we will coordinate on the minutes.
Okay, so do we have a second then on the motion that Member Pilpel made to approve the minutes with the edits? Anyone with the second?
Who's the second?
That's where I'm calling for.
Member Highland will second.
Okay, seconded by Member Highland. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that item. Public comment? No. Pat or
My
Victor?
apologies. Give me a moment. I'm just double checking. If you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I have one person. I will unmute them right now. Caller has been unmuted. At your discretion, Cheryl.
All right. Caller, are you
Are we
ready? to
commenting? Is there a comment? Is that me? And is there comment on both minutes or just the first one, January 31st?
Just the January 31st minutes.
Thank you.
You ready to begin speaking, sir?
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I hear you talking about a variety of general issues that apply to all of the meetings, and I would urge you to always go in favor of explicit and clear identification. So I'm glad to hear you want to talk about who the people present are. For example, I mean, it's obvious to you and to many of the members of the public in the room. It might as well be in the minutes. And it does change a lot who the attorney and who's clerking and so on and so forth. And I think who's attending. So I certainly would agree with some of the members who've talked about having, for example, which ex officio members are present or not present. With respect to the minutes in general, I'm sorry to say that they tend toward vagueness and essentially often end up essentially silencing the public comment. And I would definitely say that it's your duty to provide minutes, including summaries of public comment, and whether or when the members of the public may or may not provide 150-word summaries, or less. Those should always be included in addition to what has been prepared by the clerk. Often it's useful to know there may be differences in emphasis or details. In any case, the silencing is because of a tremendous lack of detail. For example, on item 5, it said, I noted the difficulties in getting contact information of the library commissioners with the public library. Well, these were library commissioners who you found were in violation of the law in not providing the library head, city librarian Michael Lambert, was in violation for not providing the contact information that he said they use for all library business. They wrote a refusal to comply with that to you and clearly didn't comply with any of that. So it isn't that I had difficulties, it's they flatly refused to follow the law as you said it existed.
Seconds.
On February 7th minutes, so that's an example of a lack of specificity that significantly spoils what the comment was. And I also said it was an ongoing problem and that it was something that the task force should have sent forward as required by law to other agency, district attorney or attorney general. Thank you very much.
Your time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters?
Double checking. I do not see any other hands raised at this time. I believe public comment is, I do not have any additional speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and show we can move to a vote on that particular motion.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye. Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. All in favor.
Okay. Member Pilpel, did you have edits for the next set of?
I might.
Okay.
Okay, so on February 7th, right at the top, the roster of members, Member Kumar should be listed. Wasn't vacant at the time. On item 1, Ann Trabeau, I was not there at the time. I came late, but I would suspect that Ann Trabeau expressed her opposition to statements made by Michael Petrellis, not her option. Does that sound about right? Okay. On item 2, again, I wasn't there. The action was stated to approve the order for the Perkins matter as amended. Did the action also include amending the minutes to conform? Because that's how the item was captioned, was to both
Yes,
approve
it should have
the
been
order.
both. Yes. it would have
Okay,
been
so it
both.
was to amend the minutes as well.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Member Highland, do you remember it that way as well? Okay, good. Good. Sorry. Page 3, item 5, on the attorney-client memo, again, adding related to the fine arts museums. Item 5 does not indicate at the end whether the task force took any action to release, or if no action was taken.
That was no action.
No action taken. Okay. So it was just like announced that there, whatever happened, but there was no action taken. Okay. That's fine. Some cleanup on SF Gov TV under item 6. Since Mr. Warfield is listening under public comment, it's not the Library Commission S apostrophe, it's the Library Commission apostrophe S, lack of disclosure of member contact information. Okay, on page 4, item 7, on the consent agenda, I think the action read to me as incomplete. I don't think it's sufficient to say moved by member Anderson, seconded by member LaHood to adopt the recommendation of the complaint committee, period. I think it needs to say, I think it needs to import what the action is. So I would add, comma, to find a violation of section 67.21 for failure to respond in a timely and complete manner, and refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for a follow-up with the acting custodian of records for the Department of Emergency Management.
Member Pilpel, I'm going to jump in and disagree with that.
Okay.
Oftentimes we'll have multiple items under the consent agenda. And so the motion is typically to adopt the recommendations, and then those recommendations become put in the order. But we don't typically, like this one's going to have 3. We're not going to make a motion and read all 3 ones, nor does the Board of Supervisors typically, when they do their consent agenda, read every single item's separate motion. So it would be to accept.
Okay.
So it could either be some variation of to accept the recommendations or to adopt the consent agenda.
Then
I would not.
That's fine. That's an alternate way to do it. Then if that's the case, then I think it's a visual. Under the consent agenda description and the file number description, I think the paragraph that summarizes what the action is, somehow it needs to be in the minutes what the recommendation.
Agreed. It's in the agenda, and for some reason it disappeared when it made its way to the minutes.
So,
it should be there and carried over from the agenda.
So let me just write down in my notes,
Yeah.
put it here.
The visual, like on
Right.
the agenda, they have it, each one.
Right.
So yeah,
So put it here.
I would
works?
agree with that.
Okay.
That would work.
All right. That's fine. Just so that it's somewhere in the minutes.
Right.
That's fine. Okay. And then still under item 7, I think under public comment, although it's in a slightly different setting, it may be worth indicating Jackie Thornhill of the Department of Emergency Management respondent, and then in the next graph, Rosa L. Petitioner, just so that it's clear what their status was in relation to that particular complaint, since there was only one item on the consent agenda. Maybe we would do it differently if there were multiple items. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Let me move on. I think there were a couple of instances in reference to Jen Court from City Attorney land. I was trying to make it Jen Court, Office of the City Attorney, comma, respondent.
What number are you on?
This was on item 9 and I think 10. Anyway, it's just an order. And
What's wrong with it? Office of City Attorney?
Office of the City Attorney, comma, respondent, usually refer to the department first and then their standing position, whatever. In the graph before that, Ann is ANN Trabeau, and Dwight Moore, somehow the email address, I think, got mucked up a little bit. And at the end of the action, it states that they have not received the records, because it's not their records, it's the records that they requested, and that flows through to the order. Page 7, Maria Schulman, rather than Ms. in the first instance. I had on page 8, the public comment on item 12. I had Chris Ward Klein commenting on item 13, but not item 12. So I had no public comments in my notes. And I think his comment that printing a calendar takes seconds was only in reference to item 13. I mean, it's true. That's his opinion, all of that. There was something about dates. Nope, that was fine. Sorry. On page 9, moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member Schmidt. Item 15, the Chris Ward Klein petitioner paragraph at the bottom there. Somehow those dates don't make sense. It couldn't have been January 28th of 24 and February 7th of 24. So I don't know what the correct dates were, but whatever dates he indicated, you know, something. On item 16, we did not take action. I just was suggesting adding no action taken. And I think that's it on the February 7th minutes. So with that, I so move to approve as amended, following any further discussion and other amendments.
Okay, so we have a motion by member Pilpel to approve the February 7th, I think it was, meeting minutes as amended. Do we have a second on that? Sure, go ahead.
So I think member Purple mentioned this, but my it says vacant at the beginning. That'll be changed, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a
So?
second?
Second.
All right, seconded by member Anderson. Not seeing any other hands. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on this motion.
I believe that Pat is back with us. If you want to take over.
This is Pat Peterson. My apologies all. Thank you, Mr. Young. Is there public comment on this matter? Item 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of January 31 and February 7, 2024.
Just to note, this is only for the February 7th minutes.
Thank you.
They've already approved the other one.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public in the room who would like to speak, please approach the podium. We do have one caller in the queue.
Okay, we have no one in the room, so let's go ahead and move to the remote callers.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Do you wish to speak on the approval of the minutes of January 31?
If you're talking, are you talking with me? This is Peter Warfield.
Yes, Mr. Warfield.
Just a correction, Administrator Peterson, we're talking about the February 7 minutes.
That was just said. Thank you very much. Mr. Warfield, this is for comments on the February 7, 2024 minutes. Would you like to comment?
I would, and I thought I said February 7th, or that was explained earlier.
I apologize. Would you like to offer public comment?
I would indeed, and let me know when to start, please.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94111. Sorry, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I want to repeat, since the new clerk wasn't there, that the minutes unfortunately function in many instances to essentially silence what people have said, and for that matter, not just myself, but others as well. There are significant details, including specifically stated facts, that are left out, and that I think need to be included in the minutes. I also think that I appreciate the care with which one of your members, Member Pilpel, appears to be reviewing the minutes, and in many cases I agree with his suggestions, including the one that he and others made to include both the clerk's summary as well as any possible summary that the public might have included. And by the way, that includes a comment that I have on one of the comments here, and that is that I didn't think that it was as clear from the member of the public who made the comment what he said in his version of it. I think it would have been useful to have the clerk's version as well that might have made a little more clarity with respect to that matter. So I do think that we need to have both. And please give me a 30-second warning. My timer has stopped.
I will.
Thank you. So on, there's people being used here again. In item 1, when I said I appreciate it when people consider requests for changes, I'm sure that I meant members of the task force. On item 2, I believe what I was concerned with was the length of time, not why something took place on a specific date, as it's stated there. Why did this take place January 2022? I think the issue was how long it took to resolve. In Mark Sullivan's comment that he provided as a written comment on item 4, I'm missing the clerk's version of what I said, because it's not entirely clear what his comment referred to. Was that with respect to the administrator's report specifics and so on and so forth? I also said something that I think
10
is
seconds.
important. The lack of disclosure of member public comment needs to be clarified, and I said that it's up to you to decide whether your attorney's advice is public or not, and it's yours alone, as far as I know.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Your time's expired.
And I wish you would consider what I'm saying instead of just going quick to a vote.
Mr. Warfield, your time's expired. Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no other commenters in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Member Pilpel?
Just to follow up, I'll make one further suggestion on Mr. Warfield's comment. It would be worth understanding why it took so long to resolve. I think that helps.
Okay. Is the seconder okay with that edit?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. So I think we're ready for our vote now. So Cheryl, if we call the roll.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
My apologies, Vice Chair Stein. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. All in favor?
Okay. Great. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the orders of determination. There are 5 items. File number 20008, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Dwight Moore and the Office of the City Attorney. File number 22115, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against Bruce Wolf, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. File number 22116, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against Bruce Wolf, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. File number 22034, complaint filed by Giselle Raby and Carl Kramer against Crispin Hollings and the Sheriff's Department. And the final order of determination, file number 22047, complaint filed by Giselle Raby and Carl Kramer against Ralph Remington and the Arts Commission.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any edits or a motion to approve? Member Popel.
Okay, so this should be relatively quick, I hope. I'm not sure, and maybe someone can enlighten me. Items 22115, 6, 34, and 47, we already approved at the January 31st meeting, so I'm not sure why those are back here again. Can somebody address that, and then I'll come back on the first item?
Cheryl puts that together. So Cheryl, I will let you address that question.
Could you repeat it? I was trying to find my ODs.
The first item, 2008, we'll come to that in a second. The other 4, 22115, 22116, 22034, and 22047, those orders of determination, the task force already approved at the January 31st meeting. We've seen those documents before. They were approved. The minutes so reflected. I don't know why those are back on the agenda today. Do we need to act on those? Is there something new that I missed? Or is that just duplicative and redundant and duplicative?
It appears to have been an error on my part.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like the only one that we're actually addressing is going to be 20008.
Yep.
Okay.
So on that, I had some stylistic things. I suggested that the action from the complaint committee was not to refer the matter to the task force for consideration, but was to refer the matter to the task force for hearing. And then something about the petition/complaint. So it's really just style. I think the action taken is fine. Oh, the other thing I didn't understand, again, somebody can explain this to me. The vote that's reflected here on the order is correct. It was 9-0 with 2 members absent, but the order of the names on the vote doesn't track to the minutes. It's like a different order of people. Is there a reason for that? Shouldn't that just be a cutty and pasty job?
No, the first 2 people are always the mover and the second
Right.
in an action.
Okay. So if I go to the minutes of February 7th on that item, the minutes have it as the vote was Schmidt, Anderson, Highland, Wolf, LaHood, Kumar, Sugarman, Hill, and Yankee. And yet the order of determination has the same people, but in a different order. I just thought it was weird. I apologize for that. Anyway, I don't care, but in the future, could we just be consistent and whatever, maybe the order that we call the roll should be the order for the minutes, the order for the order for all purposes.
Okay.
Great.
My comment on what you stated, Member Pilpel, earlier with about, I think it was the motion of one of the committees.
Yeah.
I would hesitate to change that now since that has already been approved in the meeting minutes of that committee. When they approve their minutes, we can't, I don't think we should, as a task force, go back and amend minutes or actions that have already been approved by the committee itself.
Okay.
I feel uncomfortable doing that.
In the future, maybe we'll use the word refer to the task force for hearing rather than consideration, but I understand not futzing with the work of the committees, which do fine work, by the way.
Okay, so it looks like okay, so was that it? I'm sorry. Did you make a motion?
That's all I had.
Okay.
So it's a motion just to approve 2008 and take no action on the others.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the order of determination for only 20008 with the recommended edits.
Yep.
And do we have a second for that motion or any other comments?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Let's go ahead and move to public comment, particularly on that motion.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment and you are in the room, please approach the podium. If you are a member of the online community and you would wish to speak, please press *3 or raise your hand in the app. We currently have 2 callers in the queue.
Okay, there's no one here at the podium, so I'll turn it over to Administrator Peterson to manage the call-in commenters.
Unmuting the first caller. Hello, caller. Would you like to make comment on item 3?
If you're talking with me, yes. Can you hear me okay? I'm on speakerphone.
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to speak? And are you ready to begin?
Yes, please let me know when to, hold on a moment, I'm sorry. Let me try and set a timer here. And if you could give me a 30-second warning, I'd appreciate that too.
Yes.
Well, let me know when to start. Thank you.
You may start now.
Ready to begin? Oh,
Sorry, Ms. Leger. I defer to you.
okay. Mr. Warfield, you ready to begin speaking?
Yes. Just
Go
let me
ahead,
know when.
sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'm glad there was a clarification here. I went to the minutes, as Member Pilpel said, and sure enough, there was indeed no indication of what orders of determination had been approved. That's an example of a reason why you should be as explicit and clear as possible, and even if necessary, redundant for the sake of clarity in the minutes, so that it's exactly clear what's going on. I would appreciate if these were also going to recap, at least briefly, what the issues were that those complaints we're dealing with, and I think that you might be able to do that fairly simply by just copying from a summary, for example, from a previous set of minutes. With respect to the discussions that happen, including my 2 previous public comments, when I hear at the end of my public comment that my time is up and let's vote, I don't have a sense that there has been consideration of my comments when, for example, the chair does not say at least, is there any more discussion or is there any comment on the commenter, or does the group want to discuss some indication that that the consideration was open during my comment and afterwards, so that you're listening presumably to the comment before or during your consideration. To jump without any opportunity for somebody to make public comment, clearly stated, suggests that you just want to get, and you're not really listening to the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Administrator Peterson, do we have another caller?
We have a second caller.
Caller, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go
Are
ahead.
you ready? Hi,
Yeah, go
this
ahead.
is, huh?
Go right ahead.
This is Ann Chabot. I hope that you can hear me. Those edits were good. That was exactly what happened. But I am asking for this matter to be put over, to be sent to a committee, because the documents that I eventually got were not consistent with the documents that were in the docket at the California Court of Appeal. When I was in California, I did look at the
Can you
case.
pause for a second, Mr. Bowe?
Yeah.
This is just on the approval of the order determination, not the substantive portion of it. If you
Okay.
did not get your documents, I think that was part of our motion that we should refer it to a committee. If you did not get them,
Right.
so you can offline work with our administrator and let her know that you did not receive what you believe are the responsive documents, and then she can work with CAC Chair LaHood to get that put on that agenda. So that doesn't have to be included in this. This is specifically just on the form of the order determination, not the merits or the follow-up of your file. But if you do have any further, I stop the clock. I will let Cheryl turn it back on for you in case you had any comments, particularly on the form of the order determination. Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. The form was great. It was good. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any
There are
other
no
comments?
There are no further callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Ready for a vote, everyone? Okay. Cheryl, if you go ahead and call the roll on that.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Can you guys speak into the microphones? Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Member who? Was that Member Highland?
Yes.
Yes, I didn't hear that. Sounded very normal.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, all in favor.
Okay, and then let's just note for the record, Cheryl, that everything from the February meeting that did not make its way onto the OD list of approvals needs to be added there, as well as any ODs that originate from this meeting. So it'll be a fairly lengthy set of approvals next month. So make sure you leave that note for yourself so that we can get all those done, not leave them pending. Okay, and with that, I think we can go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Ms. Leger, I stepped on your toes with the last introduction. I will step back.
Don't worry about it.
You know what? Actually, well, you know what? Since Member Popel just noted, since it's just after 5 o'clock now, let's go ahead and move to public comment, since we take that as soon thereafter 5 o'clock as possible. So we'll open up general public comment as that part of item number 6, and then we'll jump back to number 4.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment, please approach the podium at this time. If you're a member of the online community and wish to speak, please raise your hand by pressing *3 or use the app to raise your hand.
And if we could just for the record, read item number 6 into the record, since it's specific on what they may comment on. Someone could actually call item number 6. Cheryl.
Ms. Leger?
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Public comment shall be taken at 5 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible.
Okay, so with that, if anyone wants to make public comment, please follow Administrator Peterson's instructions and we can get started on that.
We currently have one caller in the queue.
Okay,
2 callers.
Okay, and I don't see anyone at the podium here, so I will turn it over to you, Administrator Peterson, to manage the caller.
Thank you. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Would you like to provide public comment?
Sullivan, let me know when to go.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
The old complaint procedures had consistent with the language and spirit of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance to provide the most open government possible. See City Administrative Code, Section 67.1. All inferences and evidence shall be viewed in light most favorable to the petitioner. I see you got rid of it. Heck, I would be happy with just neutral. At last meeting on considering 6735T, Chair Yankee admonished Member Wolf to not go into the complaint, but allowed Member Anderson to put forward the ethics red herring of me trying to overturn their decision and the task force becoming an appeal court. Let me assure you, the task force does not have that power anywhere in the ordinance. I have no interest in overturning an ethics decision. Member LaHood then pointed out in the ethics response that they took some action, not my complaint. I have less problem with misguided comments parroting ethics misdirection, but that Chair Yankee allowed it. I do not mind you disagreeing on the law, but even as a citizen as low as me should get a fair process. I would have less of a problem if you used my complaint words against me. If the Sunshine Ordinance and the CA Constitution is followed, any gray area complaint should be heard. It is the consideration in favor of the citizens and the public's right to know. If a department or official asks you for advice on how to interpret a provision in the Sunshine Ordinance, you would, wouldn't you? But if a member of the public asks, you would not. When does the meaning of any person in the Sunshine Ordinance get as much consideration as any department in the same provision? You should be able to advise on every provision in the Sunshine Ordinance. And if I'm doing something wrong in asking, tell me how. Or maybe it is not the government's duty. It is to serve the public, Section 67.1A. I appreciate Smith-Mays and Ms. Pavanovich's consistent vote for the people's right to know. I'm surprised that those of you who are journalists or champions of justice do not want to learn all the facts and only be satisfied with hearing the city side. Anything gray should always go for the public. It is just sad. I've tried many things to get you to change, to at least give a fair process. But see, that is not going to happen. Many city officials will take any inch or void you give them and fill it with their own interpretation or just disregard you. You're not going to change their behavior or view of you because you treat them as better and the public as the problem, giving you too many complaints. Thank you for your time.
We can move on to the next
Thank
commenter.
you, caller. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Would you like to provide public comment?
If you are speaking to me and not some other caller, yes, I would like to make public comment.
Yes.
Warfield, are you ready? Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
I am ready, and let me know when to start.
Okay, you may begin.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I do include that information when I speak because I consider it important that people know how to reach me, if they wish, or us, and they know how to reach you, and they know how to reach the, in a complaint, the respondents. They don't necessarily know how to reach public comment or presenting complaints. With respect to the previous public commenter, I greatly appreciate Mr. Sullivan's comments, and in particular his sense that your efforts are resulting in essentially supporting flouting of the law and not supporting the public as strongly as you certainly should. And that's for a variety of reasons, including lengthy, extremely long turnaround times, even though the law says 45 days is your limit. I have come to you a number of times saying that your, I believe it was a unanimous decision, that the Library Commission email addresses should have been turned over to Library Users Association when we requested them from the city librarian. I'm hearing some pounding. Is everything okay? You can hear me?
We can hear you.
You said the city librarian acted unlawfully in withholding those based on the excuse that they were doing all of their work for the Library Commission regarding library matters on so-called personal cell phones, personal emails. And you explicitly rejected that argument. So finding in the complainant's favor, you failed to take the one step that is a shall in the Sunshine Ordinance, and that is to send a lack of compliance within 5 days at that point to send for enforcement, if you like, to the Attorney General or the district attorney. You did have some other follow-up actions, like sending a letter to the supervisors and so on and so forth. I'm not sure I know what happened with that. I certainly wasn't notified, but nothing was done with respect to the follow-up that's required by law. And when I asked about that, and also what other follow-up activities might be taken by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force as a full body or its Compliance and Amendments Committee, I got no answer. Is it not possible for a member of the public to find out what the procedure is?
Mr. Warfield, your time has expired. But I will address.
Did you say my time is up? I didn't.
Your time has expired, correct. But I will address your point. I'm not sure if you're aware. I've been working with our administrators to clean up some old pending files. There was an error in the meeting minutes for your file that did not reflect a motion that directed the administrator to notify the district attorney of the lack of compliance. We re-agendized and fixed that set of meeting minutes, and I worked with our administrators to follow that motion and to notify the district attorney. I believe that notification, in fact, went out this morning.
Correct.
Administrator Peterson. So, Administrator Peterson, perhaps you can forward a copy of that to Mr. Warfield so that he can have a written copy of what was sent over to the district attorney per the motion. So I think that should address the concerns on that item.
Noted. I'll do so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and then move on to the next public comment there.
Good evening, caller. You've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Ann Trebell again. I listened to the full San Francisco Arts Commission monthly meeting a few days ago. I was a little shocked to see that it was televised on SF.gov TV, but my comment is that all the efforts that I made, 6, 7, 8 years ago to get them to write the agenda and the minutes in a way that reflect what took place at the meeting just fell on deaf ears. It was so bad. The instructions for even calling in were not clear at all, and I could only listen. They don't have the ability to call in. So I just want to point out that that is one San Francisco City Department that really does not have draft minutes. They don't have their website really working in a way that a member of the public would have any idea what's going on with them and their meetings. That's it.
Thank you, caller. There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and item number 6 and go back to item number 4.
Both myself and Administrator Peterson, we're going to discuss the administrator's report. We can begin with the first page with the tentative hearings.
Ms. Lejay, if you could read the actual item into the record.
Item number 4, administrator's report, complaints and communications. So, as I just said, Administrator Peterson and myself will be providing comment on or suggestions on the administrator's report since we both worked on it. The first page is a tentative hearing schedule through July 23, 24 for each committee, task force meeting each month, and then alternate committees meeting every other month being EOT and compliance and amendments. On the
I'd like
second,
to-
A comment about March 26th, Ms. Leger?
I have Member LaHood, I think, wants to speak on that. So, Member LaHood.
Yes. So, Ms. Peterson, I'm sure this is what you're addressing, that we're going to be not having EOTC on March 26th, but that we will be having a special compliance and amendments committee hearing. Ms. Leger and I had talked about the time, and I had forgotten that Member Anderson had asked if we could start at 4 p.m. because she is only available until 5:30 p.m. I know that cuts things a little.
4:30, actually. I think it's 4:30. Because she has to leave at 4:30 to be at a meeting at 5:30.
No, she needs to. Okay, and she just stepped out of the room. She told me that if we start at 4:30, she's only available for an hour. But that if we start at 4, she could participate for an hour and a half. I know that you said that that there's a different committee meeting until 3:45. I'd like to ask if you and the committee members are available to start right at 4, if we could be here ready to go, understanding that that means that we have to, get in chairs quickly. If that's possible,
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
It'll take me a few minutes to set up the room
Okay.
and get us online and that sort of thing.
Yep.
That takes time, but
Member LaHood, I'm looking at the email that Member Anderson sent regarding that.
Yes.
She said, actually, you could start at 3 p.m., not 4 p.m.
Oh, she asked if we could start at 3.
Right, so she could go from 3 to 4:30, and that would give her that hour and a half. She needs to leave at 4:30.
I see. That's not right. That's not going to work at all because there's another meeting happening in the room until 3:45.
Was there? Okay.
What? Member Phil?
My understanding is that there's a standing reservation, but sometimes they finish early, and maybe we can check with building management on that. Are you available earlier for 3 or 3:30?
I'm available, but
Okay.
Ms. Leger is nodding, shaking her head. So
no, it depends on when the meeting concludes.
Right.
So if they conclude at 3:45, I have 15 minutes to set up the room for all of you, which I don't mind doing, but I'll go as fast as I can. And at that point, we'll leave Member Anderson only a half hour to participate.
I guess Member Pilpel is suggesting that sometimes the meeting that meets before ends before 3:45.
Yeah, that's like us. It's, you can't tell when things are going to conclude.
This is Victor. May I make the suggestion that we schedule the meeting for 3:30? And if they're not finished, we'll just have to start a little late.
That works for me. Member Pilpel is, I think, nodding that it works for him. Member Wolf, would you be able to start at 3:30?
This is on
On the 26th
Of March.
of March.
3:30. Yes, I can.
And Member Anderson, we're discussing the March 26th. It sounds like the earliest that we could reliably get the room would be 3:30. And you said you're available until 4:30?
Yes, 4:30. Yeah, I can do 4:30 and I can stretch it to 4:45.
Okay. Then I would like to request that we, if possible, set the meeting to start at 3:30. We'll do what we can. We'll get as much as we can get done. And I'm also going to request, because of that, that we start with the Sunshine Ordinance review and then switch to, I think we're going to review a couple of items for preliminary review, which I feel we could do with 3 instead of 4 members.
Question, do we want members of the public to provide comment? Because the last few meetings, Ms. Washburn has been available to provide assistance on this subject.
Well, obviously, I mean, we're having a
I mean,
meeting.
I have no problem with that. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, yes, public comment will be taken throughout the discussion. Yeah. Meaning, as we go through the ordinance, we will, as we go through different sections, we will
Right.
provide opportunities for the public to make comment. We won't just have a full discussion and give them one chance. Last time we did it, there was no one there. So,
Right. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
So just a couple of quick items. So we're going to call this as a special meeting of the CAC for 3:30. and do a cancellation for EOT on the same date?
Cancellation notice has already gone up and posted.
Babu. Okay. And as I recall, we were going to try to finish everything related to closed sessions if we can. So that was going to be the focus on the amendments part, right?
What we're going to be,
Unless you want to do something different.
we're going to pick up where we left off on reviewing the ordinance. We're going to go through as many things as we can.
Okay.
So I don't want to limit it.
That's fine.
And
That's fine.
I will include all of the previous documents that we have regarding the review of the agenda, and I'm going to add an index so that people know what those documents are. So members, if you have any of your own notes that you want included as attachments to the agenda, please get those in as soon as possible so that we can also label them in the index.
Chairman Hood, may I make another suggestion? This is
Yes.
Victor Young. Since you're going to have actually, my apologies, I have it incorrect. Please forget what I just said. I got my meeting dates mixed up.
Okay, thank you.
Are we done?
That's all that I have, unless Chair Yankee, do you think we need any further explanation other than the request to have this listed as a special meeting since
It
it's a
is.
different day and time?
Yeah, I
Great.
started the agenda.
Yep.
It's a special meeting.
And I think we could just notate it in the meeting minutes for this if we could, if they're posted in time, just so people have extra ways of knowing.
That's a great idea.
I don't think we need a motion since you as the chair can call. So
There are two additional sections in the administrator's report that we'd like to highlight for you, if I may.
yep, go ahead.
Okay, item 3 is a revised section where we want to give you a snapshot of the status of the complaints across the task force and the committee members. This is going to hopefully assist as you discuss item 5 tonight, the hearing regarding the proposed revision to the complaint procedures and bylaws. We want to be able to give you a picture each month of where things are at. There's also year-over-year numbers included in this chart, taking into account that those are COVID years, but we are presenting them. If you have any thoughts about the metrics that you would like to see or another way to present the information, please do let us know, both Cheryl and me. The other section that we want to highlight is item 5. We are resuming presenting information about communications that we receive at the task force. We want to let you know what people are saying and what they're sending us as attachments. Those will be included now in the administrator's report. And if you have any questions for me or for Ms. Leger, we're here.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Is that hand member? Bill? Oh, go ahead.
Just two quick things on item 2, the chart for new files and complaints. Can someone just tell me for a second on 24011, it says that the respondent is the Municipal Transportation Commission. There is no such. There's a Municipal Transportation Agency. There's a Metropolitan Transportation.
Just to let you know, that was from an anonymous requester.
Okay.
That is what he said in his letter.
Was Municipal Transportation Commission.
That's what he said in his
Okay.
letter. Okay, and Administrator Young and Peterson and myself have talked about this, and that is a state agency that he's referring to.
Okay.
We drafted a letter this morning indicating that information.
And we're not doing that.
We
Okay.
don't do that. Yeah, it's not our
Okay.
jurisdiction.
Because it's just a weird term. It may have been the Metropolitan Transportation Commission.
He may have meant the MTA, he just
Right.
didn't say it.
Whatever. Anyway, so that's not going.
And the other thing is, the person who he had made a request to was not in our address system, so I'm not entirely sure.
So
if
some
those are quite-
non-city actor. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate Administrator Peterson's comment. I think the chart in section 3 is getting better every time. That was certainly my intent, was to have it be as good a reflection as a snapshot in time of where we are month to month. So that's great. And in general, I think the little tiny improvements that we've made in the administrator's report in general has made it a more useful report, at least for me as a member, hopefully for the other members and the members of the public. So thank you to all concerned.
Any other comments on this? If not, we'll move to public comment. All right, let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item.
If there are any members of the public in the room who wish to make public comment, please approach the podium. If you are an online participant and you would like to comment, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. We have one caller in the queue.
Okay, we have no one at the podium, so go ahead and manage the remote callers.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Which item are we taking public comment on here?
This is the
item number 4,
administrator's
the
report.
administrator's report. Yeah.
On this one, the only public comment I would have is that I would appreciate if you would not only take the pause, which I think is right, but to say what the item is that public comment is being taken on, and to indicate to those who are on the telephone and can't see anything what they have to do in order to make themselves known as wanting to have public comment. Different systems have different ways of signaling that, and it's not always clear what your status is, even if you're familiar with the systems. And I think it would be useful for doing that. It was discussed in our complaint about public comment that we made on the second meeting that the Library Commission had remotely when COVID began, and which we also won a violation on, if you want to call it that. But the pause was discussed, but also the pause is useful for orientation purposes, to let people know what they have to do to let it be known they want to make public comment. I think it's also helpful to let people know what the item is that you're on. Even a moment of inattention or some other distraction can cause a person to lose track easily, or they have to take a momentary break, whatever it is. Those things I think would be appropriate and helpful anytime you're calling for remote public comment. For that matter, in the room as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on that item and move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, file number 23097, hearing on proposed revisions to the complaint procedures and bylaws. Potentially adopt proposed revisions to the task force complaint procedures to expedite complaint processing per the Sunshine Ordinance requirements, and present and discuss related proposed changes to the bylaws.
Okay, in just a moment, I will turn this over to Member Schmidt, who I believe has been conducting a series of hearings on this in the Complaints Committee. Just so everyone's clear about what we can and cannot do on this, we can discuss both edits to the complaint procedures and to the bylaws, but we can only take action on the complaint procedures portion, since there was not a 14-day noticing proposal requirement. Any changes to the bylaws have to have a notice of 14 days. That did not occur prior to this week. And while we can discuss the bylaw changes, any vote on changing the bylaws would have to be pushed over to April. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Schmidt.
Okay, thank you. I think that the substance is before you already. We had several committee meetings, and this issue, this broad issue of, I'll just call it backlog, delay, in trying to figure out some way to change things so that this backlog does not just sit and remain. At this time, I know one statistic says that the average case at this point is having to wait about 406 days. I got that. Member Stein has that in our annual report. The problems that I feel are the most significant here, that we talked over different options. the problems that we're trying to attack. One is backlog, and two is several of us in the committee, and I think that also several others on the task force have a real concern about 67.21 compliance and trying to do something to try to shift the way that we do cases so that we can at least have a chance to come into compliance with what the voters, when they pass the Sunshine Ordinance, told us we have to do, which is to give determinations, give orders that are enforceable to those who file complaints, petitions, where they have 6721 allegations. Now, what I think came out of our committee, I want to emphasize that there are a lot of things we did not try to include here. And the idea, and I think it's the idea in my own head, is let's see if we can do one thing. And if we can do one thing, try to make that work, maybe we can consider other changes. But if we can't do one thing, then why even talk about other changes? So this is a very focused effort. It's one added paragraph where 67.21 cases are simply put ahead of the line and put into a much faster process. And that's because those are the only cases where we have a deadline. And in fact, this task force has a total of one deadline that's imposed on it. And that's the 45-day deadline that we're clearly way out of compliance with. And I'm hoping that, it may be a long shot whether this can get us there, but I didn't see a lot of lanes. I thought, okay, maybe we could just say that every case that involves 6721 has to go before the full task force within 45 days. I didn't think that with our current structure, that was going to be something that could be done simply. The next option for me was, can we do this without even necessarily having hearings on most of these cases? Because the ordinance is clear that hearings are not mandatory. 45 days is mandatory, hearings are not. So the third option, which is the option that we took, is to use the current committee structure, to use all the committees as needed to push 6721 cases immediately to a committee hearing, and then, if necessary, to the task force. The second thing that we thought is very important is that there are task force members who feel that what we do in the committees when we make recommendations on cases feels like it's wasted effort. And why should we have to hear cases twice? And since the ordinance doesn't say anything about double hearings, if there's going to be some way that we can make changes to take out unnecessary steps in the process, we have to take those steps out. And so at least trying with regards to 21 cases, not changing anything for any of the other cases, That's what this is intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Before we get to comments from the members, I did ask our DC to review this and if he has any input on the changes and the process here. So I'll turn it over to him briefly.
Hi, this is Mitch Teeb, Deputy City Attorney. The issue comes down to whether or not the task force can delegate responsibility to a subcommittee outside of the scope authorized in the ordinance. So just some general points here. A body generally cannot delegate decision-making authority to a committee, and this advice is based on general principle under a long line of case law that powers conferred upon a body that involve the exercise of judgment or discretion may not be delegated to committees or individual members. California courts have reached that conclusion in a number of cases over a century, and our office has provided this advice in other contexts, both publicly and privately.
Other than that, you're good?
Member Highland?
Member Highland?
Sorry, did I say that you said not delegate to individuals or to other subcommittees specifically? Okay.
I will say it's my understanding that there has been a past practice with this task force that committees have made final decisions on cases. I don't know if any members here, maybe Member Highland would recall, isn't that the case that's been done? Maybe that was out of compliance with California law. I don't know. I will say also, if that were the case, my backup plan would be, okay, we just take determinations that a committee makes and we just call that something that goes on a consent calendar. That would be the way I would amend what I've submitted.
Right. So, I mean, currently we're actually using the consent calendar more than we ever have. And for very, I guess, simple or black and white cases, I think that's a natural and a good use of that tool. I remember when Allison Washburn was chair, and in fact, there's someone in this room that was here at that time. Just want to recognize Richard Nee here in the audience. We did indeed have a backlog, and we empowered the subcommittees, the complaints committee in particular, to hear a little bit more on the merits of the case, and especially for, again, more black and white. Rather than doing consent, we actually made stronger recommendations to the full task force. Did we hear it again at the full task force? I can't remember. But I remember we did a lot more work.
Victor Young, you're on the right track. The committees would hear it and provide a recommendation to the full task force for their approval, similar to consent, but similar to the consent agenda, but with a stronger recommendation.
Right. So we actually got into, the merits of the case, and I think there's two sides to the coin. For someone that wants a quick resolution of something that's fairly, like a records request or a pretty straightforward 6721 type issue, we're giving them a quick answer and help with what they're looking for. I think hearing it twice and dragging it over 400 days is a disservice. As people always used to say, justice delayed is justice denied. So that's the other side of it. So I think there's something that we can do and should do. And, if the history has been that bodies have not given that authority to subcommittees, that doesn't mean we can't, I believe. So that's something, that's a decision, that's a discussion, a healthy discussion that we should have. And I think maybe it's good that we can't vote on it, because I think this does bear some thought, and, people taking away and coming back in a month ready to actually vote on one or two paths that might help us, because the current situation is not tenable, and that's what's led to the backlog, I believe. Thank you.
I'm going to just state a challenge to the idea that there is a fundamental role here that has to involve all members of the task force in some voting manner. If you look at this ordinance, it's not, we're not the Board of Supervisors. We're really not like a lot of other kinds of bodies. And if you look at the steps that are involved in how petitions are to be resolved, there's hearings are optional. There's nothing that talks about majority votes, et cetera, et cetera. I have to, I haven't seen anything in writing. I haven't seen any kind of analysis on what other state bodies do. I think in our committee, one of the thoughts that we had is that we can just forget about the idea of complying with the law. We can just sort of stay in denial about what the voters told us to do, which is the 45-day rule. But if we don't want to do that, maybe we need to have trust in 3 members of this task force. Any 3 members, we just have to trust that 3 members can make one of these decisions, and we're simply going to enforce that decision. I just don't see any other way, and I haven't seen anything that even gets us close to try to deal with this problem. I think there's a fundamental assumption here that everything here has to be looked over by this entire task force. And that's, to me, not based on what the voters asked us to do. It's based on just current practice and what people have gotten used to and what people think is the role here. But to me, if you look at what the directives of 6730 are, we're supposed to be doing 6 or 7 things here, and we spend 90% of our time on these complaints. We get almost no time to talk about potential amendments, policy issues, et cetera. And I think a lot of the members here, including members of the press, including myself, we didn't sign up to just sit here and hear one complaint after another. And that's not how the law was written. And so we really do need to consider what was given as the outline for what this task force is supposed to do. So I'd have to think that this type of determination on a petition would not be included in the general discussion of law. I don't disagree with the city attorney's assessment here, but I don't know if it applies under these specific facts.
Member Lohead.
I have a radical suggestion, and I'm not even sure that I'm in favor of this, but I was thinking, what else could we do? And I would not have suggested this at a time when we had a bunch of empty seats, but we currently have 11 seats filled. If there's concern that everyone get a hearing before the full task force, what if we were to do, say, a sprint over 3 months where everyone shows up for full task force hearings and we convert, the complaint committee hearings to full task force hearings, where we're meeting twice a month instead of once a month, just until we get, say, the awaiting full task force hearing numbers below 40. Once it goes below 40, we go back to our old system. And perhaps with the review of complaints coming in, we could go back to, because I'm just thinking about if we're having items heard twice, that is inefficient. Could we, and as I said, just throwing it out there as what is a different way we could handle this? And as I said, with 11 people, And there's an assumption that not everyone is going to make it, but we could have the, technical, at least 6 members of the task force hearing until we get the numbers below a certain level.
Thank you, Member Hood.
Stack.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I had a number of questions, but they've now been more or less answered. I want to, a couple of things. One is, in the spirit of this well thought out proposal, this is not the first time that this has come up. When I first came to the task force in 2005, and I'm sure those who are on the task force former, who are now a member and in the audience, I think, there was a complaint committee that did the full process of the hearing. And then we would repeat that process at the full task force. That took an exorbitant amount of time, because the complaint committee would offer a very full recommendation. So when it came to the task force, it gave opportunity for the parties then to make a final appeal, so to speak. That said, in the spirit of this, we also must take note that recently Supervisor Records has stopped their process of complying with the ordinance under 6721D, rendering it somewhat defunct. And that increases our burden because that was an expedient process. That was either one or a small group of people that could make very quick decisions without a full, it didn't even need to be a public process. It was behind closed doors. And they would provide a response. And the ordinance provides remedies if a petitioner did not agree with that determination. Other point is in 6721E, I quote, it's in the middle of that paragraph, the Sunshine Task Force shall inform the petitioner as soon as possible and within 2 days after its next meeting, but in no case later than 45 days from when the petition in writing is received of its determination, whether the record requested or any part of the record requested is public. So this is basically determining a timeline. And the timeline would be that there would be a meeting within at least 45 days that it could be heard. But it also says within 2 days after its next meeting, which to me implies that the task force would be making a decision or a determination at that meeting. So either way, the task force would need to make a decision. And the task force must not abrogate it's our responsibilities as a body to just 3 or 4 members on a subcommittee. We're all appointed as a full en banc body with specific diversity that is codified, and that's for the enjoyment of the voters, that their complaints be heard and determined by this full brain trust. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hey, Member Kopel.
There's a lot floating around here. Let me try to address a few of the points, having been engaged in this business for on and off for 30 years. I generally agree with the city attorney's opinion, but I know of a few instances I can think of in the city where there is some delegated authority either to make final decisions or to make decisions that become decisions of the full body unless one of the parties, where there are specific parties, file an appeal or object, essentially. So if we were to create some kind of delegated authority here, Member Schmidt, but allow either the complainant or the respondent, if they aren't okay with the committee's judgment, to have that come before the full task force. That might be an option. If they both can live with the decision of the committee and that becomes the decision of the full task force, then maybe we're making some progress. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it on that point. I'm thinking about Member LaHood's suggestion, which is great, but let me just say, I've suggested that before. Others have. There's very little in the area of how to manage the complaint backlog that we haven't talked about before, one way or another. Former Chair Nee is here, Member Wolf, Member Highland, others. We've been through all of this before and looked at it 6 different ways. And what if we meet 3 times a day? And what if we limit the number of complaints? And what if we only allow parties to file 5 pages? And all kinds of different things. And they all have their pluses and minuses. Going to the bylaws for a second, I read the language other than the priority treatment. I'm not particularly persuaded that we need to amend the bylaws right now. I think if we say there will be a priority process in the complaint procedures, I think the committees will address that because they're priority complaints. So I'm not convinced that we need to amend the bylaws at all right this second. I did want to focus for a moment on the complaint procedures. In general, I can be okay with this. I would just suggest to Member Schmidt that there are a couple of instances that just seem very, that the references are sort of casual priority 67.21 petitions. I would always say section 67.21. One of them even says a 21B proposed. I would just be clear on the code references. But other than that, whether the full task force is meeting once a month or twice a month, either way, for however long, if we had some kind of calendar that said, if you get something in by the first of the month, the first available hearing is the complaint committee, bada boom, bada bing, there you go. If it's in by the 15th of the month, the first available hearing is the next full task force meeting, or possibly EOT or CAC. That if somebody requests priority, doesn't waive the 45-day rule, it qualifies as a section 67.21 matter, then I think we could try giving them priority. And the first available is the first available. They need to show, the respondent needs to show, have a quick briefing schedule, 5 business days, and that's it. It goes for a decision, and whatever happens, happens. And, I don't want to get into a reconsideration and a continuance and it's appeared on calendar 5 different times and blah, 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 blah. Just hear it, just deal with it, good, bad, or otherwise, let's go. However you word that is fine, I think. So that's where I'm coming from. If they want priority, great, then let's hear those soon. And I don't understand, and perhaps it's an offline discussion, but when something is heard at committee, whether it's complaint, EOT, or CAC, why something at committee doesn't go to the next available task force agenda. If it's 2 weeks later from complaint, great. Obviously, if it's a week later, that's not really possible for EOT and compliance, but it seems to me like it shouldn't be more than 6 weeks for any reason why something shouldn't go from committee to the full task force, and this, well, we haven't heard and we're waiting and somebody's out of town, or I'm less interested in that. If we really want to get through this, and I guess my overall sense is that the aging of complaints, I'm interested in shortening the lifespan of a complaint. So I would like to see wherever we've got an italicized parenthetical, the first thing I want to see is the date the thing was filed. So I can see, oh, this is something that came in 3 weeks ago. Got it. And maybe, priority requested. Okay, that's good to know. And if it's something that's 3 years from now, and there's a good reason why we're still hearing it 3 years later, okay, but it just, the visual of when a thing was filed can be totally helpful. And if any of these comments help in whatever way to manage the backlog and reduce that, great. Whatever you want to do, I can be with voting on some amended version of the complaint procedures tonight. Next time, anytime you want to do a special meeting, what do you want to do? Let's go. Let's have it. And we got actual complaints to hear tonight, and people have been sitting around. So as soon as we can. Those are my thoughts.
Member Highland?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in there a little bit. I appreciate what Member Wolf was saying about the brain trust. But I will also point out that this complaint committee isn't always a complaint committee. EOTC hears complaints as a complaint committee, as does CAC, because of the backlog. So, it's not just the same three people, it's other people. So you are getting the full brain trust on a rotating basis. And we could, we could have people step into the complaint committee and swap out or help out. In addition, the complaint committee could be 5 people, just to kind of, address those problems. I do remember in the past when we were attacking the backlog under Alison Washburn, I believe, and I think Member Pilpel was alluding to this, we actually asked people, we said, look, we can fast track this right here in committee, and we can do this, this, and this for you. Or would you prefer the full task force to deliberate this? And it may take 2-3 months before you get on that calendar. 90% of the responses were, I need this now. I need this for an article. I need this for something. Let's go. And, it was nice to be able to kind of give that level of service and move forward. I'll also say, if we do decide on this, to empower the committees to make a more robust determination or recommendation, when it comes to full task force, maybe we shouldn't do the whole 5 minutes and 3 minutes thing all over again. Maybe we just do 3 minutes from each party, and that's all we need. Or in some cases, we might move very quickly, almost like a consent calendar, and just adopt the recommendation and vote on it. At any point, any member of the full task force can call it out for more deliberation, more questions. That is their privilege. But it allows the committee to do the heavy lifting and get to a good determination and really save the full task force minutes for other things. And in many cases, like if there's very simple things like it's not in our jurisdiction or it's very black and white that we can't help you, that'll come out in the committees, and we can deal with that at that level too. So this is really, I kind of see this as a not quite consent, but a little more involved, and little discussion at the full task force. I'd like to see the 5 minute, 3 minute thing reduced to maybe just 1 3-minute presentation by each party. And the respondent may not even be there at the full task force. That happens quite often. They realize where it's going, what's going to happen. They've heard the recommendation. They're already working on, remedying it. They don't even show up to the full task force. I would be definitely in favor of trying something along this line.
I have an idea.
Do you mind if I have a few comments? I haven't gone yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have a couple suggestions based on what everyone's been saying. And a lot of what Member Schmidt said, I think is very important, is to look at that the hearing part is the optional part. The 45-day part's the not optional part, right? In fact, it says, where requested by the petition, we conduct the hearing. Somehow we've turned that into, we're just going to assume everyone wants a hearing, right? So I think in light of what the DCA just told us, there's a few directions we can take. And one of them can be, as part of our complaint intake form, do you want a hearing or not? And if you want a hearing, you're now waiving your 45 days. But if you want the 45 days, we can put it on even the full task force without a hearing. We call the item, we have a short deliberation amongst us. There's no back and forth presentations. We decide, we vote, and we're done. We could probably do that 10, 15 minutes. I mean, for most of these that we need to get through, if there's not the presentations involved, right? So someone could say, I don't want that. I want the 45 days. That's what's important to me. And we can fast track and not even go to committee with it. And we can get them, and that would also comply with what the DCA told us, that, okay, we get a vote of everyone. Another idea is if we did want to have hearings and we want to go that route instead, is to make anything that comes out like this go on to our next consent for a full vote. Basically, not to say a rubber stamp, but some version of that where, okay, all the work's been done by the committee, but I think if it comes out of complaints, because they typically meet 2 weeks before us, has time to agendize it for this, we could still hit that 45 days. And then the last thing I think we need to bring up is what exactly is a 6721 complaint? Because what it says is that we have to make the 45-day rule only pertains to making a determination about whether a record is public. But a public record has a very specific legal definition to it. It doesn't mean disclosable. Right. Public record is defined in government code. I think the old 6252. And so I have some concern that members of the public and perhaps some of us are mixing up what our obligations are. If someone says, let's say an agency says, I can't turn over that record, it's attorney-client privileged, right? And someone files a 6721 complaint. I don't see that as a 6721 complaint. They very well have admitted that the record is public. And in fact, most records that we deal with are public. It might not be, it may or may not be exempt, but that's a different question about whether or not it's public. So the question is, do we have to decide whether or not a record is exempt within 45 days? I would argue we do not. I think it's a good, I think we should endeavor to do it, but I'm not sure that we're not following the rule. And the reason I specifically say that is if you look at 6721B, and it talks about, well, why can't someone get a record? And this talks about the custodian record. And it says, if the custodian believes the record or information requested is not a public record or is exempt. So it talks about two ways that they can potentially not turn a record over. A, saying it's not a public record, or B, saying it's exempt or presumably partially exempt, right, in cases where there's redactions or whatever. I think we've kind of taken it for granted that everything is we say it's a public record, but there's actually a lot of things that might not be a public record. If someone were to say, I want the mayor's grocery list, okay, I'm not sure that's a public record. If someone says, I want to examine a police vehicle, well, I'm not sure that's a public record. It might be public, but might not be a record because it has to be a writing, right? So I think if we're going to really, and I think it's an excellent point that Member Schmidt gets to about following what actually the voters told us to do. And so what I think the voters told us to do is decide whether or not the record is public, and if it is, the order it be turned over, right? So I think the limited 6721 complaints would be issues where either A, the record, someone claims it's not public. I think that's very rarely we actually see someone say it's not public. I think most city agencies admit it's public. So then the second part would be, okay, if they're not claiming an exemption, did they turn it over? But I do think if they claim an exemption, that's a different thing. I'm not sure the 45 days apply specifically to that.
We should still hear it quickly, but not necessarily.
Right. I think there's a difference between we should versus we must. That's the only distinction I'm trying to make. And so if we're trying to talk about what absolutely needs priority, I think we need to concentrate on the must, and then the should come after the must. This is my only point. Not that we should take forever. I think the 400 some days is way too long, regardless of whether or not you consider it in there. But anyway, those are my thoughts for some options that I think might be compliant with our DCA's advice and still get to the heart of what you're getting to. And I'll turn it back over to you then.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. And I appreciate what everyone has said. I do appreciate the looking at the statute, looking at what the law that was voted on says. And it really does say, it says there needs to be a determination, there needs to be an order on whether the documents are public. And I agree with you that that's ambiguous. And I think I would argue that may be because it could have been written better, but it is what it is. And I think we're obligated to treat something as a 6721 request until the point where we've decided, well, we've dealt with anything that falls under that 45-day deadline, and anything else in this case is not under that deadline. So I think that part of any case that would go into a committee, and I think that all the committees as they're set up now should share this burden. I'm not trying to like say send all these to the complaints, just a committee that has 3-4 people. I do think that a committee, part of what it would be doing is deciding what is it that we have to do within 45 days. And, I think about half of the cases we get are probably have some kind of 6721 request. And I think that a lot of them do have questions about whether public documents are involved. Probably a fair amount of those have exemption questions. And so we may have to figure out, well, what was 6721? What was the intention here as to how you deal with exemption questions? But we still have that obligation to give an order if we see that there's public records that are owed to the requesting party. I'm just going to just note a couple things. Just that I'm trying to really kind of get into the core, which is what are the shalls here? What are those legal requirements that really we have to start with? And to me, if you're not doing the shalls, then you can't really go outside and be talking about, well, what do we add on because we think it's a good thing? An example is, well, we should have all our members look at everything. That's not a shall. And so, yes, we have a brain trust. There's no question that in a perfect world, we could all have input on every case. It's not a shall. And if we're not meeting the shalls, I just don't know if we can be entertaining sort of what I'll call the luxuries that we've sort of added on. Last thing, I don't know if I've ever seen a case where someone waived 45 days. I don't know if that's a practice. And also, I would say that in California law, at least, and this is not something that I'm just talking about from recall as I say this, usually a statute says that a right can be waived if it can be waived. And I don't think there's a waiver provision in this ordinance. So I don't know if waiver ever happens in these claims, and I don't know if it can happen legally. So I just want to state that about waiver.
Member Wolf, I think you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Just on that last point, we did do waivers. I think it was the beginning of 2022, maybe 2021, where we were dealing with this big, huge backlog. And we had asked those that were backlogged if they would be willing to waive the 45-day rule. It has been somewhat of a practice of the task force since I've been on it. And I believe it has been on some complaint intake applications in the past. I don't know if it's there currently. The other thing is the whole thing around the petitioner may request a hearing. We've discussed this several times, and correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that we had requested that question be put on the complaint form. Can anybody confirm that? No. Okay. I
I'm
believe that.
sure, I don't think it is on. I think I recalled that those discussions. I'm not sure if it ever made its way onto the form or
Okay.
that.
Okay, because that could help too, because we have had petitioners that made it very, very clear that they did not want a full hearing and they didn't request one in recent times, within the past 12 months. And so, and that to me was very interesting that it was invoked by members of the public that they did not invoke it. A couple other points is there are actually two determinations that we're charged with. I mean, two determinations that we make that we're charged with in the ordinance, but they're mutually exclusive, and we already do this. One, we determine whether the record is public, and two, whether if the law was not complied with, as we're afforded in 6730 in the administration, that last Article 4. And as far as process is concerned, I really kind of enjoy the ethics investigations unit's purpose, because they really dive in deep and then they make somewhat of a determination as a recommendation to the ethics commission. So they do all that work and then do all the summaries. They meet with both parties. They ask them a lot of questions, kind of in a more, kind of ad hoc kind of way, not in like a public meeting kind of style. So I'm wondering if there might be some way to replicate that for us. I mean, I think it was kind of suggested earlier that we might have like a small unit, but I think that must include, there must be an attorney in that meeting. And it either be the one that's appointed to the task force and or our legal counsel. I think that would be the only way to assure that a proper determination has come out. Not to say that we aren't all capable of understanding how things work, but I think just as a matter of making sure that the law is our backstop, it is there that helps. Making a determination without a hearing, unless the petitioner requests this, I think this means if we do that, it also means that the records have to be more concise that are submitted and to the point with, for example, referencing specific facts and pages. So that way we don't need to contact them or hear them, have them in a hearing. And we frequently find that people submit records, and then when they come to present, they somehow it gets to be a different story than what's presented on paper. Last, on Member LaHood's suggestion, I'm wondering if maybe we split the task force into two complaint committees that meet every month, and all other committees meet ad hoc when there are items to be agendized. And that way, at least we have 5 or 6 that are meeting. So you have more than just 3 that are listening to complaints. And then that all culminates to a full task force. And if those 2 meetings are hearing items that would be for the next month that are within 45 days, then that works too. I don't know, just kind of spitballing it. That's it. I'll stop there. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Cheryl, did you have?
I just wanted to say, with regards to waiving the 45-day rule, we did that towards the close of the pandemic. I sent emails to every single active case asking both parties, if they would be willing to waive the 45-day rule, and everybody was amenable. We said it was the pandemic and there were no problems.
Member Pope?
Okay, we've been at this more than 45 minutes. We've been meeting tonight more than 2 hours. There are people who've been sitting here for more than 2 hours. I feel like we've got 5 or 6 cases. I'd really like to apply what brain cells are left upstairs to that for, a good 3-hour chunk. If there's something we need to do tonight to vote on, I would love to do that now or very, very soon. If not, I think we've had a great discussion with lots of good ideas, and I am happy to leave it to our capable chair, our 3 capable committee chairs, and our fantastic vice chair to sort out with the staff how better to work through this, because something's got to be better than what we're doing now. And again, if we got something to vote on now, let's somebody make a motion and let's do that. Otherwise, I'd like to get to our consent calendar, which is great, and our items, which are there. And
Okay, Member Highland?
I don't think we can vote tonight.
Okay, that's fine.
We could vote on the complaint procedures. We can't vote to change the bylaws, though. So
Okay.
we could very well take a vote now to change our complaint procedures if anyone feels so inclined.
Great. But I think we also discussed that we don't need to do that to move forward as well. That's what I also heard.
Yeah.
Right. We may not even need to touch the bylaws at all.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
Right.
I'm saying. So
But also-
what I was going to say is I'd like to see, on paper what this would look like, and we've got some ideas there. Whether they're 2 5-person complaint committees with recommendations, and then what does that case look like when it hits the full task force without the 5-minute, 3-minute, just a 3-minute. I'd love to see all that and vote on that. Have some structure. If we're ready for that.
I tried to keep changes to a minimum. So if it's not a change that I made, then it's exactly as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not proposing brand new committees, 5-member committees. I'm not trying to make big, sweeping changes. I'm going to leave that for others. And I'm actually trying to do something that's limited because I don't know, even with a limited change, how much consensus I can really get here to make any changes, because everybody has a different idea about what they want to do. So I am completely open to other changes, and we talked about other options in our complaint committee, believe me. But there's a lot of things that we either didn't leave in or they just didn't seem that workable. We talked about time limits. We talked about, other ways of sending things around. I'm open to those things. However, I agree with Member Pilpel that our proposal has gotten a good amount of time here tonight. And I hate to take more people's time than is necessary. But also, thank you, Member Highland, for all your statements, and thank you everyone on this. I agree with Member Pilpel that if we don't have a motion, we don't have a motion. But I think it might be that time if somebody is contented.
I have Member Sugarman who wants to weigh in.
I just want to briefly add that any change that is made can be unmade. And we did discuss at the last meeting and put into the proposal an evaluation period for whatever it is we do decide to do to bring it back up and potentially change it again. It was more a question at the time, because I also expressed reservations that and Member Schmidt had said that, he wanted to see something happen, and I agree with that. So it's more just like, let's try something else. And that's basically it.
Okay.
Member Highland?
I'll propose a motion then. All right. Motion is to empower the complaints committee and subcommittees acting as complaints committees to make more robust recommendations to the full task force? Does it have to be a little help with that? I'm trying to.
I think we're going to need something more
Okay.
concrete that we know exactly
Okay.
what. And we could adopt Member Schmidt's as written. There are some ideas to tweak it. We could try to amend it a little bit. We could go in a slightly different direction if that's what people prefer. But I agree, we probably should.
So I think we should work in the section 21 into that. So empower subcommittees to treat section 21 cases and we want to go as far as make determinations. Is that what we're looking for? That language? I mean, I'd like to be approved by the full task force. I mean, I'm trying to get that.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is I think that Member Schmidt put forward some very specific language that he's like a red line version in here. And so if we're going to go in either we can adopt it as is with exactly the edits that he put. We can change it if we want, or we can go in an entirely different direction. But I think we want to have specific changes to the procedures if that's what we're going to vote on. Versus, not that I disagree with any of your concepts.
No, I'm just trying to.
I'm just going to bring another.
Member Schmidt, perhaps you can help me. Where is that summary statement? I guess that I'm looking.
But if you look in the file at item 5, near the end is the complaint procedures that exist. And if you look at page 3, I believe, you'll see underlined a single about the length of a long paragraph. That's to be inserted as a separate treatment of 21 cases as priority cases.
Isn't it page 10 in the PDF?
Yeah, and it's multiple paragraphs actually.
SOTF public hearing procedure on bottom of page 10, and sorry, it starts on the second to last paragraph on page 10, item or section C, SOTF public hearing procedure, and then it continues through the first paragraph of page 11.
Yeah, that's the proposal. That's
the language. Well,
delivered from the complaint committee here.
Sorry, the second paragraph of page 11.
Member Popov?
I may, to Member Highland and the rest of the group here, I may have a suggestion that does all of this without amending it right this second. What if we did a motion to just empower the complaint committee and the other committees to give priority to 67.21 complaints? To just try that without any amendment and just see if that helps. So that
I think
does that not sufficient?
I don't think that helps because
Okay,
I'll tell you
right.
the reason why.
Okay.
I think if you look at our administrator's report, the biggest backlog is not at the committees; it's actually with us.
Okay.
Even if they do that, and it might sit another 8 months before we do
Okay.
it. So
then that's
I'm not sure that gets an order.
So then that's not a
right.
great solution right now. So then we're back. Then do we
So
need?
So, I mean, I can just maybe make a motion just to adopt as stated in this document, section C, page 10, 1A. And that's.
But does that actually do it?
That does.
Is
that the? Are you, Member Highland, moving to adopt the revisions as proposed?
Yes. Let me restate. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the provisions as proposed in. What's the name of the document? The memorandum to the complaint committee dated February 2024 by Chair Schmidt, page 10, section C. I'm happy to read it into the record.
No, I don't think you need to. It's already on the record.
Right. I would second that motion.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Okay, so there's a motion to approve the recommendation made by Member Highland, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Member Wolf, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would. I cannot support this in the way that it's currently written. I mean, I appreciate the spirit of it, but I agree with our legal counsel that we can't transfer our full authority to a subcommittee. I don't know of any commission that does that. I mean, you could take the MTA and the color curb officer. It's a kind of a hearing. It's a meeting of one, just the officer, but it's a public hearing. And there's a whole process to it. So I'm not convinced that we can actually do that. The second thing is in the language of this, it states that that the committee will determine appropriate processes to review each petition. And I'm concerned about that because each committee can then determine whatever process it wants ad hoc. So then which, does the public have any expectation or familiarity that the process is uniform? And so that is a concern to me because the public won't get a choice of which committee it would have its item heard before. And if each committee is doing it differently, then that's not fair to the public. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any other discussion, Member Popel?
I'm kind of with Member Wolf on this with the delegation. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to divide the question. I'm kind of okay. There are 3 paragraphs here. I'm kind of okay with the first paragraph. I'm kind of not okay with some of the stuff in the big paragraph, the second paragraph, and I'm okay with the first sentence of the third paragraph. If we just did the first paragraph and the first sentence of the third paragraph, does that help or not really help? Because what I heard, I've heard a bunch of things. What I heard is if we defer to or delegate to committees, we may have a legal problem with that, but that might resolve cases faster. I heard that a part of the backlog is getting things to the full task force, and empowering committees, whatever that means, doesn't necessarily get things to the full task force faster. So I'm hearing different things, and maybe, putting priority or fast track on things doesn't necessarily help if there are other things floating in the stream. So it just pushes some people higher up and others farther back if we're not processing things faster in general. So help me a little bit with what we could do here.
Member Highland here. Member Pilpel, is it the fact that the committee can issue determination? Is that what you're getting hung up on?
I'm partially hung up with that, and I think Member Wolf is as well.
Okay. I am too. I can't vote for that either.
Let me just say though, when we send something on the consent calendar, isn't that what we've done? Have we not?
No, then we're affirming, the full task force is affirming a recommendation from a committee, and we're kind of good with that.
I could vote for it if it goes on the next consent calendar. I just, under the DCAs, I can't see that we try to solve one area where we're not following the law by creating a new area where we're not following the law.
Right.
I think we need to follow the law across the board. I'm very uncomfortable.
So maybe that language should just say issue a recommendation.
To be included on the next consent calendar, then I would vote for it.
Yeah.
But absent that, I can't.
Yeah, what he said.
If that is what gets us to enough votes, if instead of the committee making the determination in order, it be put on the calendar for the next task force meeting within the 45 days on the consent calendar. I will say that that's something that did get discussed in committee, and it's a very reasonable option. And if my other committee members were amenable to making that single change, I think we may be able to get get a lot of people to vote for that.
45 days for an OD
but I don't want
much
to
better than
make
what we're
other
doing.
changes here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So how about if we just remove the wording there? So just take out issuing the determination or issue an order, right? It's just a recommendation to the full task force.
It's not a recommendation. It's place on the full task force consent calendar
As a
with a proposed determination and order. How about that?
Okay. So we're just adding the consent calendar qualifier to it.
Yeah. Instead of it coming out of the committee,
Okay.
it gets a proposed determination or an order will be put onto the consent calendar at a task force meeting.
Okay. So how about I was going to go ahead and amend my motion, but I think Member Wolf wanted to say something.
Did you want to say something, Member Wolf?
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting proposal. I would say that if that's the case, then what's presented on the consent calendar has to be a full brief of what transpired to bring it to that determination. Otherwise, the task force doesn't have any idea how you came to that conclusion.
I'll jump in and I'll let you go. I mean, respectfully, I think this is trying to do everything. And this is where, if that change is made, I will actually vote for this motion because the audio's up there. And in fact, I listened to the audio of this, of you guys meeting about this item before I came to this. So if any of us truly is that concerned about it, we can go listen to the audio.
But you're asking us to do double the work then. And we're already doing it. That's not right.
Member Highland, is there a second on this or a motion
I'm
edit?
with the evolving thing here to Member Schmidt or DCAD. Can somebody fix the language here to do that? And do we need to do that right this second? Or can we maybe take public comment or pass and retain and come back to this in a bit so we can fix this tonight if we need to vote on it tonight? Because I think that there are a couple of sentences here that need some touch up. Do what you were talking
How about we do this? I think that's a good point. I think if we're going to vote on this, we should have exact language. Why don't we take, because we've been at this for a while, maybe a 10-minute recess. I'll let Member Highland look this over so we can come back and so you're not put on the spot. And then you can make a motion, a revised motion, specifically with the wording you're changing. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
So we know exactly what we're voting on. Getting to, remember Hood always says about the meeting.
Otherwise, you're going to hear from me.
Yeah. Let's know exactly what we're voting on. So I think that's important.
And we're just working on section C of the complaint procedures. We're not doing anything else tonight.
Yes.
And I'm going to look at it and just that one thing, I'm going to try to make changes. I'm not going to go through. I think we have to keep it simple.
So we're going to do take a 10-minute recess. I'll let you guys work on it. We'll come back, make the exact proposal into the record. We'll take public comment and then we'll vote and we'll move on. And then we'll go right to the complaints after that. So that's where we're at. So we'll be back at 6:50.
Can we turn off the microphones?
Let's turn off the microphones. Yes.
I know, Bubba. I'm working this meeting. I know. I know you want to go out. I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. Hold it, okay? Just hold it for me.
Pat, your microphone.
Pat, we can hear you talking to your dog.
Oh, dear. Oh, my God.
But I hear you. I've been doing that with my dog. Too.
I think we're ready to get back in our session.
Pat, just to let you know, we're turning the mics back on.
Thank you.
Okay, is the meeting recording restarted? Okay,
Are we
and
good to go?
all members are here. Just to verify, Member Hill, Member Wolf, are you with us still?
Yes. Wolf.
Member Hill? Member Hill?
It's probably on mute.
I don't see him listed.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see him listed either.
We will note Member Hill absent at 6:53 p.m. when we reconvene. When we hear from him, we can note him as present again. So we left off in the middle of a motion that had been made and seconded. I think we might want to redo it, was my understanding. So Member Highland, let me ask, did you want to rescind that motion? We'll start at the beginning.
Right. So
There hadn't been yet a second.
no.
No, Vice Chair Stein had seconded it.
She had.
Yeah, so it was a live motion. I want to make sure.
So let me rescind the motion, and perhaps if the seconder is okay with that, and then
Okay.
I'd like to hear Member Schmidt maybe edit that second paragraph, and then I'll make a motion based on that edited version.
I have, well, Member Pilpel is actually trying to do the word for word right now. In essence, it's my edit would be in substance to take out anywhere where I said committee actually makes determination in order and substitute in committee comes to proposed determination and sends proposed determination order to the consent calendar. That would be the change that I think satisfies members that are concerned about certain matters.
Okay, so looking at paragraph 2, for instance, line 3, the committee will propose a determination of the violation and where it is found, and to the full task force consent calendar.
Member Pilpel, did you have the wording to read in?
Yeah. If you can bear with me, because I've got a lot of stuff here.
Okay. And Cheryl, it's real fast. Cheryl, I think you're going to read a lot. I'm not sure right now. You have to transcribe what Member Pilpel's doing. We'll get it to you. So you could say the motion could be something like approve with the edits suggested, and then Member Pilpel will get you.
Let me see if I get it out correctly, and we'll talk about it. Okay. So there's no change to the first paragraph. 1A, priority handling. So far, people are good with that. Second graph, the committee shall review all section 67.21B complaints. I don't know if we, or assign for hearing before the full task force. Let me think about this for a second. Because this was with the idea that committees would hear complaints rather than the full task force. So can we strike the thing about a hearing before the full?
Well, the way this was written, you're either going to have the decision, so it's done.
Right.
Or it needs to get on the hearing calendar before the full task force. That's why that provision is in. And so the intent is that this thing stay on track for the 45-day limit.
Okay, so maybe it gets moved aside. So all section 67.21B complaints shall be reviewed at a committee or assigned for hearing before the full task force prior to the applicable 45-day limit. Does that do the trick on that sentence?
Well, what I'm also, the or makes it possible that it then goes back into sort of space that the committee, the committee could do something and then it gets back into space.
So I think that first sentence is good, actually, Dave, if you read it. He's saying the committee shall decide or assign for hearing for the task force. That's the either or.
Shall review for determination all 67 claims or assign for hearing.
The problem was the word decide. So if we change that to review, then maybe we just leave the rest of it as is.
Review.
So the committee shall review all section 67.21B complaints or assign for hearing such complaints before the full task. Or assign them. Ooh, I like that. For hearing before the full task force on a hearing date prior to the applicable 45-day limit, period.
That should work.
Okay. The committee will review, not determine.
No, just determining processes to review. That's just about figuring out how we're going to do this.
Will review. So we're dropping the determined processes.
Oh, okay.
So we'll review each petition and shall, one, recommend if the task force has jurisdiction and the records are public, and if the complaint is new or duplicates a previous complaint by the same complainant. Two, review the merits of the complaint, and or three, issue a recommendation. Issue a proposed determination. That's where it goes. Issue a proposed determination to the task force, period. In cases of any, what do we want to call this? Recommend.
We'll make
cases of any violation.
Yeah,
How about forget findings? In cases of any violations of section 67.21B, the committee will make a proposed determination. There you go. Of the violation, and where it, i.e. the committee recommends a violation.
It found, it doesn't recommend it.
Okay, you're right. And issue a draft or proposed order, period.
Yeah.
Okay. And issue a draft or proposed order.
And send to the next consent calendar, the next task force meeting on the consent calendar.
Okay, well, that's in the next sentence. Okay, so the next sentence gets dropped, the is authorized. So the following sentence would be any section 67.21B complaint shall be scheduled for consideration at the next available task force meeting on the consent calendar.
Right. Actually, the intent of this sentence was that if the committee for some reason fails to make a determination, then it doesn't fall into space. This thing has to go on to a task force meeting before 45 days. That's the reason that sentence is in there, because I'm just trying to prevent some process whereby the 45-day rule is again sort of gotten around. So that's the reason I going up to where you said we changed to we'll make a proposed determination of the violation. And then I think that's where we should say and send the proposed determination and order to the next consent calendar.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find a place for that.
And then like the sentence you said you want to strike, that's fine. And yet after that, I think it may actually still work.
Let's read that sentence after 3. So in cases of violations, the committee will propose a determination to go on the next full task force consent calendar.
A determination and proposed order.
I think the words I had from when you were reading it out was in cases of any violations of section 67.21B, the committee will make a proposed determination of the violation and issue a draft or proposed order and send to the next consent
I
calendar
like that.
of the full SOTF.
Yeah, that way the language is there to vote on.
Right. Order. Okay.
Is the DCA having a problem with the draft? No?
Okay.
Okay.
You're right. Okay, so the committee will make a proposed determination on the violation.
As well as a draft.
Hold on. And issue a draft or proposed order for consideration at the next task force meeting on the consent calendar. Is that what?
And send to the next consent calendar.
Sent to the next
full
consent calendar
SOTF.
period.
Something to add?
Will the
Member Wolf, did you have something? Go ahead.
We're still. Are we done?
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
We're almost done with this. I like the way Member Stein said it, though. I think hers was cleaner.
Of course it is.
She's a writer.
I was just writing down what you guys were saying.
We're working here. This is good. Okay,
then-
so
and
then
then
maybe the following sentence, any section 67.1. Okay, so maybe then that verbiage is superfluous. And then maybe we just go into a new sentence. The committee will request the parties to provide any further supplemental information to inform the full task force's determination and clarify any significant legal issues, period.
Fine.
The next paragraph, this priority process will not alter the process for deciding other kinds of petitions/complaints as set forth below in 1B, period. Eliminate the rest of the verbiage in that paragraph. And then at 1B, in the parenthetical, other than priority, insert the word section before 67.21, and the rest of it is fine. Does that sort of do it?
How does that sound to the members of the committee? Is that agreeable? Yes, that's fine.
Sorry, this is Member LaHood. I take issue with this process. I think we were making extensive changes. I'm not convinced that we're going to be signing off on what we think we're signing off on.
Right. I think before we vote, somebody needs to read it as is into the record, and then before we make an edge, any vote.
I feel like it's different every time I hear it.
No. I mean, I think you have yet to hear the rereading. It needs to be part of the motion. Needs to be the rereading of it.
How about the rewriting and then the rereading?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys continue when you're ready for a motion. It needs to be verbatim what's replacing. So we
could we maybe do something else, and I'll try to do this while listening to the.
Could we review the motion Chris wants to know?
Motion hasn't happened yet.
There's no happen.
Hasn't been one yet?
Did you?
It was recent.
Do we want to come back to this later in the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Member LaHood. I'd like to make a motion that we start hearing cases and deal with this at the end of the meeting.
So we will, so there's a motion by Member Hood, seconded by Member Wolf to revisit this after item number.
I think you can just decide that as chair.
Yeah, after item number 13. Okay. Any public comment on that motion?
Who's the second?
Member Wolf. On that motion, just to move this and to continue on with complaints.
The motion was to continue discussion of this item until after.
So just to be clear, for the record, you just wasted how much time on this.
No.
This is a great example of how you function. And just to Mr. Schmidt, or Chair Schmidt, I don't know what your name is or what your position is. Some of my cases been at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for over 4 years. So you think 45 days? Should look at 4 years. So this is a demonstration to the public of your disorganization and how you treat us. And it is public record. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is specific to San Francisco and California so that we can, as people, obtain it. And what I got permission and the survey I just.
Is this public comment? Is this public comment?
Why
Okay.
are you
All right.
interrupting me?
Okay, I just want to make sure that Cheryl started the timer. Thank you, Cheryl. Carry on. We can add your time back in.
You don't get to interrupt me just because you haven't done your job again. You always seem to interrupt me, Chair Hyland. Because you're rude and disrespectful. And
Point of order. This is about this
it's
item.
about your disorganization.
It's about this item.
You always disrespect me constantly. It needs to be on public record. That's how you treat the public. And that's why we don't get answers. So that is what I'm thinking is all I'm saying. My comment is.
It needs to be on the
it's a
motion.
demonstration of your disorganization and how you treat the public and how you make the public wait. Thank you.
This is Victor Young. I just like to note that all public comment must be directed to the full task force as a whole and not to individual members.
Okay, do we have any other public comment, either in person or remotely, on the motion?
We have 3 callers in the queue.
Okay.
Make that 4. Would you like to start?
Again, this is only on the motion to continue this item. Anything else, we will cut you off. It needs to be specifically on the motion to continue this item later in the meeting. Go ahead.
This is public comment on item number 5, file number 23097, hearing on the proposed revisions to the complaint procedures and bylaws.
It is not on that. It is specifically, Member LaHood made a point of order motion to move on with the agenda. We're not taking public comment at this point on this item. We're going to come back to this item later. This is just to move on with the agenda.
I apologize.
To be very clear with any public commenters, we're not taking public comment on revisions right now. We're taking public comment on the motion to move along with the meeting. Okay, that being said, if there's any public commenters on that motion to move the meeting along, now we can hear them.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Is that caller?
Hello, I can't hear you.
That caller me?
Yes, are you ready to begin, Mr. Warfield? It's just to continue this item until after item 13.
Yes, I understand.
We can hear you.
Hey, all right, let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me know when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I've been on the line for 3 hours or more, and one of the key things that I've always been concerned with and have spoken about at variety of meetings over many years are the procedures. And now you want to have folks who can't, or for one or another reason, it was on this item, and now you're going to have this all over again way at the end of the meeting. I think that's very wrong. If you can't take care of this today, and I don't see the urgency in terms of 4 years, you've had people waiting years instead of 45 days. I think it would be fair to the public to take this up after you've decided what it is that somebody wants as whatever it is, that this discussion be then postponed to another meeting. I'd also like to ask a question. Has this appeared before the full task force before today's meeting? And has there been a note that how is anybody supposed to know that this was coming up? Has this come up before? Is this the first time? It is the first time I've seen it. It's an actual question. Does anybody have a quick answer?
Yes, it's come up before.
Okay.
This is Member Sugarman.
We're going to have important changes that are supposed to make serious improvements. And I haven't commented, certainly, and I don't know what the changes are that are being contemplated, except in the most general way. You know, you're embarking on serious determinations at subcommittees without giving people the full right. Those are important, and whether or not you do that, that's significant. So I agree with the member who said, let's do it now, or let's put it off. The member didn't say this, but let's figure out what exactly you want and then put it forward at your next meeting. That's what I think would be fair to the public, because you're constantly changing the procedures, constantly changing. You're also ignoring the shalls that are in Section 6730, and that's a consideration that needs to be considered in this portion as well, because it's not just handling complaints. You also have a duty to make recommendations, to understand what's going on. We're having an epidemic of violations. Justice delayed isn't just justice denied.
Mr. Warfield, your time's expired.
It's finished. It's dead.
Mr. Warfield, your time is expired.
Please vote no on delay.
Mr. Warfield, please respect our time limits. Can we move on to the next caller?
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Hi. Good evening, Chair Yankee, members of the task force. My name is David Steinberg, and I'm custodian of records of San Francisco Public Works. I agree with Peter Warfield to the degree that I think it would be better to push this discussion to the next meeting rather than picking it up at the end of this meeting when it is less likely that folks will be able to weigh in. And to that end, I wanted to, I think this is still germane. A number of city custodians met yesterday to discuss Member Schmidt's proposal. And so I was prepared to share some feedback, but I think it is relevant to say that most of those custodians were in favor of speeding up the resolution process, and especially of reducing the number of hearings that individuals must attend. But I think it would be better served to postpone a decision until the next meeting when more individuals would have an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg.
Move on to the next caller.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
This is Caroline Celaya. I'm calling from the SFMTA, and I'm basically echoing what David Steinberg said, in that I've been listening to this since 4 o'clock, and it's really unfortunate that now it's been pushed to the end of the meeting when I've got to let my dog out too, and I'm going to be here for another item, but oh my God. This is sadly just another example of how long it takes this task force to get anything done. So I'm totally in favor of speeding up your processes in any kind of way possible, and maybe moving it to the next meeting so that more people can weigh in. I think you probably lost some folks. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can we move on to the next caller?
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay. Go ahead and close. I'm sorry. Is there someone else there?
One moment, please. We do not.
Okay. We're going to close public comment then. Member LaHood.
I didn't know we had so many people who were on for this specific item. I was trying to read the room and I saw that. And for those who are not here, there are many people in the room waiting for items to be heard. You know, I will throw it back to the task force. I guess people can vote one way or the other as they see fit. I was trying to move things along because it felt like it was going to take us even longer to finish coming up with appropriate language for this, but that's okay. What I was trying to do.
Member Schmidt.
Chair Yankee, if we can have, if we can have Member Pilpel try to memorialize what was discussed among the members here today. And so we don't have to go back to square one for the next meeting. I could see either doing this at the end of today or at the next meeting. Although Member Pilpel may already be done memorializing the changes. I don't think he is, because it is complicated. I understand members of the public. I agree with Member LaHood that, oh, wow, we do have people who are tuning in here. And so that's important, absolutely important. We want to get it done. I mean, I'll vote with the majority on scheduling, et cetera, but I just wanted to mention that.
Comment.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the members of the public. They need to have their full opportunity to speak on the substance of this. And I think now, having in the middle of this, having to rewrite it with some substantive changes is not necessarily fair to them, because they came prepared to speak on the original motion. And so I'm concerned about that. I just think that it's worthwhile to give them the opportunity to have their day, so that way other folks and the rest of the meeting can move on. I think I was a little quick to second this, because we have so many items, and then to make people wait to the end of the meeting, I think is not good.
Are you rescinding your second?
I think I would.
Okay.
I think I would.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead.
I'll rescind the motion. I leave it to the call of the chair.
Okay, so we're still here. Does anyone want to make another motion on how they want to? Member Anderson?
My motion would be to, considering the substantive changes that will be made to the proposal, that we move this item to our next meeting next month.
Okay, so moved by Member Anderson to continue this to the next meeting. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Okay, is there any public comment? Unless there's discussion among members. Did anyone?
I was just going to offer to read what I have now, if that's helpful, and vote to continue it so people can read it in writing, but so that they can at least hear the current version, if that's helpful. If that's not helpful,
You know what? I think it will be written
Okay.
and posted, and people can review it that way.
Okay. But I want to assure people that what I was doing was just trying to synthesize the previous discussion, et cetera. So you'll see it in writing, and we look forward to your comment.
Any other comments from members before I get public comment on the motion to continue the next meeting? Seeing none, okay, we'll go to public comment on the motion to continue this matter to the April meeting.
If there's anybody in the room who'd like to make public comment, please approach the podium. We currently have one caller in the queue.
And I don't see one at the podium, so you can go ahead and move to the remote callers.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. If that's me, then let me know when to start, please. And if you could give me a 30-second warning, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Well, I certainly agree with the members of the public, including Mr. Steinberg, who agreed with what I said about the meeting, and I appreciate the task force members for having changed their course. I certainly agree with putting this off. If the member wants to read it, I would say, great, let's hear what it sounds like before we actually see it, but let's put this off for a more considered opportunity for the public and anybody else to think about and to talk about and to comment on what is to be offered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Checking for other callers.
Good.
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Just a
Cheryl,
second.
please take the roll.
Just a second. So organized here. And you said it. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Vice Chair Stein? Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Kumar? Hello?
You have to vote yes or no.
No.
No? Okay. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Member Hill will be absent for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's fine. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 in favor, 1 no.
No. Member Hill's absent,
Member Hill absent.
so please reread it correctly.
Okay. Member Anderson?
No. Just reread the vote, just so it's in the record. I want the audio to reflect the vote total, and so just say specifically what it is.
9 in favor, 1 absence, 1 no.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. We are moving on with the agenda at this point. So we are on item number 7.
Item number 7, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file numbers 21125, 22129, and 24003 to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or the California Public Records Act, and if applicable, to issue an order determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend the March 6, 2024 Sunshine Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period for this item related to the above listed determinations. So we have file number 21125, complaint filed by Liza Morosky against the Department of Public Health for violating the Administrative Code 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and complete manner. On November 28, 2023, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation for no violation. The committee requested that the Department of Public Health treat this case as an administrative 12L5B matter and conduct a review.
Should be Administrative Code Section 12L.
Okay.
Yes.
File number 22129, complaint filed by HV Safe against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On January 23, 2024, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation for no violation. The committee requested the police department communicate in writing with the petitioner to memorialize the procedures. File number 24003. Complaint filed by Anonymous against the Fine Arts Museum for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.5B by failing to make meetings of this policy body open and public and governed by the provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act 6716 by failing to provide meeting minutes within 10 working days after the meeting. On February 20th, 2024, the complaint committee, pursuant to the petitioner's statement of no contest to the complaint, referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.5B by failing to make meetings open and public, and 6716 by failing to provide meeting minutes within 10 working days after the meeting.
Point of order.
Yes.
Shouldn't it say respondent statement of no contest?
I'm sorry?
Shouldn't it say respondent statement of no contest rather than petitioners?
I'm sorry, we're exactly looking at?
So on February 20th, 2024, the complaint committee pursuant to the respondent's statement of no contest.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Cheryl would be the respondent statement.
That's important.
Yeah. The petitioner can't, 24003, the petitioner can't have a statement of no contest. They're the
So the part you have in brackets on February 20th, et cetera, second sentence, the first word should be respondents, comma, S, statement of no contest. Not petitioners. Other way around.
Great catch, Member Highland. Thank you. This was a set of meeting minutes that hadn't been reviewed by the committee yet. So,
Mr. Chair, also,
yes,
on file number 22129, is it HV safe or SF safe?
HV safe.
HV safe was the complainant. SF safe was the nonprofit entity that was doing the work, but the petitioner or complainant was HV safe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Before we get to a motion on this, I'm going to let each chair of the committee where this came out of give a quick summary if they feel so inclined. So the first two came out of EOT, so I'm going to turn over to the chair of that, Member Highland.
Sure. So the summary there is quite good. Basically, this was a 12L issue, and we went a little bit further, and we encouraged DPH to look at their process to see, what they can do on 12L5B to help out the petitioner. 22129, all parties were in agreement that this would not happen in the future, and that the police department would not be using the third party to conduct its meetings, and everyone basically is happy with the resolution of this case.
Thank you. And Member Schmidt, did you want to give a quick summary for 24003 that came out of?
Yeah, I don't really have much to add, if anything. I sort of, I think that I'm not sure if we've talked about the cases before when we're on a consent calendar. That seems like another added in thing that may not be necessary. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to add.
I just want to give you the opportunity. Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda and adopt the recommendations from the committees?
So moved by Member Highland.
Moved by Member Highland. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Member Anderson. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this motion.
We do have one caller in the queue. If there's anyone in the room who would like to approach the podium to make public comment, please do so. Are you ready for the caller?
Yes.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Hello, caller.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes. Would you like to make public comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. What are you on? The consent calendar?
Yes.
No, sorry. Didn't mean to comment. Thank you. Thank you for the...
Okay.
You're welcome. We have one additional caller.
Okay.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Okay. Yes. My name is Richard Johnson. I'm in reference to the consent for the HV Save. I have to say, after of all that's come out with SF Save, that it kind of makes me feel that there may have been some violations done because of what's come out in their case, publicly in their case. I'm kind of questioning, were they factual and truthful, Kyra, with the police about not having a recording of our meeting?
Are you finished, caller?
I am finished.
Thank you.
Point of order through the chair. Pat, it might be helpful if you say caller ending in 778, you've been unmuted. Just something to help them, let them know that they're being addressed and that they're up. Might help.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland. Is there anyone else?
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay. Let's go ahead and close public comment. I don't see other hands, so I think we can move to a roll call vote on that motion. Cheryl, when you're ready. She's not here. She left.
Okay.
Just wait here, Mr. Johnson.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 in favor, 9 in favor, 1 absence. No, 10 in favor, 1 absence.
10 in favor, 1 absent. Correct. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to item number 8.
And before she reads this out, I just want to mention to our admins, these indexes are fantastic. They look great. Everything's listed. It's all typed. It's easy on the eye. More of the same would be wonderful. Thank you.
Were they all in the order you wanted, Chris?
I love it.
Thank you. We're ready for item 8? Item number 8, file number 22126, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Shaman Walton, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to provide required calendars of certain officials in a timely and or complete manner. On November 15, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing.
Okay. Do we have both the petitioner and respondent on the line? Because I don't think they're here in person.
Call in user 415999. Are you here for this item? Caller 415999, you're being moved to the panelist or to the attendees position. If you're a caller and you're a party to this item, please raise your hand and I will move you to the panelist category. One moment, please. It does not appear that either party is here, Chair Yankee.
Okay. So we have no one's been moved as panelist.
That's correct.
Huh. Okay.
That's weird.
Members, how did you want to handle this one? You want to? Got nobody.
One more check, please. Caller 415999. Are you here for this item? Are you here for item 8?
Maybe we could indicate, was it *3 to raise your hand in case they don't know? Yeah, *3.
If you're in the online community and you want to make public comment, please use your phone to press *3 to raise your hand. Or if you're using the app, please raise your hand and let us know that you are here and ready to speak. I'll give you a moment. We have one caller in the queue. One moment, please. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Are you here for item 8?
I am not, but I was indicating in the chat I wanted to comment on 24003, and I just received no response and wasn't aware that I had to raise my hand.
We saw your statement in the chat. Yes, Your hand had to be raised.
Just let you know for the record, we do not use the chat during these meetings in order to be fair. Chair Yankee, would you like to reopen public comment for the consent items to allow this person to make public comment?
Sure, that's fine. We can go ahead and take the public comment on that item.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Ma'am, just a moment. I have to get the clock ready. Are you ready to begin now?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, first, I just wanted to thank the task force for taking this complaint. It sounds rather benign from the description on the agenda, but just to be clear for the record, this was a complaint regarding what appeared to be a secret illegal meeting that was held by the Executive Committee of the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco on June 22nd, 2016. They passed a resolution postponing the election or re-election of officers, directors, the president, etc. That meeting was never noticed or agendized in any way, and the resolution was passed, which a copy of which was provided to you. I don't see the order of determination or what is the result from the agenda on this item, so I'm not clear what the ruling has been. But I would just hope and urge that you have done whatever is within your authority to address this issue, find a violation, and whatever you have within your power to address it going forward. It's not the kind of thing that can be cured, but it is just, so you know, the tip of the iceberg with the Fine Arts Museum. The problems there are almost impossible to describe, and this is just one of several complaints which you will be seeing or have seen already regarding secret illegal meetings that are being held that are unnoticed by this body. And in large part, this is caused by the self-appointing nature of the Fine Arts Museum and the duality of membership it shares with the nonprofit that operates the museum. I apologize for not realizing that I needed to raise my hand to speak, and I appreciate you giving me the time to comment today. I had hoped to make a formal comment, but I did not have time. So thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate your efforts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for providing those comments. And if you have the agenda, there was a recommendation from the complaint committee to find a violation. The full task force took action to adopt that finding as its full finding.
Okay, thank you.
Ask the caller to identify herself if she's willing to, because I don't recognize the voice. I just wanted to associate.
They don't have to.
They don't have to.
They don't have to.
They don't have to. If she wants to, she can. If not, not.
No, that's okay. Everyone kind of knows anyways, but no, thank you. I don't want to.
Okay, thanks.
Let's not encourage that, please.
For the minutes.
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, let's do one more call for item number 8 for those parties. That gave them maybe a few more minutes to log in or push their star 3.
Do you want me to read the description again?
No, that's fine. This is for file 22126.
To raise your hand, press star 3 or raise your hand in the app. I see no other callers in the queue.
Okay, so members?
Is the appropriate motion to close the file with the understanding that the petitioner can
Yes,
request
B.
reopen?
Yes, I would say I would.
7B?
Yeah, B.
Okay.
Actually, I'll make the motion on this one. I will move to close the file due to lack of attendance pursuant to complaint procedure 7B. And the administrator knows to contact them and allow them to reopen. That's all in 7B.
Second.
Okay, second by Member Wolf. Any discussion on that? Seeing no hands, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
If there are any members in the room who would like to make public comment, please approach the podium. If you're a member of the online community and you would like to speak, please use your phone to press star 3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. We have no callers in the online queue.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to our roll call vote on that.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar.
I heard something else.
Aye. Aye, okay. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, 11 in favor.
Sorry?
11 in favor. Oh, 10 in favor. Member Hill absent.
Because we've had vote totals, Cheryl, that have been incorrect, I want to make real sure that we read the proper vote tally into the record after every vote. So 10 ayes, 1 absent. Okay. Number 9, we already had withdrawn. That was filed 23010. So we are on item number 10, 23018. So you can read that in.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, item number 10, file number 23018, complaint filed by Rollo Ampu against the fire department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and complete manner. On April 25, 2023, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved. There is jurisdiction, the records are public, and to forward to the task force with the recommendation to find a violation of 6721C as in cat, for failing to assist the requester in directing them to the proper person.
Okay, let's first make sure that everyone is here. I see, obviously, it looks like people from the fire department are here. Thank you for joining us this evening. Do we have the petitioner online? Because I don't believe he or she is in the room.
Petitioner, are you online? If so, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. Rello Ampu, are you in the room? I saw a hand raised and leave. I'll give you a moment. No callers in the queue.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close the complaint for lack of attendance by the petitioner pursuant to complaint procedure 7B.
Same as the previous.
Same as the previous motion.
Second.
Seconded by Member Wolf on that motion too. Members, are there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, let's go to.
I just want to ask, since the fire department is here, could you just tell us who you are?
Ken Coughlin, your fire marshal.
Very good. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, let's go move to public comment on that motion.
If there are any members of the public in the room who would like to comment, please approach the podium. If you are a member of the online community, raise your hand using *3 or press or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. There are no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'm sorry to both of you that you had to wait this long only to have this dismissed. Just for the record, we do ask every person who's scheduled to attend to confirm their attendance. It's unfortunate that
we confirmed our.
I know no, as I'm saying, we appreciate you did. I'm sorry that the other individual.
I just don't understand because I guess during the committee, this person also didn't show up with the other hearing, and it's still after 10 months later, it shows up on this calendar after being heard 10 and a half months ago in committee. And I don't understand the process. Maybe
that doesn't sound right.
That doesn't
well,
sound
you
right.
can look at the dates in here.
Right
when you had your last hearing on this.
I mean, ordinarily
was in April of last year.
Right. Ordinarily, the committee closes the file if there's a lack of attendance by the petitioner because we assume that they're not interested in pursuing.
And that's what I would assume. That's why
right.
I never heard of
right.
it again until this note shows up.
I'm not sure.
Cheryl, can we confirm that there was someone present on April 25th, 2023?
And there was someone present when?
Yeah, that the petitioner was actually there. I mean, we don't have to do it now, but I mean, this sounds like it may, if that person wasn't present, then that case should have closed there, and that shouldn't have come this far, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the meeting minutes real fast now. It's April 25th.
That's 10 months.
Okay, let's see. 23018. No, the complaint was there. There was a full hearing.
I wasn't the one who came here, so that's why I was present.
Yeah. No, there was a full hearing. They presented. Fire Marshal Lieutenant Chad Law presented on behalf of the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it was. So.
And Cheryl, did you get any response from Mr. Ampu? about attending?
Hello, Ampu?
Yeah.
No, a notice for the hearing was sent, and last week when we did our packets, she was sent the packet.
He was in the packet, but
Respond? I didn't see any response.
I mean, you're not required to, unless you know, if they don't respond, we continue along the way because people don't always check their emails. Unless they specifically say to remove from the agenda. That might be something we want to.
I just,
Well,
I just
when, when I send out actions, I can, it'll show closed, and I'll just say, we heard your action last night due to your non-appearance.
I just feel very badly doing
You were
this.
notified.
For hours, we've been having people sit here. We might need to, I don't want to get too far off topic, but maybe next meeting I might agendize and we maybe talk about this at the end. We talked about.
we've talked about this before too.
You actually have to require a affirmative attendance before, otherwise it just gets skanked.
Yeah.
So suggest a timeline for responses, and somebody doesn't respond within 24 hours, something on those lines. Like we need to give a timeline, but yeah, if we don't have a response within 24 hours, we should.
Because we send the invites out a week before we put it on the agenda, right?
More than
like
Okay.
2
It
weeks.
goes out like 2 weeks before.
Okay. There's plenty of time. There could be like a 72-hour response time or something.
Which would still give us time to.
We usually say, within 5 business days to let us know if you're going to make.
Member Wolf, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just was wondering if we could ask for the rest of the agenda if those parties are present, so we don't waste anybody else's time.
Great idea. So, you know what? Let's just take the vote on this to close this out. Thank you very much for your input. Again, we apologize for the time you spent with us this evening.
We're going to work on it.
We're going to work on it.
Let me make it up to you. I'm Darius Lettrup, Deputy Chief Operations, and I want to thank you all for identifying a gap we had in policy. We've rectified it, and thank you. We're moving along.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we all came out winners in this. Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that motion to close.
Thank you very much. Okay.
All right. Cheryl, can you call the roll?
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 10 in favor, 1 absence.
No, I was first.
Did I miss someone? Yeah, you moved.
Yeah, I moved it. She voted, right? Yeah, I voted.
We're all set?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
That passes to 10 aye, 1 absent. I don't know who made the suggestion, but it's a great suggestion. Let's see if everyone else is here before we keep calling these. So do we have?
Yes,
So, okay, we'll actually call the names. So do we have?
so from the MTA, Caroline Salai is already here.
Yeah, you can see her online.
She made a public comment.
I know, but it doesn't mean she still is.
Yeah, she can still see her.
Okay.
We can still see
Is there Paul Neha?
Yes, he's online.
He's online. Okay.
Pardon me, Ms. Leger, item 9?
No, we're doing a quick attendance check. We're not there.
Okay.
Andrew J. White. Do we have him in person? Okay. Do we have someone from the police department? Department of Police Accountability.
Ms. Maunder.
Yeah, EPA. Anyone from?
Mr. White was here earlier.
Yep, he's here. He's here. Yep.
Police Accountability, their representative is Sarah Maunder.
Okay, is she online?
She is in the online community.
Okay, so it looks like we actually have people here for the remainder of the case. Perfect. That was good. Okay, so I think we can actually move to item number 11 now. And it sounds like we've already figured out that everyone's here for it, so that's good.
Okay, hang on a second. We ready?
We're ready?
Item 11. File number 23020, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
The rest of it.
Item Still item number 11, file number 23036, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for records in a timely and or complete manner. On May 23, 2023, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee requested that file numbers 23020 and 23036 be combined and to find that the task force's jurisdiction, the records are public. Refer the matter to the task force with a recommendation for a violation of 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a complete and or timely manner, and 6726 for failing to keep withholding to a minimum.
Okay. So these files were combined, so we'll be hearing them together, and we could take a motion on them together once we get to that point. I'll turn it over to Member Highland, who chaired the EOT committee, which heard these files, if he wants to give us a quick summary on it before we begin.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Don't we have to approve them for being combined first?
I'm at under which section?
I thought under our complaint procedure that that the task force makes the determination of whether they should be combined or not.
Chair.
Is there a which?
Hold on.
What are you referring to, Member Wolf?
Would be let's see, C10.
Combining. Says the complaint committee or other committees authorized to process complaints shall review and determine whether or not to combine the complaints for a single hearing prior to scheduling before the task force. However, at the task force hearing, members may request that certain items complaints be severed and heard separately. If a complaint is severed at the time of hearing, the parties with approval of the task force may request continuance of the severed item. So it sounds like EOT did what followed the complaint procedures and did combine them. Are you requesting seven severed? Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we continue. Member Hahn, back to you.
Okay. I don't have anything to add other than what's in the summary right there.
Okay. So we will start with the presentations. Each side will initially have 5 minutes to present. We'll start with the petitioner, Mr. Neha. So Cheryl and Pat, if you could let him know when he can begin.
Mr. Neha, you have control. I am unmuting you. Oh, there you go.
And as a reminder, Mr. Neha, you'll want to speak to both complaints, 23020 and 23036, since they have been combined.
Okay, sounds good. Please let me know when I can start.
3 minutes.
Please let me know when I can start.
Yeah, just a moment. I was just fixing the timer. You have 5 minutes to speak, sir. You can begin now.
Okay, thank you very much. So for file 23020, there was an email in which Hank Wilson was discussing with other members of the management at SFMTA, finding any formal reason to fire the manager of the Color Code program. And when the question was asked if there were any complaints, he said that I don't have any specific complaints from anyone outside the agency, though issues have arisen that could at least in part be attributed to the fact that he isn't able to work in person, and there was a complaint from another team member. So I submitted a request to disclose all of the communication regarding this complaint, and the response from Mr. Pantier was that the agency determined that they don't have any records responsive to the request, and the request is closed. I contacted Sunshine Ordinance Task Force because it was very hard to believe that an agency received a complaint that was serious enough to be mentioned in discussion of firing a person, and yet there were no records of any kind. So Cheryl contacted SFMTA, and their response was that the records were withheld for the following reason. reasons. Basis for withholding official information privilege permits the department to shield from disclosure records on ongoing investigation, where there is an investigation that has been undertaken and with understanding or under establishment procedure that witness statements and other evidence be treated as confidential. California Evidence Code 1040. So this is when this is why we moving on to the second item, because this is when I submitted a request, basically provide materials related to the investigation that may answer the following questions. For when commenced investigation, what entities or persons are conducting it, when it is expected to be completed, and what kind of reporting will be generated as a result. While the material finding of the investigation are shielded from disclosure, the questions above are not. And the response was the same, that they are not going to disclose any information because supposedly it is protected by the Evidence Code 1040. Then when we went to the committee hearing, Hank stated that he doesn't know when the investigation started. He doesn't know when it's going to end. He doesn't know who is conducting it, and then that's pretty much all he said in his defense, and is a reason why he thinks that these records should be shielded. Right now, as we literally within an hour, we received an email from Caroline that contains 2 documents in which it's basically a communication with ombudsperson to schedule a meeting with Hank. There is no reference that it has anything to do with this. Interested. So Hank, there was supposedly a meeting between Hank and the ombudsperson. So that means that Hank at least had information about what transpired in that meeting. And they also claim, and please don't laugh, that on March 4th, it claims that they were confirmed that the ombudsperson decided not to continue an investigation from May 2022. So they're admitting on the record that there was no investigation that they knew of started at that time. They had at least the documents in which they were discussing schedule the meeting with the ombudsperson, and they responded in my original response that request that they don't have any records at all. So it is very obvious that SFMTA representatives have lied numerous times in their testimonies, and they're trying very hard to hide the information that I believe should be public. Anybody who files a complaint within the SFMTA, first of all, the person that filed the complaint has a right to see that investigation go through and show some result, and the person against who the complaint.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neha. Unfortunately, your time has expired. We'll get back to you for a rebuttal. You'll have 3 minutes for a rebuttal when we get to there.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? And if I don't hear anything from you, Pat, I'm assuming the answer is no. So we'll go ahead and move on to the respondent. I believe you said it was Ms. Sly here from the SFMTA.
Yes, she is online.
Okay, so Cheryl, please let her know when she can begin her.
Ms. Salaya, are you ready to begin your statement? Caroline, you're online. Are you ready to begin your statement?
Yes, I was not unmuted by you guys, so I'm here. I can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, you've got 5 minutes to speak. You ready?
I will not use all 5 minutes. Yes, I'm ready. I'm going under the impression that you've all read the material that's been provided. And unfortunately, Hank is unable to attend the meeting, which is why I'm sitting in for him. The only information I have to add to what was already provided is that I confirmed personally with our ombudsperson and EEO officer that there was not an investigation, which then means that the reason why we withheld the records no longer was applicable, which is why I went ahead this evening and sent them both to SOTF and to Mr. Neha, the requester. I really don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Hearing that there's none. Members, if we have questions, now's the time.
Member Pilpel, a couple of quick questions. I seem to remember the name Paul Neha, but I don't know him personally. Mr. Neha, can you tell us, are you an employee of the city in SFMTA?
Hello, Mr. Pupal. You may be familiar with my name because I used to send you the agendas for Color Curb hearings when I was the manager of the Color Curb program until I was fired a year ago without a reason.
Okay, so you were, but are not currently a city employee.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
To Ms. Celaya, and I'll have a couple of questions for Mitch in a second here. To Ms. Celaya, if you recently, not you personally, if the agency recently determined that there was no investigation and therefore the exemption did not apply, and so you disclosed records tonight, why was that not determined earlier? And how did you come to that? Sorry, how did MTA come to that realization recently and not sooner?
I can't speak specifically to why we didn't realize that sooner. What I do know is that the records, Mr. Hank Wilson conferred with our city attorneys, and they felt that there was a reason to withhold them. Since I was going to be coming to this meeting in place of Mr. Wilson, I went ahead and wanted to be certain that I had all the facts, and I circled back with the persons in our agency that would have conducted those investigations. They came back and said that there were no actual investigations that took place, which then means, as I said, the reason for withholding no longer was applicable. So I'm not certain why that wasn't noticed by other parties in our agency sooner. As soon as I was made aware of it, I went ahead and released the records.
All right. Well, good that you caught it at least.
Member Highland, not that there was no longer, it never was a reason to withhold. Would you?
No, there was a reason to withhold it.
There was. What was the reason?
Because what I'm told by the city attorney's office is that when a record relates to a potential investigation, the record will show that there was something brought to the attention of Mr. Wilson about either a complaint but when it sounds as though the conversation occurred between Mr. Wilson and the ombudsperson, at some point, that person, Tony Battle is her name, made the determination that there was not going to be an investigation taking place. So at the time that the request was made, mind you, this was like a year or two ago, it may have in fact been, and that's our assertion, that there may be an investigation about to take place, and that's why the record was withheld.
So if I can follow up with our deputy city attorney, a couple of questions. If Mr. Neha was a city employee at the time, even if this was fashioned as a public records request, did he have or does he have any different rights, privileges, responsibilities related to records concerning him or a personnel matter than a member of the public generally, either under state labor law, an applicable MOU, the EERO, whatever the heck? Is there anything different about this situation because he was a city employee? So what I hear you saying is no.
I'm saying no.
Okay. In part because this was fashioned as a public records request?
Correct.
Okay. Had this been done in a different way, then perhaps it would have been handled differently, but because it was handled as a public records request. Okay.
Correct.
And a city department does not now have an obligation in responding to a public records request where they know that an employee has made a request to say we have or we don't have, or it's exempt or we're not disclosing, but you may have other avenues through your union, through your MOU, through whatever, They're not required to provide that kind of a statement.
They're not required to provide that statement.
Okay. It may still be a good idea, but they're not required.
Yeah, and I think even 1 second just to clarify here. So I understand there were some questions asked by Mr. Neha, but a request that the department answer a question or a series of questions is not a public records request. And neither the Public Records Act nor the Sunshine Ordinance requires a department to reply to written interrogatories or questions. Nevertheless, departments should make a reasonable effort to assist questioners when public records may exist that was just in answering written questions. Where a department knows that it has an existing record that is not privileged and that directly answers a written question a member of the public has posed, it is often good practice for the department to provide that record to the inquirer. Departments may choose to answer some or all of the written questions they receive and may even research questions for members of the public. These may be good practices in some instances, but they are not required by law, and the extent to which to respond to written questions is a matter of policy for each department.
Good. Okay. The next question that may be a little harder, this assertion of Evidence Code 1040, which we've heard in other cases in other contexts. I understand that generally to be, I understand that in a certain way. I did not, until this point, understand it to apply to an agency like MTA in the context of an employee or an employment matter. Can you advise a little bit on your sense of 1040 and its applicability? It's a minefield, so yeah.
I would be uncomfortable providing a legal opinion on that right now because I don't know enough to provide an answer right now.
Okay. Can you just tell me for a moment on 1040 what its fundamental purpose is?
Sure, just 1 moment.
Okay. Is this okay?
I'll say that the way that it appears in the materials here, the way they phrase what they think 1040, how it applies to them, is it doesn't jive with my understanding of 1040, primarily because you first have to find that that something was sent in confidence. Right. But second, you have to make a determination, and they don't seem like there's any hint that they did this, that the agency's interest in keeping the records hidden or not disclosed outweighs the public's interest in the records. And so, but they didn't even do that here. They're just thinking that they only have to make the first answer the first question. And the first question itself is, I mean, I'm not sure if they even really satisfy it in this case. Although in this case also, it looks like the guy eventually got his records. So I'm not sure if.
Like tonight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's definitely delay here, I think. Yeah,
And I have a question.
But their statement of the rule is not correct, if you ask me.
And I'm just trying to get them to
that's helpful
to understand when they even cited the rule. Just real quick, because I'm looking at the supplemental materials I reviewed, and Ms. Sly, was the initial response that you gave to Mr. Neha was, quote, after reviewing our records, the SFMTA has determined that the agency does not have any records responsive to your request. And then was it only after you were contacted by Ms. Leger that you then asserted the evidence code? That seems to be what I'm understanding based on this paper trail.
Yeah, I can only go by what staff informs me. And initially they informed me they didn't have records. Once I was contacted by Ms. Leger, I went back and asked them and told them that we had a violation. They then provided me with the information that it was withheld.
Okay, so
That was in conferring with the city attorney. They had failed to indicate that to me initially, so I can only provide information that staff gives me.
okay, so just to make sure I get the timeline correct, and I'll get back to member Philip on this question. Just want to make sure that the timeline's laid out. So there was a request. The initial response was we don't have responsive records. The petitioner went to the SOTF. Cheryl contacted you. Then you determined that you actually did have responsive records, but you asserted an evidence code, the evidence code 10, I think it was what, 1040, for active investigation. Then fast forward to today, suddenly the records were turned over. There's no more investigation. Is that more or less the proper timeline? Just so we're all on the same page with that.
More or less, yes.
Okay. So I'll get back to member. I just want to make sure I understood where we were.
No, I think we're all getting there. And Mitch, I think member Schmidt kind of answered the question, but that's cool. To Ms. Celaya, I mean, we've known each other a while. Is it possible that this entire matter somehow, kind of bypassed you and ended up in some other place in MTA, and had you had it from day one, this might have been handled differently?
Well, the way that we handle requests, I mean, obviously, although I am the manager for public records request, I'm not the actual custodian of any other records than those related to public records requests. So when a member of the public asks for records, I have to go to the staff persons that I believe would have those records.
Right.
So I can only go by what they inform me, which is what I did.
Yeah, I understand that. But I guess I didn't see. It just seems unusual, as Chair Yankee related the timeline a moment ago, to not make an initial determination that there were records. In fact, to make an initial determination that there weren't, and to later determine that there were records, but you were withholding them for a reason, and then to make a third determination that the basis for the withholding was either no longer valid or was never valid to begin with, and to provide the record. So all of that seems like not a comedy of errors, but some kind of error. And that seems unusual in my experience with you on something like this.
Yeah, I see where you're going, and I appreciate that. I think had staff relayed to me initially that there was a record, but that it was being withheld on this basis, this might have gone differently and certainly would have been sped up. But unfortunately, that's not how it went. And I did go back and tell staff, if you're going to withhold a record, you absolutely have to indicate that to me. Otherwise, our response is not accurate. And initially, our response was not accurate. And yeah, it's a little upsetting on my end to have to.
Okay. So I guess
defend it when actually, I only gave the information that I received, and that's the information that I received.
Fair enough. And I'm sure I'm probably jumping a point here. But I was going to say, regardless of how the task force goes on this, it might be a good idea when you get any kind of public records request from someone who was, or appears to be a city employee, to have some kind of line in the standard response that essentially says you may have other different or special rights, privileges, access to information you're seeking through your union, through your MOU, under the labor code, or, through some other method, if it, appears that that's an appropriate response. Because it's not just Mr. Niha, but you've had, Andrew Cisneros. There are a number of other individuals at MTA who have requested records, and we've done a lot of back and forth on things where they have different rights depending on their employment status. Fair enough?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any more questions? Are we good for rebuttals? Anyone have any more questions? Seeing hands. Okay, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. So we'll start with the respondent first for 3 minutes, followed by the petitioner for 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I go next?
Ms. Lai, you ready to go?
No, I don't have anything further to add.
Okay.
I'm confused why I would go next when I just finished. It seems to me Mr. Nihal should go first, and I don't have anything further to add. Doesn't matter the order. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Niha, are you able to make a comment?
Yes, I am. I appreciate everybody's attention to this. One thing that I wanted to clarify, there shouldn't be an assumption that the documents that I requested have actually been provided later on, because first of all, there is absolutely no indication that those were the only documents that were related to this. Second, it is if you read the documents that are provided, there's absolutely nothing that indicates that it has anything to do with complaints against me. It just says the only evidence that we have here. It says complaint that was hit within your work group. That's it. That work group is very large, and it could have been any person. And again, there's absolutely nothing that indicates that it had anything to do with me. That's one. Second, the document that Caroline provided, the second document that Caroline provided is a meeting record that shows that it actually happened. The meeting between the ombudsperson and Hank Wilson actually took place. So Hank knew very well what transpired at that meeting. He knew very well whether the investigation is actually going to happen or not. And it is, and given the evidence that we saw earlier, there are a lot of inconsistencies. So first they lied, they don't have records, even though they had them. Then after we submit the second request, they go to the city attorney and they produce this made-up excuse that supposedly it is under investigation when Hank knew he wasn't. And then they try to shield behind this and state that until it's under investigation, there's no record. When I submitted my second request, the one that we have on the agenda today, that second request was specifically asking who is conducting the investigation, when was it received, when is it going to be completed, and what is the standard operating procedure. SFMTA receives a lot of complaints. There is a standard procedure that goes into those. My request was to disclose basically the timeline, the technical aspects, not the merits of the complaint itself. And to that, the agency responded, knowing very well that there is no investigation going on. To that, they respond that they supposedly are shielding this as well with a 1040. So I don't know about you, but to me, it is very obvious that SFMTA and Hank Wilson specifically is trying very hard to.
Okay, unfortunately, your time's up.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, members, I'm going to deliberate and come up with a motion here.
I'm trying to think about how to articulate a view on the matter. I think there's definitely a timeliness issue. It shouldn't, in my view, it shouldn't be the night of the hearing that they finally figured out and disclosed something or agreed to disclose something. I'm not sure that the ordinance says you can't change your mind, but sort of the changing your mind that there is an investigation or there isn't an investigation seems odd. I'm not sure if this is the section about concrete and definite. I think it is not, but again, I think there either is an investigation or there isn't an investigation, and the assertion that there might be an investigation and there might have been a statement that we might consider confidential as relates to the investigation that might exist is very mighty, but I don't think is well supported. So I'm struggling to figure out the code sections because my brain is doing a few different things. But I'm kind of feeling a violation here.
I would agree, timing, and also I think they just blanket withheld here where they weren't entitled to. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's two big problems.
And I'll continue. I'll add also, I think there's a 6727 for justification of withholding. They didn't even justify it at first. They said we don't have it, which they really were trying to justify it with an arguably shaky code section. But to deny the record even existed in the first place, I think is they need to justify it. They can't say we don't have it. That's not an answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think this just sets up, it's just a bad example, and there could have been an efficient way to do this, and I clearly see a violation here.
Okay, so does someone want to, based on all that input, come up with a motion here? So it looks like I'm hearing maybe 67. Well, let me ask you this. There was a claim in the referral from EOT, it talks about immediate disclosure. I didn't hear much of anything about immediate disclosure here. I didn't see immediate disclosure, nor did I hear something that would lend itself with this. So are we looking at timeliness?
I'm feeling more 21 than 25.
Well, actually, there's a question. So
Was it fashioned?
would it even be timeliness? I mean, are we saying that the code section that they cited was never appropriate, or it was appropriate until at some point it ceased being appropriate? Because if it was never appropriate, then I don't think they just didn't turn it over. They cited an improper code. I mean, I guess there's always that what happens if the time someone makes a request, an exemption applies, and let's say that same exemption doesn't apply later. And there's a bunch of examples that isn't just personnel. There's law enforcement things where it could be an investigation, and later it's no. I'm not sure that there is an obligation for an agency to retroactively go back and say, well, how many in the last X amount of years did we deny under this investigation, and now at this point in time in the future, suddenly we've closed the investigation. We're going to go back now. I'm not sure that responsibility is there. So if we're saying that it was valid at the time, but at some point 6 months later it no longer became valid, I'm not sure that alone is a violation. But if we're saying that it was never an appropriate reason in the first place, that's something different. So remember.
Just point of information, even though the complaint was filed as describing as an immediate disclosure request, there's nothing in the file that shows that it was an immediate disclosure request.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
So I think that was perhaps just an error in citing which part of the ordinance.
Thank you so much for clarifying. I couldn't find either. Yeah, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to that. Mention that the original request through this next request is not in the record. It is a response to the original request that you're seeing that gets repeated a few times from Ms. Zelaya. The original request made by Paul Kniha is not actually in here.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Yeah,
and exactly. So we can't tell if you can ask Mr. Kniha if he filed it as a 6725, if that's how he submitted his complaint, then let's confirm that, and because it's not here.
Chair, Mr. Neha, would you be able to respond to that?
Can you please repeat the question? I'm not sure if I understand.
Yes.
So the very original request that you sent in, we don't have it here in our records. What kind of request was it?
If it's A or B, 23020, that's the one you're talking about, the MTA, the immediate disclosure request. Okay, specify that.
So my original request was submitted. It was a public records request number 231253, and it was submitted March 7th, 2023.
Did you submit it as an immediate disclosure request is the question?
I submitted it through Next Request.
Did you put the words immediate disclosure request in the subject line?
There was no subject line. It was a form that I filled out, but I did not put a word immediate in.
Okay.
Well, that's an interesting question. Through Next Request, maybe somebody can help me with this. Can you identify something as an IDR within the Next Request system, or does everything get treated in the same way? I don't know the answer.
I never knew that there was a distinction. It wasn't, at least it wasn't obvious.
I mean, 6725 says you could place immediate disclosure request across the top of the request. So I suppose even if it's just a body, you could. But I think in this case,
and I think that's the only option on Next Request. So you can put it at the top of the body, but I don't know if when they're scanning it, if they're just seeing, if they haven't opened it, they can see.
I think you can say it in the body and in. I think the code says in the body and or in.
Right. It says either.
So in this case, this should be 6721.
Yeah. So there's no immediate.
This isn't really an IDR issue.
So let's not go down the rabbit hole. There's no immediate disclosure.
I just wanted to mention briefly that the petitioner does say in his documents that this is the request number, and he gives a link. But when you click on the link, that request has been made hidden, so we can't see it. We don't have access to it.
So that's a different issue. That in the future, when we get a case related to Next Request, we need to see both the original request out of Next Request and the department's response. That would be helpful.
The department could print it out and give it to us because they have access, or he could print it out and give it to us if he has access, but we don't have access through a link.
Correct. So that would.
I have access to it, and I can provide it, but I believe it's the agency that has the ability to make it unpublished.
I think the question was answered. It was whether or not it was immediate disclosure. We know it's not immediate disclosure, so
we're still on 21, 26, and 27, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I see it as a 21. I'm not sure it's timeliness. I think it's definitely a 6727. And
my argument, and I don't care that strongly, but my argument for a 21 timeliness violation is I don't think preparing for a hearing and reviewing the file and making an updated determination and sending it a communication to the petitioner the night of the hearing, that doesn't seem timely to me. That seems not timely.
Improper delay.
Well, I think we have to decide first, was it appropriate? Was it an appropriate exemption at the time the request was made?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, we take these complaints at the time that the occurrence happened, not what's happening today.
Right, I agree with you 100%. That's what I'm trying to get to, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the petitioner didn't even receive any documents having to do with their policy for how they handle investigations? And that wouldn't have been something that was part of, any record that could be considered confidential.
Yeah, I mean, we could.
That would be late, at least.
So yeah, I guess that would be the question I would have. And were there documents that were never subject to being withheld?
All records available regarding the complaint. So,
I mean, it's hard to know what without seeing what was actually disclosed, since it didn't happen until today, to figure out whether or not at the time it could have been disclosed.
And as the petitioner said, it's not clear from what he's received. He hasn't had a chance to review.
Right.
So I just think we haven't seen it. I think we have to go on the fact that they haven't sent anything and just, make our determinations on that. I mean, I don't think that's in any way, rescuing them from anything.
Excuse me, Chair Yankee.
Yes.
Ms. Zelaya joined us in the online community and she has raised her hand. She logged in twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I only wanted to point out that you actually do have the request that was made. It was 23-78 within our next request system. And when we responded to the complaint, we are required to list the chronology of what happened. And so you do indeed have that. Also,
Which
request we do.
What page?
I have something to say, which is 2378. For some reason, documents appear in the next case with two other NEHA requests. So if you want to look at 2378, you go to the next NEHA, and it looks like it's somewhere around page 20.
38.
38, thank you.
38 of 51, item 1. I also want to just mention that within next request, we don't out. From what this is a citywide one that came from DDIS. There's no indication that you have to. There's no like marker. Like I know the wording of immediate disclosure request in the ordinance doesn't match up with how this, because it's not all by email anymore. But we definitely do receive immediate disclosure request. And as long as it's in the body of the request, that is sufficient for us. And we will treat it that way if it meets the criteria. I just want to point that out. It's not as though somebody using next request can't, say that it's an immediate disclosure. They most certainly can.
Okay. So I think we've established this isn't that. So I think the question to the task force members is, do we believe that there were documents that should have been disclosed at the time the request was made? Go ahead.
It sounds like whatever document or records were provided tonight that were determined that there was no investigation and could be released should have been so determined then if there never was an investigation. If there was an investigation or a potential investigation that didn't happen, then that may have resulted in a different answer. But if there never was an investigation, then there never was any basis for non-disclosure.
I also don't know if we necessarily need to answer the question as you posed it, because it appears to me that they just didn't act reasonably in trying to determine the scope of what's there and then trying to determine what the appropriate scope of any exemptions would be that would apply to it. I mean, they didn't do those things. And so we can't necessarily know what they didn't determine because they didn't try to determine it. So I think we can make a decision on that basis in this case. Right.
Yeah, I might be saying the same thing. We almost don't need to know whether those could have been withheld, because the problem is they weren't identified as even existing. So he was told there were no responsive records when in fact there were responsive records which were withheld, but he wasn't told that they were withheld. So there was
Right.
improper justification because there
Oh,
was
for sure.
no identification
Right, right.
or justification.
I totally agree. I think for sure there's 100% a 6727, which is
Yeah.
what we just said. The question is, are there other violations on top of it? I don't know.
Right.
That's what I was trying to struggle with. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, clearly, they didn't identify records existing at all, exempt or non-exempt. I mean, I think, I was trying to get to Member Pilpel's point about whether or not they should have been
On top.
later, and should we also do a 21 and timeliness? But I absolutely agree. I think at a minimum, there's a 6727 there for that.
Well, and timeliness probably makes sense because I think, as others have pointed out, the fact that they were released today probably means that they could have been released before today. And this became a real deadline.
I mean,
meeting.
for me, that's the, if they could have been released the day of the request, then I would agree if there's a timeliness violation. If they could have been released 6 months later, I'm not sure, to Member Wolf's point, at the time he made the request, that would have been a valid, if we accept there was an investigation, and I'm not saying there was, it sounds like it may have been more of a, there might be an investigation, but let's just for the sake of argument accept that there was a valid investigation on the date, and only that concluded 6 months later. I don't think they have an obligation to go back after it concludes and say, hey, wait a minute, I think 6 months ago we got a request, now we're going to go fulfill it. I think you would have to essentially submit a new request for that once the investigation concludes. But if we're, if we're comfortable with the fact there never was a real investigation to start with, then I agree with Member Pilpel that nothing should have been withheld, and there is a timeliness violation since they should have been day one. Sorry. Oh, so.
I have a comment on the overall timeline of this. It's like at least the last communication, first communication I can see is from Jan 5th, 2023. So it's been on over a year. So the fact that they're releasing the documents today, even if there was all these errors and comedy of errors or back and forth or whatever, this has been dragging for over a year. And that's unacceptable for anyone looking for any records. If you have to issue an apology, do it. I believe that it shouldn't have taken so much time. Nobody should have to wait over a year for a request, whatever the issues may be within the department.
Without repeating what I said earlier, I just found the March 17th communication from MTA. It starts at page 36 of this particular packet. I guess I have a bit of a fundamental problem with what's reported that Hank Wilson searched through his Outlook calendar and provided or found or didn't find it, et cetera. It seems to me like because this was related to an investigation or specific complaints from within the agency, that the whole matter should have been routed to somebody in HR to figure out who to search, how to search, what's disclosable, what's not, et cetera. That it was not the best course of action to go directly to Hank Wilson, but that somebody at HR that's familiar with the policies and procedures around disclosure or non-disclosure, et cetera, of personnel-related records, good, bad, or otherwise, would have been the better course. I don't know what the specific violation is there, but it just seems like somehow it didn't get routed as well as it could have. Good thing I'm not in employment.
So does anyone have a motion?
So what do you think? 21, 26, 27?
Yeah, if we think the record should have been disclosed day one, those are the three I would pick.
Also, I believe that instead of the first thing where they said there's no record and later saying there is one and it's protected, might as well given that if they would have given that communication first, instead of all this back and forth and like errors that there's no record, then there's a record. The direct communication should have been there is a record, but it's protected. That is exactly what should have happened. There should have been no process in the middle where the person who's filed the complaint goes like, what is happening? Why is this so confusing? Why should I keep following up on a basic thing?
Right. And that's what the 6727 violation is. It says that if they're going to withhold it, they have to justify it. And
it's a 6727 violation.
Come on, is there someone who hasn't made a motion yet wants to get in on this one?
I bet member Kumar wants to get in on this.
This might be my first motion, so correct me.
That's fine. We can.
If I'm not good with it, but motion to find a violation of 6727 for not disclosing to the applicant that the records existed in the first place and were protected. Or is there a better way to say?
I mean, you could say, you say. I don't know if we want to do additional. We can vote on this, and then if anyone wants to make additional motions, we could do that. We can do it all in one. So,
if that's sufficient to send the message, make the determination.
yeah,
then let's
okay.
do one.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have a motion on the floor made by member Kumar to find a violation of 6727 for withholding records.
Yeah, for
without
not
justification.
Without justification.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Seconded by member Anderson. Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Not seeing hands. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
If there's anyone in the room who would like to make public comment, please approach the podium. If you're a member of the online community and you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. I note that Caroline, your hand is still raised.
Before we get to public comment, let me just make a suggestion. Does anyone feel this needs to go for follow-up? Or we're going to just end it here? Okay.
If you want to ask Mr. Nihad.
Because I think he was saying that he doesn't feel all the documents he got were necessarily the complete set.
Or he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. So I don't know if we want to leave it open to let Ms. Leger know, just so it's we have our. So do we want to? Would you be open and to people who made motion to including a referral to CAC if Mr. Neha believes he has not received?
What if we did it the other way around and didn't include a specific referral, but if Mr. Neha wants to request a hearing at CAC to follow up?
That's what I was trying to get to. Yeah.
So we won't put it in the motion, but if he's less.
Well, no, because they need to know. This has been the problem before. Is the administration needs to know whether or not to close the file. So there needs to be some instruction for Victor, Cheryl, and Pat to know.
Okay.
They can't just indefinitely hold it open for one day. Mr. Neha might say, "I want to use it."
Then why don't whatever. Then include the standard verbiage that you're.
Yeah. So I was going to recommend that we add to the motion with the referral to CAC if Mr. Neha confirms that he or Mr. Neha, informs the administrator that he has not received what he believes all the responsive records. Does that sound acceptable? Within, it's a good point. We should write the time frame.
I want to get all of this in the motion.
Yeah. Any time frame?
5 business days.
5 business days work. Within 5 business days. Okay.
Or 45 calendar.
So you guys open to that? Okay. So we'll just add to that motion, Cheryl, and refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee if Mr. Neha informs you within 5 business days that he has not received what he believes are the responsive records. So if you don't hear from him within 5 days saying schedule it, you can close it. I just like to make sure there's some finality because then we have to look at this thing a year later about why is it still open.
So we are finding 6727 for not disclosing records to the applicant.
No, for withholding.
For withholding records.
So withholding the justification.
Withholding records without.
Withholding records without justification. And then a referral to CAC if Mr. Neha informs you within 5 business days that he has not received the responsive records.
Recommend I refer to CAC, Mr. Okay.
Okay.
Second, Member Anderson.
You're both okay with that? Okay. All right. I think we're good. So now let's go ahead to public comment.
Caroline, your hand is still raised. You are in the online community rather than as a panelist. Did you have something to add?
She's the party.
No, you don't get to do public comment.
It's the party.
Yes, I wanted to confirm because her hand was still raised that she was not.
She understands the motion.
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. So there's no public comment. All right. I think we're ready for a vote, everyone. All right, let's do that. Roll call vote, please, Cheryl.
Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Member Pilpil, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf?
Aye. Hard to get the mute
Member
button.
Wolf, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay. Last call, anything else on this item? If not, we'll move on. You're in the motion. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 12, which are the same parties. So I'll let you read that.
Item number 12, file number 23024, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On September 19, 2023, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdictions, the records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing with no recommendation but to determine the applicability of an attorney-client exemption claimed.
Okay, and this one went to the complaint committee instead, so I'm going to turn it over to Member Schmidt, who chairs that committee. Maybe he can discuss if there's any differences from what we just heard, how it's similar or not.
Yeah. Excuse me, this is Pat. In an effort to address Mr. Neha's account, I inadvertently deleted him, so I do expect him to call back in. As soon as he calls back in, I will be letting you know.
Okay.
There he is. One moment, please. Mr. Neha, I apologize. Returning you to a panelist role. One moment.
No worries.
All right. As Member Schmidt, there were some records from that Wilson request that are mixed into this file. But this file is also a little bit confusing, and it's unclear to me exactly which of two complaints is truly the complaint that this is about. There's a Ms. Dinas and a Ms. Non. So there's 23431 Ms. Dinas, 23606 Ms. Non. So Mr. Neha was requesting records from several, or that not from them, but records regarding several co-employees. As we saw, Wilson was withheld based on 1040. These two, I think we can safely say, were withheld based on attorney-client privilege. So we don't have, as far as I can tell, we don't have any 1040 assertions here. And so it comes down to, is there any reason we should see the assertion of the attorney-client privilege as problematic in this case?
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on to the presentations. We'll again start with Mr. Neha. So I'll turn it over to you, Cheryl and Pat, to let them know when you can begin.
Mr. Neha, you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So the original request was filed January 20th, 2023, and this was to disclose all written and electronic communications to and from Lee and Nunn, including those contained in deleted folder, meeting notes, Teams messages, cell phones, messages, and other records related to Paul Kniha, the manager of the Color program, whether explicitly named or known to Leanne to be related to Paul Kniha for a specific time period of January 9th through January 20th, 2023. The response was that SFMTA has documents responsive to a request, but is not producing some of the documents based on the following exemptions. The Public Records Act allows the agency to decline to disclose records, the disclosures which are exempt or prohibited pursuant to federal or state law, including but not limited to provisions of evidence code relating to this privilege. Then they're also quoting I skip a lot of court cases that you can find in the packet if you need to, page 16. And then the documents that you have requested are exempt from disclosure under either attorney-client privilege or the attorney work product privilege. Disclosure of these communications you have requested would impede the ability of SFMTA to receive legal advice. Accordingly, will not produce privileged attorney-client communication, attorney work product. So the nature of my complaint is Leanne Nunn is the employee of the publicly funded agency, and her work-related activity is subject to sunshine disclosure. None of her communication regarding the requested matter is privileged until it is communicated to her attorney. There is no evidence, there is no expectation that she would provide any of the communication with attorney. At the same time, all of communications up to the moment that it is sent to her attorney is subject to the disclosure. Just for the record, there were 0 documents disclosed since then. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Not hearing that there are any, we'll turn it over to Ms. Zelaya for her presentation. She'll have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm not responding to this one. Leanne Nan is actually on the call, so if you can unmute her, that'd be great.
I'm sorry about that. I did not know you had someone else here. So we'll go ahead and let her respond to this one. Has she been elevated to a presenter or a panelist, whatever you call them? Pat, can you make sure that that Leanne is here? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Nunn, you're going to give a statement?
Yes. My name is Leanne Nunn, Chief of Staff.
Hang on. So I'll let you know that you have 5 minutes to speak. Let me know when you're ready. I'll start the clock.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Leanne Nunn, Chief of Staff for the Streets Division at the SFMTA. I did respond that I had no responsive documents to the request because some of the documents were duplicative. Mr. Neha requested the same, made the same request to 3 individuals at the SFMTA for the same time period, Shanna Daines and Hank Wilson. I confirmed with both of them that they were providing the documents, so therefore I did not have to. That was discussed at committee. I don't think there was an issue there. The other documents that I had were related to the release of Mr. Neha from employment with the agency. My attorney has advised me that those documents are protected under attorney-client privilege.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I didn't want to cut you off. All right. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Not hearing that there are any. Okay, members, we have questions. Sure, go ahead.
Ms. Nunn, I just wanted to clarify, in the usually deleted, the deleted folder, it automatically deletes emails. Was there any timeline communicated to to the applicant, Mr. Neha, that maybe the emails are gone forever? Like, was anything like that taken into consideration? I just want to understand that.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
So if you have, say, like Gmail and you have a deleted folder in it and you put everything in the deleted folder, it automatically deletes everything in a certain time frame, and then you don't have access to those emails ever again. So I wanted to understand if that was taken into consideration when Mr. Neha's request came in.
I did not delete any emails.
Okay. I have a question for you, Ms. Nunn. So you asserted, it sounds like, exclusively the attorney-client privilege to prevent disclosure, correct?
Correct.
Are you an attorney?
I am
Are
not.
you the attorney? So you're not the attorney side. So is it correct to assume then that every single meeting note, Teams message, cell phone message, and any other record that you were able to find that had Paul Niha's name in it were all exclusively communications you had with some attorney at SFMTA, and you never communicated about him to anyone else except an attorney?
The ones that I provided were duplicative. So, or the ones I did not provide that did not involve the city attorney were duplicative, and I didn't provide them because Shayna Danes or Hank Wilson had provided them.
Okay,
And anything else was related to the city attorney's office.
okay, so essentially just to make sure I understand correctly, you're saying either the documents were already turned over because they were with other people who had already turned those documents over. So let's say if it was between you and me, and you and I both got a request and I turned my documents over, you didn't because I already turned them all over and it was between you and me. That's what you're saying, right? Okay. And then the other batch of documents were all exclusively documents that were sent to or from an attorney, the city attorney's office or some other designated attorney that you had. And there were no other documents that don't fit into either of those, let's say two boxes of classification on this. Is that correct?
I can't respond to that.
Okay. Why not?
I'm not an attorney. I can't respond to that.
No, I'm saying, but you're the one who had the messages. So I guess what I'm asking is either A.
So as much as I can say is they were related to advice that was given to me by the city attorney's office, and any action I took related to that was protected under city attorney-client privilege.
I'll leave it there. Go ahead. Someone else said first.
Two things. I'm going through the packet and I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. On page 16 of this packet, and we're on item 12, this refers to request 23-431. So I think 431 is the operative next request case in this matter. And what I'm seeing on page 16, original request filed January 20th, 2023 at 4:13, all written in electronic communication to and from Leanne Non, including those contained, et cetera. Response from SFMTA. The SFMTA has documents responsive to your request, but is not producing some of the documents based on the following exemptions. And that ultimately gets to the attorney-client. So what I'm not understanding here is, were there some records that were responsive that were provided, or from your last back and forth with Chair Yankee, were no responsive records provided in connection with this request 431? That was the first question.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No documents have been provided.
Okay. So was I reading correctly from the MTA response? And is that a little confusing?
So the SFMTA response is correct in that no documents were provided.
But it doesn't say that.
Well, I think the request, the response to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force was directed towards me. So I personally did not provide any responsive documents.
Okay.
Some documents were provided to Mr. Niha from Shanna Danes and Hank Wilson.
Okay. So further, when I was looking for MTA's response to this complaint, not to the original request, but to the complaint, what I found in the packet, starting on page 38, was the same response from the previous case in reference to file 23020. Is there somewhere in this packet, can someone point me to a page that's got a response on 23024 to this particular complaint, to this particular task force? Is that here? Am I not seeing it?
We did not provide any response to this particular task force, no.
Might look at page 19, but I'm not sure if my notes are accurate on that.
Okay. So particularly when there's a lot of complicated stuff and different requests and all that, it is incredibly helpful for this task force to have a response from the agency that answers our standard questions, gives a timeline, provides responsive records. The fact that there is no specific response to 23024 here is not particularly helpful.
We responded to the committee, but we did not respond to the full task force.
Fine. Even to the committee, is there something in writing here that I'm not seeing? I'm looking for a comprehensive response from the agency, which traditionally has happened. I assume Caroline is listening to this, that lays out why the agency believes that it's in a good position here and whatnot. I'm just not seeing that. And whether we agree with it or not, it should have been provided.
Yeah, to member Pilpel's point, if you have the packet in front of you, if you turn to page 38,
okay,
right, of the PDF, there is a response, very detailed response, which is great, but it's for 23020. So I think what member Pilpel is saying, did you craft a separate response, written response for 23024, or
I'm a little confused by the numbers because I thought
so every single
24 was the one that went to committee.
There's three. There's been three complaints, and each one is assigned a unique identifying number so that we can do exactly what member Pilpel is getting at, is keep the responses and the information separate, because we consider each complaint separately. And we don't want to try to mix the two because the facts of one case may be very different than another. And it sounds like Mr. Neha submitted, at least on today's agenda, at least three complaints. There may be other ones out there, I don't know. But we're confused because what we're seeing as a written response addressing 23020 is in the file for 23024. And so I believe what we're trying to get to is, did you write a separate response for 23024, which involves very different, we just heard 23020, and that similar set of circumstances, but there's an entirely different exemption being claimed under that case than here. And so we're not seeing the exemption addressed here in writing. So is there a separate response?
Right, because the way it's been explained to us, this is essentially an attorney-client case. And however we go with that, that's your claimed basis, not an evidence code 1040 issue. And what I was trying to figure out is, were there any responsive records that were identified that may have been disclosed, which is fine and great, for which you were not claiming attorney-client privilege because they were not privileged documents to begin with. I just don't see that in the record, and it would be nice to know that.
The answer is no.
Member Schmidt?
Okay. First, in the privilege doc, did you review documents to determine if they fell within the attorney-client privilege in response to this request?
I did.
You did. All right. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of categories. First, you write a message to an attorney and you send it to them, whether it's an email, letter, etc. I'm assuming that some of the content of those documents was of that nature. Is that accurate? You wrote messages to an attorney? I'm not asking you the substance. I'm just trying to figure out what you classify as being privileged. Are you there? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, and I don't think I'm in a position to answer these questions. I think it needs to be answered by an attorney. I'm not an attorney, and I can't I'm not in a position to answer questions that should be addressed to an attorney.
Well, I'm trying to, let me just try to phrase it a little differently. It's appropriate if it's a communication that goes from you to, in this case, the city attorney's office, or if you have some private lawyer, but I don't see that here. And it's an appropriate objection if they communicate with you. But my concern here is earlier you said, well, I withheld anything related to me talking with attorneys. And that sounds extremely broad.
I did not say no. Yeah, I don't think that that's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that you withheld that was not a direct communication between you and an attorney?
I'm not in a position to answer that question.
But you did the document review, correct? What would put you in that position to answer that question? You are an employee of the city, correct? You're the chief of staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what is it that puts you out of a position to answer that question? Do you feel uncomfortable?
I
Is
do.
that what it is? Okay. What's the concern here? Do you feel like you're going to violate a privilege? I'm not asking you what your attorney told you.
My attorney advised me that all of the documents were protected under attorney-client privilege. That is what I have been advised.
Okay, so you actually, in addition to discussions between you and your attorney, you're saying that you're relying on the advice of counsel on the question of whether the documents should be withheld.
Correct.
Fair? Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I just have a question or two for the respondent. So of these documents that were withheld, were some of them directly to, like, were they sent directly to or from an attorney?
Again, I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Are there documents that were between two parties and were just CC'd to an attorney?
I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Okay, that was it. That was all my questions.
I have just one real quick question. Can you briefly describe what your position is with the SFMTA? It sounds like you said you're the chief of staff. Is that a management level, director level? Just try to get an idea of what it is you do.
It's a management level. I'm chief of staff to the director of the streets division.
And who do you report to?
Acting director Ted Graff.
Of the entire SFMTA, or?
No, it's the division within the agency.
It's the acting person since Tom McGuire left recently, and that individual reports to Jeff Hellman.
I remember, I know you have a ton of time to study org charts. I don't.
I can study org charts.
I guess maybe you can't. I'm trying to figure out what level of it's very odd to hear. I can't tell you the answer to these questions. I'm trying to figure out, is this a lower level employee or a higher level manager?
The chief of staff to the number 2 person at the agency.
Okay, so that's a fairly high level position. Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a question for Ms. Leon. It's just a basic question. There was an email sent to Mr. Neha on January 20th that said that there's no expectation that you would provide any of your communication with an attorney. At the same time, all the communication up to the moment that is sent to your attorney subject to disclosure. So I'm trying to understand, why would you not disclose any documents up to the moment that was sent to the attorney?
That was from Mr. Neha.
Again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Can you at least let us know when the attorney was involved, or is that confidential information?
I can't answer that either.
So let me just, is Ms. Zelaya still on the line? Caroline?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I'm feeling some frustration here in the room from the task force. It seems a little unusual that you would put, not you, but that the agency would put a colleague of yours on the spot to answer questions or answer questions that she's not comfortable answering when in past practice, you've been the point person for the agency on public records requests and representing the agency at the task force. And typically, you would have coordinated the response, done diligence, run whatever needed to be run, and understood who knew what and did what, when, et cetera. So I think it's a bit frustrating that some of the pretty reasonable, direct questions that members have asked that Ms. Nahn, for whatever reason, is uncomfortable answering, and that we're not getting answers. And that's not particularly helping. It would be great if you could help answer, or in the future, if you could just coordinate the response if you're the person on behalf of the agency, or if some of these really are HR related, to have Ms. Dines, Ms. Battle, the ombuds person, whoever, somebody who's more familiar with what can and cannot be released in the context of an employment matter, be able to talk to us about that, as opposed to an individual who, perhaps properly and was communicating with the city attorney about an employment matter involving Mr. Neha.
Okay, that was a bit there. No offense, but I got a little tired of visiting with you guys over the years, and so a determination was made that staff that were responsible for providing records would be the ones to attend the meetings. The benefit of that is that staff are usually the ones that can answer the follow-up questions that always seem to occur. What I can provide is a timeline of what transpired. And from my understanding of what I'm hearing and from what I've seen in our response is that Leanne did not provide records that were duplicative or attorney-client privilege. So,
but we only heard that tonight. We don't have anything in the record that says we didn't provide duplicative.
On behalf of the task force staff, because we did provide a response at the committee level, as we always do. It's a requirement that staff put something together to respond. That was indeed sent. I just found it on my computer and I resent it. I should point out on behalf of your staff that there was very confusing, because there have been about 100 requests made by Mr. Neha, and a handful of those have gone before your committee. And with the various numbers and the different staff people related, I apologize, there has been some confusion. So I imagine that there was some confusion possibly in the numbering, but we did indeed provide a response. And it's unfortunate that it is not in your packet, but it was provided. And again, my understanding is that records were not produced by Leanne, A, because they were duplicative, and B, because they were attorney-client privilege.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. This is Member Schmidt. I want to just state that Mr. Pilpel's, or Member Pilpel's assertions to you may not be the view of the whole task force. In fact, I, as an individual member, am very appreciative that Ms. Zelaya brought Ms. Nahn here, because I was able to ask questions, and that actually helped me make a determination of what I think of this case. So just realize that we have 11 members here, and we may have different opinions on things. So that's it. There you go. There's another. And I don't have any further questions for you right now. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Are we ready to move to rebuttals on this case, I think? No other questions? That's seen in here. Okay, go ahead and move to rebuttals on here. So we'll have 3 minutes if either Ms. Zelaya or Ms. Nan wants to respond, and then 3 minutes for Mr. Neha. And I'll let Cheryl coordinate it.
Which one of the parties in the respondent are going to provide a rebuttal? So I know who's talking.
Is that the SFMTA first?
Yeah. Yeah, who from the SFMTA?
Who from the SFMTA, yeah.
This is Miss Nan again. I just want to, I apologize for not giving you the answers that you're asking for. I am responding based on the advice of my attorney. But I just want to apologize that I'm not giving you what you're looking for.
Understood. I completely understand the spot that you're in. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was, okay.
Really rebuttal.
Rebuttal, Steve.
Does
that conclude your statement?
So did you have anything else to say about that?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to Mr. Neha for 3 minutes.
Mr. Neha, are you ready to provide a statement?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Nan was responsible to respond to the specific request. Whatever other documents were provided in other separate requests have nothing to do with the request that you have received. As far as I'm aware, there is no rule that says the respondent to a public disclosure request doesn't have to provide the documents that were provided in a separate response. It is also very telling that Ms. Nan was not able to answer a very specific, direct question whether there were any documents that Ms. Nan withheld that were not covered by the city attorney coverage, or those that she seems to be duplicate. It is a clear indication, in my opinion, that the agency and Ms. Nan specifically is hiding the information that is supposed to be disclosed in the Sunshine Report. That's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, time to make a final decision on this one.
I just wanted to apologize if I was unnecessarily harsh a few minutes ago. With Member LaHood's help, we found that in the packet for the September 19th, 2023 Complaint Committee meeting that there was a response from MTA on 23024, and it had some useful information and frankly should have been in tonight's packet, and I'm discouraged that it wasn't for whatever reason. So we need to, if there's responsibility, it's on all sides. We also have responsibility to ensure that material provided by both sides is in our packet and is before us. So part of that may be on us. And I apologize if my comments were a little harsh a few minutes ago. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Through the chair, Member Pilpel, do you want to tell us what that is that you found?
Why don't I let Member LaHood?
Oh, Member Pilpel asked me to just look up. This was in the attached to the agenda. It's the letter in response to file number 23024. So, and while it looks very similar to the other letter, it refers to what was the original request you received, and it explains that this was all written and asking for all written and electronic communication to and from Leanne Nan, including all of the different formats that were requested. And then, and I'm just going quickly, what records have you provided? The SFMTA produced a Teams chat between Leanne Nan and, it says Dana Shines, but Member Pell says it should be Shayna Dines. Dated January 10th, 2023. SFMTA produced that Teams chat about 20 days later in response to a separate public records request. It explained the methods for searching for the records, search terms utilized, devices, forms of communication, the dates of the search. And it said that Ms. Nan conducted the search on her own and that she had reached out also to Shayna Dines, Caroline Salaya, and Now, it does not, it says, did you withhold any information? It says yes. And it says withheld emails, messages, and other records regarding the subject matter of this request under attorney-client privilege. It does not say anything in here, and it says that justification, that written justification of withholding information under attorney-client privilege was provided. It does not say that she didn't share material that wasn't covered because she believed it had been provided by other people. And that's a quick summary. And it's signed by Caroline Salaya.
Thank you.
Thoughts on this one, anyone? Thank you very much, by the way. That's extremely helpful. But and a note for our administrators, I know there's a lot that comes at you, but you really have to make sure that things match when they get here, because this is very difficult to do in real time.
Right. But good thing this was out there as a public record, so we could refer to it.
Yep.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Sure. Real quickly, I think my view on this one is pretty clear at the outset, which is that when Ms. Nawn said that she made the decision after conferring with legal counsel that she would withhold all the remaining documents based on privilege. I think that satisfies me that I would not want to find a violation in this case. That seems pretty textbook to me. I know I tried to find other information, and there was other testimony, et cetera, but I think the answer in this case for me comes down to that interchange.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say something else, Member Schmidt, but I get a little concerned about attorney-client privilege and how people use it, because the privilege is not necessarily for the client, it's for the attorney. And if they want to take the advice of the attorney to say, I don't think you should release this, but I think also the city attorney needs to make more broad statements or opinions of which documents are or are not disclosable. We have to go through this on a piecemeal by piecemeal basis. And if it's personnel, okay, that's fine. We get that. And then the complainant has other avenues that they could use. But it makes it very difficult since we can't even see anything in camera to even determine if the records being withheld are in fact public or not. Makes it, very difficult. So kind of being in this kind of almost purgatory, it just makes it so difficult. So I don't know what else to say. I can't necessarily say that there is no violation, because I can't really tell if the records are public or not at this point, because we don't know why they're being held. I mean, if attorney-client privilege is being declared, there's got to be some description of why. And I'm not really necessarily hearing it here. And it's going to be a hard vote for me either way.
Thank you. Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel sort of similarly to Member Wolf. And,
is her mic on? Mike Stein's mic.
Hello. That's on. It's kind of hard for me. One of the things that concerns me is that in the hearing that we had at the complaints committee, one of the things that Ms. Nawn said was that, she consulted with her attorney and she felt that all the correspondence was attorney-client privileged because she said the correspondence was either directly to or CC'd to the city attorney. And in this when I asked her here, she said she didn't know with either, but that was different from what was said in the complaint committee. And so I thought we were going to come in and have a bit more of a discussion about, well, is CCing messages to your attorney or to the attorney enough to call that attorney-client privileged communication, right? If the messages are actually between different parties, but they happen to be CC'd to the attorney. So this makes it hard for me because now I don't know. I have this in my notes. Usually my notes are pretty accurate. I guess I would have to go back and listen to the audio recording to know for sure whether that was said. But then it wasn't said here tonight. So.
Member Hood?
Can we ask DCA Deeb, is that something, can one just CC an attorney on emails that aren't really meant to be covered by attorney-client privilege and claim attorney-client privilege? Could you speak into the microphone? I'm so sorry.
Let me read you the definition. And typically, just CCing an attorney will not cover it. Let's say you send a fact from about what I had pastrami for lunch, you CC attorney, that's not going to be covered under the attorney-client privilege, and you usually have to be seeking or obtaining legal advice with the intent of the message.
Yeah, so to use an actual real-world example, to your point.
Yeah.
When Cheryl sends out the memo about the agenda, right? And we all get it. We all get an email, and I think you're CC'd on it. You're basically saying, Cheryl couldn't say, I'm not turning over that email because the DCA was CC'd
right.
on it.
That's a great example.
That's what I was trying
yes.
to say. Use it in real world. And I would agree. That would seem like a stretch. We're not trying to get legal advice. He just happened to be an informational
Conduit.
Yeah.
Or a copy.
So to support a claim for attorney-client privilege, a communication must be made by a client to a lawyer in confidence during the course of the attorney-client relationship. That's the basic definition. But yes, you usually have to be seeking their intent to seek legal advice.
Can I just clarify? This is Ms. Nan again.
Not really. This is not your position unless you
Okay.
ask a question. Go ahead.
I just want to understand what happens if the attorney is not in CC and in BCC.
Sorry, what was the question?
If it's to or from?
No, so BCC is where you cannot, the person, like if I CC, you can see who I'm sending the email to. Say, for example, I can see that the city attorney is CC'd, but if I put the CC attorney in BCC, no one will know he or she is getting the email. Like I wouldn't know if I'm the receiver. So I want to know what happens in that situation.
I think it comes down to what the content of the communication is and what's the intent behind the communication. So I can't envision a situation where, so you'd be sending an email to another person, but you're BCCing the attorney.
The person in front would not know that the attorney.
Yeah, I don't think it would work in that situation. Again, I can't give up. That's too broad. It would really depend on the actual communication and the intent behind the communication.
I'm going to jump in for you. I have two thoughts, and they kind of run along the lines of what Member Wolf and Vice Chair Stein said. The easier point, I don't think that you can claim that the records are duplicative because someone else turned them over. In fact, we've seen this countless times where someone sends a request to two different people, make sure they get the same set of documents back, because sometimes there's a thought that someone's not disclosing everything, and we've actually found that out. Someone will turn 10 of them over, someone will turn 5, and it's like, well, okay, so someone's hiding something. So first of all, I think there's a violation there. Okay, so let's move into the second part about the attorney-client privilege, right? Those are some of my questions also to try to figure out where Ms. Nan is in the whole scheme of things. And so, having worked in employee, in my professional job, we've had to deal with counsel, with personnel matters. Typically, the way it goes is there's some type of allegation of wrongdoing. Managers typically collaborate to a certain extent. At some point, you do involve counsel, right? And those are clearly all protected by attorney-client privilege. I find it extremely difficult to believe in this case that there's been zero communication from an upper-level manager about this matter. Now, whether or not it's disclosable as a person or exempt as a personnel record or some other reason is something else. But what's being claimed here is attorney-client privilege. And I feel it's rather odd as a manager to think that every single time someone does something wrong, every communication you have about that's going to only be with the attorney. I mean, there's going to be gathering evidence. There's going to be, we set up an investigatory interview. All these things are very much not attorney-client privilege. They might still be exempt, but I'm having a really, really hard time believing that everything here is between the city attorney and Ms. Nan. And so, but again, it's hard to know what's not because we haven't gotten particularly direct answers to the questions. Though my hunch is very much that some of these are not protected by attorney-client privilege. Again, I'm not saying they're disclosable. They could very well be exempt by some other reasons, but I'm not believing the blanket attorney-client privilege exemption on everything related to this. That's right. Go ahead.
I think I'm in a similar place. I was actually, prior to Member Wolf, Member Stein, Chair Yankee, I was about ready to go with no violation, that if they were claiming that they were attorney-client communications, that they're properly withheld. But I'm nervous for the same reasons that you just explained, that as Member Stein related, that just copying an attorney without seeking advice, but to keep the attorney in the loop because you're pursuing an employment matter, does not seem enough to shield the communication. If it's actually seeking or receiving advice, or in the context of the getting and receiving advice, that seems appropriately exempt from disclosure. But the just so that you're aware that we're continuing to review doesn't seem like enough. And there may well have been communications between Ms. Nahn and others at the agency in relation to Mr. Neha, who, it was explained to us earlier, used to work there and now doesn't. So at some point he was separated from the agency for whatever reason, and that doesn't just happen with a single email and a single form. There's often a lot of back and forth, some of which is properly withheld from disclosure and some of which may not be. It may be that this triggered some back and forth. Well, what else has he done recently? Or any number of non-privileged communications that were just factual in nature and may have involved his supervisor, manager, HR, others at the agency, whatnot. And if those weren't identified and likely disclosed, that may well have been a violation. We don't have enough information, etc., but it is reasonable for us to come to a conclusion like that, it seems. I don't think any of what we're talking about now requires MTA to disclose any appropriately privileged communication involving Mr. Neha, his employment, whatnot, but there may be things that are not, that too broad a brush has been applied as relates to the attorney-client privilege here. And you made another point that I agreed with. Yeah, right. Just because you ask, and if the agency believes, I mean, this is same thing as the Antrabone. You cannot make an assumption that somebody got the records from somebody else. If they say, I want to see what records went, and everyone who has to do that search should provide their copy of the records, even if it's duplicative, even if they asked for it last week, even if. Thank you.
Did you have something? I'm sorry, Member Wolf, is that you?
Yeah, but I saw Member Kumar's hand first.
Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this is for Mr. Neha. I feel that when you're submitting a request, this request was firstly very broad in the first place. Like, you're asking for all written and electronic communication related to, Paul Neha. Because what happens is, if the request is so broad, there is a lot that everything's up in the air. Like, what exactly is Mr. Neha looking for, or what communication? Like, there's no specification about the communication. Like, all is very generic. So I feel that it also gave the MTA. I would say Miss Nahn is not completely wrong, because it's asking for all communication, and Miss Nahn can have some communication that cannot be shared. If Mr. Neha was more specific, maybe we would have not been in this situation in the first place. That's what I believe.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I would say, just on that, what Member Kumar was mentioning, if there's going to be any withholding of records, it's got to be cited by law. They can't just say we're withholding it. for personnel reasons. They have to come with some law that backs that up. That's the requirement. That's their defense to be able to do that. So the other thing I don't want us to lose is something, I think it was you, Chair Yankee, that mentioned that just because documents were provided under a different file, a request under, for our purposes, complaint file, doesn't mean that they don't then have to report it because they're asking somebody else and then claim that it's duplicative. Like, you received it from so-and-so, so why should I have to provide it to you? Well, sometimes the purpose is to corroborate the evidence. And I might get different information or an additional piece of information from somebody else. So I don't want us to lose that either, because I've heard that over and over again tonight from the respondent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wolf. Vice Chair Stein and Member Schmidt.
I'll just say really quickly, I just listened over the audio in the complaint committee, and yes, there was the statement made that the attorney was just CC'd on some of the documentation.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, on the one point, I'm not convinced on the duplicative issue. It just seems to me that we're saying that this department can't rely on the fact that this department already gave him the documents. I believe that they're just saying, well, we gave that to you, but it was in connection with another request that you made of us. So I don't think that I can't imagine finding a violation myself on that. I agree that with regards to putting an attorney's name in a CC, that's gonna almost never be a real strong indication that that document is attorney-client privileged. And it's definitely an indication that you don't know what you're doing if you start CCing lawyers on communications that are not themselves communications between a lawyer and a client. However, that's the concern I have is there could be sort of a constellation on the letter itself with the people in the CC, the people who are the addressees, and whoever's writing the letter. That could conceivably still be an attorney-client privilege letter to me, especially if you have multiple attorneys on the case and you could have multiple clients, or you could have people within the same department who are under the same representation. So that's the rare situation that I just don't want to rule out as to where yeah, the privilege should still apply in that rare situation. If everybody there is sort of within what I call sort of the cone of silence, which is the privilege and the cone that it covers.
Yeah. I'll agree with that. I mean, having been in those, there's sometimes multiple recipients, one of which is attorney asking questions, and each person's it's a group chat kind of thing via email. And obviously, that if it's something that would be subject to attorney-client privilege was my concern in this particular case, where I think very simple questions asking were there documents withheld that did not include an attorney, but you still called it attorney-client privilege, and we didn't get an answer. There's nothing secretive about that question. That's not a gotcha question. That's nothing confidential in a question like that. I think that there are certain provisions in the Sunshine Ordinance that, are designed to shield employees or to stop, or I should say, to stop employees from just saying, I talked to my attorney, they say I can't talk about anything that's not turning anything over, so just accept that, right? I think there's, and I think it's actually Mr. Sullivan who oftentimes comments that there's at least some level of, we have to assume that the city has to prove their case to a certain extent here, right? And just saying the attorney told me I can't talk about this and can't turn anything over isn't meeting that level to me of this is all attorney-client privilege. Now, if the respondent had come and said, look, I specifically did not turn over every time I communicate with the attorney about privileged information regarding an employment or disciplinary matter, that's one thing, but that's not the answer that we got here. So I'm very troubled by it. I having gone through these situations multiple times, I can't think of one instance to Member Pilpel's point where there isn't some type of communication in a disciplinary matter that doesn't involve, where the attorney's not involved in it. Of course there is. It's, was so-and-so late? You would ask another supervisor, do you have anything else? So there's a plethora of communications. My guess would be that we're not attorney-client privilege. May still be exempt. I'm not saying that we can issue an order saying turn is over, but I'm not comfortable with the exemption here. I think we've kind of gone round and round on this. So maybe someone is in the mood to make a motion.
Sounds like it's a 27 again.
No, there's a justification. I'm thinking more of a 26 that it was
Not kept in a minute.
unless all information contained is exempt from disclosure.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just want to just also notate in 6721
C.
It's kind of outlines what the role of the city attorney is with regards to public information. This has been kind of a very sticky point with us for many, many years with regards to how the city attorney represents respondents versus the kind of advice that they would be providing to the city with regards to what is a public record or what's not a public record. That should apply to all staff, not just some staff. And so I get a little concerned sometimes with the way respondents use the city attorney's office. And then when we ask the city attorney to, or if we try to even bring anything up, we get attorney-client privilege from the city attorney, and that they have a right to represent. And then we go down the rabbit hole of Grossman versus St. Croix. So I this kind of, I just wanted to say that because this constantly comes up.
I'm now feeling a 67.26 withholding kept to a minimum or not kept to a minimum. So I think that's where I'm headed, and maybe I am prepared to make a motion to that effect. So I will move to find a violation of 67.26 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum. Period. Yeah.
In the microphone, please.
I saw some information from the previous documents on this case. It's Ms. Nan had stated that the deputy city attorney had advised that the records should not be produced. So I wanted to understand why did that situation happen, that the deputy city attorney said that the documents shouldn't be produced, because till now we were saying the city attorney was CC'd. Now the deputy city attorney is also here involved.
Same thing.
It's the same thing, but
I think we're loosely using the term.
Right.
The office of the city attorney. Yeah.
okay, all right. I thought there were multiple people CC'd. Sorry.
I think it is reasonable to understand, and Mitch, maybe you can just confirm this or tell me if I'm off, that within the city attorney's office, they've got 200 or 300 lawyers organized in different teams. There is a labor employment group that deals with terminating people and yada, yada. There is a group that advises the MTA on transportation issues, including on public records issues. And it is entirely possible, in my experience, that the labor person that advised them on what to do with Mr. Niha was not the same as the person who later on said, in connection with a public records request or in connection with a complaint to this task force, that they could or could not or should not disclose the communications related to Mr. Niha in the labor and employment context. Is that about right?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate.
Okay.
Can we get
Does
the
that help you?
confirmation from Ms. Nan?
Sorry?
Can we get the
Oh,
confirmation from her?
Ask away.
Sure, you can ask her.
Ms. Nan, can you give us a confirmation about what we just discussed?
The
you could rephrase
question
the
was whether the deputy city attorney is the same attorney that that I've been referring to is
No,
correct.
the question was whether the attorney in the labor department is the same one as the one in the other, I forgot the other department, HR? No, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. So there is a labor attorney that advised us in this situation, and then there is an attorney that advised us on public records requests. And I just want
You
to
had two attorneys
clarify.
involved.
Yeah, excuse me.
You had two attorneys involved?
There were two attorneys involved. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just clarify that any records that I said I had CC'd the city attorney on were
I'm not gonna let you
on the
speak
advice of
because
the
it's-
city attorney.
It's not fair to Mr. Niha if we let people interject. You can
Okay.
respond to specific questions, but not give statements. That's just not fair to go back and forth.
Okay. So I think I was in the process of forming a motion to find a violation of 67.26 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum. And I was going to cut it there for the motion. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase. I think to the extent that there are, this is not yet for the motion, I'm trying to figure it out. To the extent that there are additional records that have not been disclosed that might be subject to disclosure under the you were only CCing the city attorney basis, that we would order MTA to do a further document review and release those records within 5 business days. And if and either refer it to CAC in general or only upon a request of Mr. Niha if he has not gotten a response, perhaps with additional records within those 5 business days, something along those lines.
I mean, I'll give you my thoughts.
Yeah.
We can issue an order. I'm not sure it's going to be helpful to do it to CAC because I think what's going to happen is they're going to say these attorney-client privilege and we can't see them. So there's no way that
it's going
Member LaHood and her team would ever figure out. I mean, I'm almost thinking that if this is where I think it's going to end up in court. And maybe it won't. But I don't think that what we decide here tonight, what violation we find, is going to change the SFMTA's mind. And they're suddenly going to say, oh, the task force said that we've, violated 6726, which I think they did. I actually agree with your motion. But I'm not sure as far as the follow-up action, how productive that's going to be for either us or Mr. Niha. So I'm wondering if we
ordering within 5 days useful?
It might be. And then if he does, then if he doesn't get them, he can take it to ethics or he can take it to court. And then he can say, look, they said that they have to turn things over. They didn't, but I'm not sure because I think may have been Member Wolf or Vice Chair Stein talked about it. We can't, we don't get an in-camera review. We can't see the documents and say, oh yeah, they really should have turned these over and they can't. I just want to make sure we're respectful of CAC's time if it's not going to be productive.
That's fine.
My thought, but.
Okay. So
Member LaHood, feel free to jump in if you think I'm wrong, please.
No, I think that's a good assessment.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. But we can still order MTA to conduct an additional review, provide any responsive records that upon review are not subject to attorney-client privilege because they were just CCs within 5 business days and a cover letter to the petitioner, copy the task force without providing the underlying records, but just a copy of the communication. We can ask for that. All right. So that's
Good.
where I am. That's the motion, and I can restate it.
Yeah. So Cheryl, do you have?
No animals were harmed in the filming of this.
You didn't actually show those all the
Hang on a second. Member Pilpel moves to find a violation of 6726 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum and order the SFMTA to conduct an additional review and provide records within 5 business days and a cover letter to the petitioner and CC the task force.
CC the with the understanding that the CC of the cover letter just to the task force, we don't need the underlying records.
Okay, and seconded by Member Wolf.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Any discussion on that, or should we go ahead and open up to public comment? Not seeing any hands. Okay, let's do public comment on that motion.
Who's the second?
Okay.
Who is the second?
Wolf. Member Wolf.
Thank you.
Public comment. If there's anyone in the room who'd like to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community and wish to make public comment, please raise your hand using *3 or using the app, raise your hand. I'll give you a moment. We have one caller. Unmuting the caller now. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Muted. Sullivan, let me know when to go.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I was hoping to talk about I was just calling, I was just listening in. So attorney-client privilege. In order for a communication to be privileged, it must be made for the purpose of legal consultation rather than some unrelated or ancillary purpose. Los Angeles City Board of Supervisors versus Superior Court, 2016. Attorney work product privilege exempts from disclosure materials created by an attorney in the course of representing the client, i.e. work product, and must be a reflection of the attorney's impressions, conclusions, opinions, or legal research or theories. Civil Procedure Code 2018.03. However, these are narrow categories of records and do not necessarily cover everything that a government attorney touches or discusses with other agency staffs. I think that when people, respondents come up saying that they have attorney-client privilege, I think it's the attorney that needs to decide whether there actually is attorney-client privilege, and the respondent can't just say that. So whoever the attorney is that CC'd or whatever, they're the ones that need to say that, yes, this is attorney-client privilege, and this is why it's being withheld. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Are we ready for? Okay, let's go ahead and do our roll call vote.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Hill? Absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 no, 1 absence, 9 in favor.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. I think we've completed the NEHA SFMTA, so we can move on to number 13.
Item number 13, file number 23033, complaint filed by Andrew J. White against the Department of Police Accountability for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. 67.7A by failing to notice the hearing 72 hours in advance of the regular meeting. A policy body shall post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business. And 67.7B, by failing to provide meaningful descriptions that are sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence. On July 25, 2023, the task force moved to continue the item to a future task force meeting for a full hearing. In addition, it was requested that the 3 handwritten pages not be included in future agendas and that the audio link from the committee meeting be sent to all members. Oh, shoot.
Okay, so I believe you're Mr. White. If you want to come on up, sorry for having you wait so long. I appreciate your patience. And do we have someone from the Department of Police Accountability on the phone?
One moment, please. Ms. Monder, are you responding on this item? Sarah Monder? Sarah Monder, you've been unmuted. Could you respond, please? Ms. Leger, is Sarah Monder on this item?
I can see her on my queue. She is with the Department of Police Accountability.
Thank you. Moving her to a panelist. One moment, please. Ms. Monder is a panelist.
Ms. Monder, are you with us?
Ms. Monder, you're unmuted. Ms. Monder, we'll give you a moment.
Okay, while she does that, I'm just going to, because this didn't include the full background in this case, I'm just going to fill the task force in on where we were on this one. This was, initially on the consent calendar, actually back in July. The note says that the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to forward the matter to the consent agenda with the finding that the committee does not have jurisdiction. There was a request at the time to pull it from the consent calendar to be considered separately. Then there was a motion made to have it scheduled for a future hearing. So that's where we're at. So the last recommendation from CAC, which I believe sounds like was the first initial committee to hear this one, was a finding of no jurisdiction. But I don't know if you want to have any background.
Why
Yeah.
I can't hear you. Can you speak into the microphone?
Can you speak to why you felt there was no jurisdiction, if you recall?
I think I'm thinking back on this. I think we said no jurisdiction when in fact there was, we felt there was not enough evidence with the records, and we were thinking of that being all wrapped in jurisdiction. But in fact, people said, well, it's Department of Police Accountability, like that would be jurisdiction. But this was based on a complaint based on phone calls having been made and then no response to those phone calls. But Department of Police Accountability said they don't have records of those phone calls. In engaging with them and in their response, you'll see there is a letter of response to them pointing to the material about which Mr. White had further questions. And, they gave more information about his initial requests and what they were able or were not able to respond to. But since the initial request was based on their failure to respond to phone messages for which we don't have proof, although I do see that there are 2 images that were included in the file, but I don't know that, I don't recall those being there in the initial file. And I would leave it up to the task force to evaluate those in light of other information to determine whether that is enough information to say that there was a failure to respond to a records request.
Okay. Do we figure out if,
Ms. Bonder again?
yeah, did she?
Administrator Peterson, has Ms. Bonder responded yet?
She has not.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Maybe she shows up, maybe she doesn't. But in any event, Mr. White has waited a very long time, and so we'll go ahead and let him give his presentation to us.
Yeah. Sir, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yeah, this is where the 5 minutes begins. Okay, and then there's an additional 3 minutes. Is the 5 minutes started?
Yep.
Okay, well, basically, I'm not here to rip up the DPA or even the PD, the unknown officer, who I would like to refer to as Officer Sunshine Darkness. So, with that being said, the records I requested, I mean, the DPA, I took my time finding this complaint to keep this quick. So the DPA was working with me. Yes.
Or maybe just leave a little bit more space between you and the
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, yeah, being the time of the original incident, being new to the city, brand new to the city, just moved to the city, getting looked at funny, don't know nobody, original plan falling through with the people I didn't know. So anyways, that's not anybody's problem but mine, right? So I broadly construed this situation to this forum with respect and narrowly construing it back for the public's benefits view in full view of the public with respect to chapter 67. What is it? There's a typo in here too in the new agenda here. 67.7A should be G. I believe that's just in full view of the public and know your sunshine rights. 67.2 1B typical. Yeah, I was trying to acquire phone records. Is this considered an administrative hearing? An administrative hearing? Okay, so I've been trying to acquire phone records. This should be in litigation. Probably if I would have been a little bit quicker out the gate with the complaint against, I don't know, because the facts and findings of use of force are informational. I mean, to be quick here, I mean, there is a procedure for strip searches, and I believe civilly, Fourth Amendment's violated. Criminally, misuse of a taser. Okay, PC 83.5, Section 4030, I may be a little off. Strip search, I don't know. Somebody might need some rehab or some counseling other than cops need them sometimes. I have achieved some rehab since then because I've been breaking free from stigmas. Okay, so I'm requesting records. I'm not looking for specifics. Stigmas, they came in a transient position, okay? And since then, I have accomplished some things new to the city, okay? Maybe get a little bit more backup, so to speak. Okay, so anyways, I also filed a new complaint, tried to combine that 67.4 with the confidentiality statement with the DPA is what I'm questioning. I'm just questioning procedure and being familiar. This is my third go with the DPA on complaint, but this is as far as I've taken it. Okay, so I'm still a little unclear, so that is my bad here. So getting clarity and questioning confidentiality statement that I refused to sign, although granted a request of a case review, which I denied originally for a reason, and then was re-granted in the Compliance and Amendments Committee by Ms. Monder. Great, but there's a confidentiality clause that I'm not going to sign, but she gave, I acquired so I could study it and read it. It's leaning more towards a gag order or suppression order in this particular situation, in my opinion. Not completely. It's wise to keep confidence at times, and there are ethics and relationships with the DPA and the PD that need to be respected, understanding. Okay, but the confidentiality clause, I'm going to further study outside of this. I don't know if this is my last, if this is the end of the road here, but 6721, the records I'm requesting are not specific. The phone calls, I could not get my records on my end, so kind of a wash. That's the violation I was kind of hoping for. They require subpoenas. I was a little late requesting the records. Prepaid service carrier, kind of hard to navigate with them. So they're requiring subpoenas. Anyways, so 6721, I'm not requesting specific records. The phone calls, apparently, the messages I left were not received. Someone was on vacation. Calderon was on vacation. Miss Calderon was on vacation. It was around the holidays, Christmas, New Year's. Okay, so It happens, technical difficulties. Okay, so that's leading me to advise and myself and to recognize and acknowledge that I'm going to be recording conversations in the future on my end with respect to this type of thing, because 6721B says orally you can request these records. It doesn't specify, like, I can leave a message requesting records or speak to the receptionist and leave a message, okay, but they might not have got the message. So justifying why. Okay, and as far as the reasons why, back to, I guess, the merits. So 6721, I'm requesting, like, who did they approach? Who did the DPA approach? How did they approach? I'm not looking for the name of the officer, and redaction is one of the main things here of some of the documents I submitted. Okay, I don't know the officer's justifications, Officer Sunshine Darkness, why they decided to operate in this fashion. Okay, but my justifications are just as good as theirs, and they know what I'm talking about. Is that time?
17 seconds left.
17 seconds. So 6721. I'm just like, how did the DPA approach? Who did they approach? What precincts? Kind of just general specifics, not specifics, actually just general information that I feel that I'm entitled to, okay? Not specific records of an officer, because we don't know who they are.
Okay. Are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Not seen any.
You're trying to reach, oh, my apologies.
Nope. And so I was just about to get to that, so I'll ready for the respondent. So go ahead, Pat.
We are trying to reach respondent. We don't see a telephone icon for.
I see a message saying I'm here from Sarah Monder. I just saw it flash on the screen.
Ms. Monder, I do not see 655001.
Sarah Monder, thanks, Cheryl. 655 is your number. Sarah Monder, 655 is your number.
I see an anonymous caller, and I see 415-516. There's also a caller named London Breed. If you are any one of these callers, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app.
There's 3 attendees that are not.
I'm going to go through each caller. Please hold. Caller anonymous. Are you Sarah Monder?
This is me, Sarah.
Oh,
can you hear me?
It is you. Excellent. You are online.
Thank you. Sorry about all that.
No problem. Glad you could join us.
Are you ready to begin speaking, Ms. Monder?
I am. Can I start now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So we submitted our position in a letter back in March 2023. Our position hasn't changed, but it's been a while, so I can just very briefly summarize that we had no clear record of a request ever being made in the beginning. However, we since have learned through this process that Mr. White would like records from his case, and we have informed him verbally and in writing that the records he is requesting are exempt from disclosure under the penal code because they are peace officer personnel records. We invited him to participate in a case review twice. The first was part of the normal course of business. And then at the, I think it was June 27th hearing through Sunshine, we offered him a case review again. He came in. The update is that he came in to participate in the case review and then decided at the last minute that he did not actually want to participate. And then part of the complaint was violating meeting notice rules, but there was never a meeting for us to, a public meeting for us to give notice of. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing from none. Members, if we have questions, now's the time.
So to Mr. White, what we just heard from DPA, did you actually receive a letter or some other written communication summarizing that why they believe they can't provide the information? Did they also invite you to this case review? All of that? I mean, is what she just said true?
Yes, I stated it myself in the first 5 minutes. I was granted a case review after initially declining one for strategic reasons, as requested an investigative hearing without a case review. And then I said, well, I would like the case review after the investigative hearing, which is what brought me here. So that was granted. That was granted a case review. Okay, but still, I'm slippery with the confidentiality clause. At that point, I didn't walk into the city rolling with a lawyer on my hip. You know what I mean? So I say it could be advantageous with litigation involved to acknowledge and recognize and respect the confidentiality clause as we are talking about attorney-client privileges. Yes, all these things are true. I'm saying there's a lot of correspondence I had with the DPA, which was beneficial to me, and I mean, so that is true. Yes.
Okay. So I'm not asking about your situation at all. I'm not asking about your interaction with the police. I'm just asking about whether or not DPA communicated to you either that they could provide the records that you asked for or that they couldn't, and if they couldn't, that they explained why. If you now are telling us that they did do that, whether you agree or disagree with their response, if they did provide that response, then it may be that we're almost done here. But I just want to understand if there's anything else in terms of your record request, just your record request from DPA, if you got a response to that.
Well, I mean, the records request it's the case review. I would have gotten info, the request without the phone call, whatever. The case review would have gave me a bunch of info that I wouldn't be able to talk about.
Right.
Right.
And please don't tell us about that.
But I didn't do the case review because I already have stuff posted, which I'm trying to redact to empower more citizen complaint control within reason. Please, within reason. Okay. So
are you able to contact DPA if you have any further questions from them? The various people.
I am. I mean, I feel like I could. Like I said, I'll be recording probably conversations on my end at this stage.
Okay. All right. You've answered my questions. Thanks.
Member Schmidt?
Ms. Maunder, is it true that the requests that are at issue here were left in a set of voicemails?
We have no record of a voicemail request. Yes, we never found any voicemails.
It's your understanding that's the extent of the claim that's being made here, is that there were a couple of phone calls and a couple of voicemails left. That's the extent of it. There's no claim, as you understand it, of anything written, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the second question is, did I hear you correctly that the records that you believe may have been responsive, the withholding of the records was based on the fact that they're exempt as personnel records?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And that's records within the police department. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, it's a question for the respondent. Looking through your response with regards to the withholding, and I understand you saying that it's personnel records. Now, there's obviously been a number of laws with regards to the release of certain records from law enforcement against the peace officer or for a peace officer. Question is which ones? But I'm looking for a citation, and I didn't hear it from you in your testimony. But I'm looking on.
Sure,
Go ahead.
It's I believe it's in the last line or two of our letter. Yeah, it's the third line down in the March 21st, 2023 letter. And it's the citation is to California Penal Code 832.7.
Okay. And for what, I'm trying to tread lightly here. Just the type of file or the type of record that Mr. White was requesting that had this information in it. Can you tell me?
Yes, it's investigative records for misconduct complaint.
Oh, okay. So this is investigative records against a peace officer, not investigative records regarding Mr. White.
Correct. Yes, investigative records for a police officer's actions during the course of their employment.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, Ms. Monder, is there a chance that the protections that existed at the time your department withheld the records would no longer apply because of the passage of time? And I refer specifically to as Member Wolf noted, the newer, different standards that exist now for production of these kinds of records.
The categories were expanded with Senate Bill 16, which, but the categories did not expand enough to allow disclosure of this complaint. It's not in one of the new disclosable categories.
Okay, even though investigations may have concluded, it still would be not disclosable. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Monder, and I don't think we've met, just so that I have a little understanding here. I knew 832.7 to cover police department and presumably sheriff and other peace officer misconduct records or investigations of alleged misconduct by those departments. That was in the days before OCC, DPA, SDA. Are you now educating me to the effect that any investigation that DPA or SDA do with regard to citizen complaints or other matters that are within your jurisdiction, if they are investigating alleged peace officer misconduct, that those investigations are also generally exempt from disclosure under Penal Code 832.7? Is that what I'm learning?
Yes, generally most of them are exempt from disclosure. There's 10 categories of cases that can be disclosed.
Okay, and that was the SB 16 stuff, and there are other business records of DPA and SDA that may be subject to disclosure, but the general investigation records are generally not subject to disclosure.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that helps. I may follow up another time, but good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Stein?
I just want to ask Ms. Monder, what kind of information would be available to someone who did a case review, and could you describe what the confidentiality agreement they would have to sign to do that includes?
I can't remember exactly what the confidentiality agreement says, but the gist of it is that you won't disclose information learned in information that you have learned in the case review. So if you brought information in to the complaint process, you can of course still share that because that's information you had beforehand. But if you learned it during the case review, you're promising not to share that information. And then during a case review, you meet with the investigator, and they go over our complaint summary report, which describes the actions taken during the investigation, evidence gathered, and the reasoning for our findings.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Monder, this is Member LaHood. Regarding 832.7, I'm looking at all of the subcategories, and these are subcategories of information that can be released. If you did an investigation that alleged one of these things, but there was no finding of an incident relating to one of these items, would that information then not be released because it wouldn't rise to the level of meeting one of these requirements for being disclosed to the public?
In general, that's correct. There's there's some that are category based. So if there's an officer involved shooting, regardless of whether there's misconduct, at the conclusion of the investigation, we can release files. And we have to wait for the end of the criminal investigation as well. But because there is a shooting. But if someone said there were a shooting and there wasn't a shooting, if there's no shooting, that information would not be released. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're ready for rebuttals? Okay, go ahead and do rebuttals. So we'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes.
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay, so Petitioner, Mr. White, if you have any rebuttal to do, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, with all due respect, the confidentiality statement is what I'm questioning the most right now, and I did have a combined complaint which led to 67.24D, I believe, which is secret investigative techniques. I mean, this Article 3, 67.24D, I submitted that on 11/7/23. After I refused to sign the confidentiality statement, it just leans me towards that type of thinking. I mean, I understand there's outside, they direct you to outside sources you can share with, and there are ethics involved. If you speak within the evidence code leading to 832.7, I'm not asking for officer personnel records. I'm asking for okay, the investigator and the review complaint report, that's what's going on, right? Well, I was denied the investigative hearing, which I wanted to talk to the investigator with there, but I was denied because I didn't have any new evidence to produce, I suppose. Okay, so I guess the case review is a little bit more low level, but I'm not trying to be silenced totally on that one. I mean, it's advantageous to do that sometimes, but it's just leaning more towards suppression order or gag order in this situation to me. I already have info up there. I'm I don't know. I'm out there busting out of a transient stigma. You know what I mean? I'm how am I talking? Well, everybody's talking about me. So, why am I biting my lip? And I got one of the officers putting their finger up to their lip. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. This is balance between the first and the fifth. Yeah. So, it's always tricky, balance of transparency. I'm learning this. I'm new to it, but so I don't know what to say as far as rebuttal. I'm just questioning the validity of the case review in certain scenarios. Maybe consider revising a little bit with respect to certain scenarios because litigation probably legal counsel probably isn't going to hold my hand to the superior court on this one, but I probably won't be able to run out and go get a lawyer either. But I am taking some classes, studying the law in and out of the classroom, taking this semester off. But got a few things under my belt since the date of the incident, and I don't know really what else to say. I'm going to further review this after this is done here. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question of Ms. Monder?
Sure, brief.
Just wanted to understand a little bit. What did you call it? A confidentiality waiver? Was that the term?
Oh, agreement, a confidentiality agreement.
Okay, is that required under state law or is that just an office procedure?
It's an office procedure that allows us to share information that is confidential. I'm actually not sure on the history of how the form came about.
Okay, but let's just say it exists. If a member of the public is, for whatever reason, unwilling to sign such an agreement, are you still able to talk to them to any degree about the case, or is that like a precondition to having a meeting effectively?
We could talk to them about additional evidence that they wanted to submit. So we don't require a case review before somebody requests an investigative hearing, which is the first level of appeal for our administrative cases. But it's helpful so they know what to argue to have the case reviewed. We wouldn't discuss our findings beyond explaining the definition of the finding. But we would still communicate if, say, somebody wanted to request a copy of their complaint or they lost their findings letter, we would send that to them again. Or if they had additional evidence, we would sometimes accept that if it was within the statutory period to reopen the investigation.
So not signing it effectively limits, but doesn't completely eliminate your ability to communicate with a complainant. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Mondo, the whole process you were just describing is a special process that is only designed for people who are actually filing complaints against the police that your office is considering, correct?
Correct.
It's not like any member of the public can come in and get involved in something like this.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any thoughts on this one? Do we have a motion, anyone?
I have a thought.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
This is kind of where I would be relying on or educated by our legal counsel's review of the complaint, providing some explanation or other advice or counsel with regards to, whether it's, Penal Code 832.7, SB 16, or SB 421. I mean, I couldn't, there may be things that are implied in there, or, I'm not an attorney. So there may be some other things that that I might be able to glean from, we might be able to glean from. While I appreciate the respondents' knowledge and of their process and the laws they need to provide it, we have to provide our own information. So this one was a little tough for me because not knowing the type of documents or exactly what was being withheld, trying to do it on the fly here, it's a little bit tough.
All right, thanks, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like there's two things at issue here that relate to public information. One is this, this request that was made that we don't really have a record of, even though we know there were 2 phone calls made, but we don't know the content, whether they were received, anything like that. And I find it would be hard for me to find a violation there because I just don't feel that we have the necessary evidence related to the request. But then there's this much more difficult question that I'm not sure how it interacts with us there's this public, there's this information, maybe it's not public, maybe it's only for the person who's submitting the complaint. And then there's this barrier to getting some information regarding your own complaint that is, this confidentiality agreement, which I don't know what ramifications that might have if you wanted to pursue a law case or something like that after seeing reviewing the way something was handled, for instance. But I don't know how we can deal with that within the confines of the Sunshine Ordinance. It seems like a policy question that has to do with information that, someone should consider carefully whether it should be available to a complainant in that process. But I don't know that that we have an ability to address that.
Member Lohed.
Ms. Monder, I have a question. If someone were to sign the confidentiality agreement and then violate the confidentiality agreement, what would happen to them?
I don't know.
Because I'm wondering, I'm wondering if it might be a situation where people are asked to sign this, but perhaps or I don't know, maybe if Member Schmidt knows what might happen if someone signs a confidentiality agreement, then violates it. But if there's no sort of financial loss or gain, I mean, could somebody be prosecuted for that?
They'll generally be struck by lightning. Says, no, I have no idea either.
Right. So I'm wondering, like, does it matter? Or like, is it enforceable if Mr. White were to sign this agreement, but then later decided that he wanted to file some sort of lawsuit and use that I mean, yeah.
Possibly. Certainly conceivable that it's enforceable, or I could see it going either way, but I really don't know much about that.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I would just say also from my experience in this, it depends who the parties are. So here it's government, and there may be certain statutes that are specific to that with regards to government versus if it was private parties. But I think looking at the actual agreement would help because it would probably state in there, if you violate this, then maybe they lose their opportunity to be able to sue or something like that.
So to Ms. Monder, I'm just thinking about what we could do either as a task force or individuals. I think when I looked at the DPA website recently, there was either in HTML or as a document, sort of what can DPA do for you? And I seem to remember that it had something about you can file complaints with us, we will investigate, yada, yada, some information. But I don't recall if there was a specific section on what can we do later, can we, about this, what did you call it? Is it a file review? Case review.
Okay.
And the confidentiality agreement, et cetera. Maybe you and I can talk offline and we can talk about ways to include a little more information on the website about what DPA is allowed to do or, charged with doing, what you can do, what you can't do, and sort of what the consequence is of signing the agreement or not, and what information can be provided and how that helps or doesn't help. And ultimately that you're looking to investigate misconduct and, bring charges where appropriate and not bring charges where not appropriate, and that there are some things that flow from that. But anyway, maybe there's some more information, just a little more information that can be put out publicly on that process that might help Mr. White and others.
Yeah, we welcome that feedback. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. It's past 10:30. Do we have any potential motions on so we can at least resolve this particular case before us?
I don't think we can really find a violation here. I'm gonna be making a motion to find no violation. I think that the claimant has been presented with an opportunity to have special access. This is not part of the motion, which is not granted to members of the general public because he was an involved party in an incident, I believe, and he's made his choice to not sign on the dotted line to get that special access. I don't think that's anything that really comes close to what our jurisdiction is. So I will just make the plain motion that we find no violation in the matter, and I don't know if we dismiss it or not. I can never forget. No violation.
All right, so moved by Member Schmidt to find no violation. Do we have a second on that motion? Any second on that motion? Okay, I will second that motion. Okay.
Ms. Maunder,
I'm sorry, Pat, do you have?
I was going to say Ms. Maunder is our only caller.
Oh, okay.
And yeah. And if
So we
there
have
are
no public commenters. And Mr. White's the only person in the room here, so I think we can safely say there's no public comment. Some members, any discussion? We ready for a vote on that? Not seen any hands, so okay. So Cheryl, go ahead and call the roll on that motion.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 10 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maunder. Thank you, Mr. White, for joining us this evening. We appreciate your patience as we finally got your file. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 14.
Item number 14, hearing update on the 2023 annual report. Task force members may view all documents and comment on narrative documents online. Members of the public may view all documents and send any documents to lstein.sotf@gmail.com. Update on the 2023 annual report. Members of the public can view the documents online or review the printed versions in the agenda packet. Any public comments on these documents can be sent directly to lstein.sotf@gmail.com or made during public comment on this item.
Okay, so I'll turn over to Vice Chair Stein.
Sure. So I guess hopefully you've all read the documents. I did a first draft of what the informational parts of the report would be based on the documents that I have. I think or the research that I have. There's a couple people who are going to contribute some other things. I'm not sure if that stuff is in yet.
No, I'm
No.
sorry.
Yeah, and I think I gave the deadline of the end of February, so I'll just read the riot act to those of you who are going to submit things. Like it's due last week, but if you can get it in the next 2 weeks, I think that would be fine. I would really like the next time that this comes back to the task force, that it's for discussion and action, and that action is that we approve whatever practical and policy problem statements we're going to approve, and that we approve the report with whatever changes it is that we might want. I'm very happy to get comments and editing on what I have there. It is a rough draft right now, but I think the information is almost all there, with the exception of the survey, which I was hoping that Ms. Peterson could speak to, because it's been conducted this time from within the SOTF. I'm not really conducting it. And I know we've had a lot of responses. I think we gave people until today or tomorrow to finally get everything in. They've first heard from us about 3 weeks ago. So they've had 3 weeks to complete that survey. And then I'm hoping to get that data from Ms. Peterson and clean it up and make sure that, I know who responded to what and know what the response rates were and can process that data. And then I also will be, for the next round, if we're going to do this again, I'm going to give a list of dates that we should hit if we want to get this out in a more timely fashion. I was hoping this time would be faster than last time, but it's going to be pretty close to what it was last time. So I don't know, Ms. Peterson, if you want to say anything about where we are with the survey.
Confirming that the reminder to please reply went out. The deadline to respond, or the requested deadline, was today at the close of business. So tomorrow morning, I should have everything that we received for you.
Great. So if you could just send me, an Excel spreadsheet of what your responses were. And I don't know if anything's changed for you on the recipients list, but I have a copy of that as well, so I can kind of correlate the two and just try to understand who responded.
Nothing that we haven't exchanged, but I will check again.
Good. It's fine. If not, that's fine. I have gotten a lot of maybe 10, 15 emails from city agencies who are sort of updating me on information they forgot to put in, or, something like the proper address to write to and all that. So I want to update those records within my records, and then I'll send them back to you when they're done.
All right.
So any questions, any issues anybody wants to raise?
So tentative plan to put this April for a final vote, right?
Yes, I'm requesting now, even though I haven't written this piece, that this come up for discussion and action in the next meeting. And hopefully that action will be to solidify what that report consists of.
And I would just kind of note, because it's probably important, I was going to say the next item, but probably here as well, we probably should take action for sure, since everyone's terms expire at the end of April. And so I would hate to see anyone who wanted to be part of this, if they either didn't want to reapply or aren't chosen, or who knows what,
right,
not see it through to the end, right? So I think, would be a nice way to end kind of everyone's terms to do this.
Yeah.
Through the chair, also on that note, everyone get your applications in if you haven't yet.
Yeah. Good reminder. Except for Member Kumar, who actually, your term does not expire.
And mine expires actually in a couple weeks, at the end of March 24th.
Not April?
No, April 27th.
April 27th.
No, if Mr. Young is here, I just actually confirmed with him that it was March 24th a few days ago. Just saying.
They're all supposed to be on an April 27th track.
So I filled a seat that was resigned.
My apologies, I would like to interrupt. My apologies if I gave incorrect information, but all terms expire on the same day. You fulfill the unexpired portion of terms.
Okay, so it's 4/27/24, except for Member Kumar, who's 25, and Member Wolf, who was actually back in 23 and has been serving as a holdover member.
So it's 9 and 2, basically. You just got an extra month. Congratulations.
So you're in April.
So to Vice Chair Stein, 1, thank you very much for doing all the work on this. 2, I look forward to approving some version of the draft report next month. And 3, I think we should bear in mind the audiences for the report, primarily the mayor and the board, who may or may not ever read it, or their aides, who may or may not, us, department custodians and commission secretaries and whatnot, and frankly, others, petitioners, but those in the future, whether it's staff, city attorney types, or others who want to know what the heck did we do in the last 12 months, it's a good recap. So, I'm encouraging you to think about those various audiences in being both more concise than I usually am and complete at the same time, which is tough to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, there's a kind of a new nomenclature in social media called TL semicolon or colon DR, which stands for too long didn't read. And it's usually a very brief recap scan of the whole, whatever, if it was a very long document. I'm kind of being a little flippant about it, but based on what was just said, I'm wondering if there might not be, I don't know, maybe I guess we're going to do an executive summary of some sort. Is that right, Member Stein?
Yes, that is correct. And
Okay,
it will be 1 page or less.
So that'll be our TL.
As we did last time too. Yeah, and I'm also thinking a little bit about whether in the future there should just be some very concise kind of boilerplate language if we want to stick to the same kind of benchmarks that we've been using, and just have the boilerplate language of why we're doing it and who we are, and the benchmarks that we're trying to hit, and then just kind of fill in what happened in that previous year. But this version is definitely going to be, I would say, at least 25%, if not more, shorter than last year's version. But there will be that 1-page executive summary. So really the rest of it is there to just substantiate and explain, if you're interested in some item in the summary, to really understand, how did we come up with that? What were we looking at, and what happened there?
And I'm sorry, Vice Chair Stein. I didn't make your title there. One additional question. Have you queried either last year or this year what supervisors might be interested in hearing?
Supervisors. No.
Okay. One thing that has come up in some conversations with members of the public is some of you may not know, but back in, I think probably 2011, 2012, there was a budget legislative analyst report that was requested by a supervisor on how much sunshine costs the city, this body costs the city.
Yeah, I've read that.
Yeah.
And just its concerns, I guess, frankly, were not my concerns in trying to understand what was happening with sunshine. So I know they looked at time spent and money cost and all of that, but.
Yeah, that's not, my point is that it doesn't actually mention how much money we have saved the city from lawsuits if there wasn't a sunshine task force. Other cities and municipalities end up with big long dockets of that sometimes.
Or other benefits, tangible or intangible.
Yeah.
Member Kumar?
Thank you, firstly, Member Stein, for doing this. I just wanted to flag that the email for public comments on documents is incorrect on the agenda. It will be great if it can be updated. It's this, not SOFT, it should be SOFT.
Oh, you're right. Yes, it's, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's mentioned twice, and once it's wrong, and once it's correct.
Yeah, oh, good point.
So,
Good catch.
yeah, so
Mark.
it's not soft, it's SOTF. Yeah.
So
Thank you for coming.
Cheryl, if you copy paste this for next time, or if anyone does, the second one is wrong. It's .soft instead of SOTF, which is an amazing catch. I don't know how you caught that. Because I've read this so many times.
And if anyone were to send something to SOTF at SF.gov and say this is for the annual report, that'll get forwarded.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I don't think this was discussion only, so no action on this one. I think we're ready to move on. Okay. So next month I'll get it scheduled for action. Okay, number 15. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm assuming there's no public comment, but Pat, did anyone happen to pop in?
No, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay. So no public comment on this. All right, so item number 15.
Correction, there is a caller in the queue. Their hand is not raised.
Okay. Member LaHood?
I guess two things for, I think most of you know that CAC is doing a review of the
Are we on
Sunshine.
item just a 15?
Yeah.
Oh, number she calls it first. I just want to make sure. I didn't know if it was 14 or 15. You'll be totally first.
And no action taken.
No, actually, so 15 now. Yep, we can call it.
Okay, two things. As you all,
This is she reads it.
I'm so tired.
Better be good. I'm excited to hear it.
Item number 15, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the task force.
I understand Member LaHood has an announcement.
Two things. As I think all of you know, Compliance and Amendments Committee is reviewing the Sunshine Ordinance. And while we can't have all of you at that meeting, if you have any suggested edits that you would like to send to Cheryl to include in the agenda, I think you're welcome to do that. At some point, we will be coming to the full task force with a range of suggestions. Separately, for future discussion, Chair Yankee, I feel like often, and I don't think this is just this task force, I think this is a citywide issue. I feel like sometimes we pretend like technology doesn't exist, like technology that could help us do our jobs better. I mean, we've been asking for years for a database of our past orders of determination. And I'd like to know, can we have permission to share in the agenda a Google Doc link where we might live edit text during our meetings? I feel like we run into problems all the time, like this discussion, and I'm sorry that I derailed it because I know Member Schmidt had done a lot of work on it, but it felt like we were getting to a level of changes. We're just sort of verbally throwing these things out. To me, I felt like we were being asked to make decisions on big changes that we couldn't see. And I think there are enough of us with computers here, and Cheryl has one. And if we shared a link and we're live editing and put it on a screen and made it visible to anyone in the meeting, share it, on the screen with people who are there remotely. And then for those who are following along, I feel like we can share what we're doing and work efficiently. And then Cheryl could copy the agreed upon text and put it in, in the minutes, or, copying. I don't know. It just seems to me like we might be able to actually move faster on some decisions. Yeah. So I'd like to throw that out there.
I think it's a great thing. I know Vice Stein and I think member Neighbors at the time worked with our DCAs on putting in the agendas, but that's a great point about live editing in a meeting.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something you guys, the DCAs could work on. Just get us a quick memo about.
Can we do that?
Like to what extent are we?
We can in a way that works.
Right.
Yeah. Like to what extent, what's legally permissible when we're all trying to proofread or group edit a document? How do we do that to not violate the censorship?
Right. And I'm thinking if we would share a Google Doc where live editing has happened here, we have editing access, the public has view only access, and we put it up on the screen.
Right.
And then, and if we can share Cheryl, Ms. Leger, can we share the screen with people who are on the app? On whatever it is. Yeah. So then anybody can see what we're doing, but just for us to be more efficient.
Right. I mean, we're going to get complaints from people who just call on the phone.
Well, at the end, when we're done editing, we can read the full text
That's
in.
true. That's true.
But then we know exactly what we're reading, and we're not sort of, having 4 different versions of it and not sure what we've actually agreed to.
Yeah, it's kind of this weird catch-22 where we want to be open with editing documents, but then there's no good way to edit a document in public, and so we end up with this multiple meeting thing that takes months to do a simple.
I think we could be so much faster.
Yeah, so I think it would be a wonderful presentation. It doesn't have to be super extensive, but just what options we have available to us so we can be more efficient in how we do that. I think is
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
When I first came to the task force, I used to set up 2 laptops to do live streaming on YouTube of our meetings because they would refuse to put it on Granicus. So yeah, I think that anything we can do to provide more sunshine and make it easier for us, I think that's a great idea.
Member Paul, go ahead.
Two other topics that I think is just recapping what we said already. Form 700s are due April 1st or the next day thereafter.
Thank you, Member Pilpel.
And yes. Oh, yes, because
ethics and sunshine training do the same day.
All of the above, because Administrator Peterson used to have something to do with that in a real serious way.
That was many moons ago.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Anyway, Form 700, Sunshine and Ethics Training, and the reappointment for those of us whose terms are up on April 27th. If we want to reapply, we should do that sooner rather than later and get that to Victor, right?
Yep.
Got it.
And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've got an item.
I'm repeating myself and repeating.
I mean, or you can go for it.
Okay.
I'll let you go for next.
I think this sort of
microphone.
This didn't really get finalized. At some point, we talked about committee assignments, but there specifically, Member Kumar wasn't in the room, and I suggested that maybe Member Kumar would be a good candidate to join the complaint committee because other people had sort of gone out to other committees and nobody wanted to be on my committee. I don't know why. And so I wanted to see if she had an interest in that. I don't know if she's on another committee already, but I was going to suggest that she could be fourth on our committee, and then we have 4.
Yeah, we have 4 in CAC. Having 4, I think, on complaints makes a lot of sense. So we're not scrambling when someone can't make it. We still have 3 people left even if one can't. So if Member Kumar, you're okay with that?
I really want to do it, but the thing is, I may miss the meeting in April. So I can only start in May. Is that okay?
Okay, want to do that then?
I think that's fine. And one benefit with having 4 is that it's makes it easier for someone to skip out, and we still have a good number of people there.
Awesome. Let's do this.
The only issue is if you have a tie.
Well, yeah, you need three to one.
I look forward to us having tie votes in committees. That hasn't happened, and I don't remember any yet.
You'll have to get Chair Yankee to bike down to the meeting as quickly as you can.
From Oakland.
To break the tie.
I work, yeah.
Chair Yankee, I need assistance, please.
Oh, sorry. Someone
You need something?
Chair Yankee, this is
Yeah.
Pat. I need assistance, please. My notes, I am missing item 9.
Oh,
File
yes.
number 23010.
It was
Didn't
drawn.
happen.
It was drawn.
We
Dropped.
received an
We announced
email
that at
from
the-
the petitioner.
Oh, that must have been when you were having technical issues. Mr. Kramer withdrew his complaints. We skipped it.
Thank you.
Yep, we
This
talked.
is Victor. I just want to note that with a 4-member committee, 3 members are quorum.
Yes.
Yes.
So just want to bring that up.
Yeah, I've got one thing too.
Go ahead.
Okay. Considering how our meeting went tonight, I was wondering, for items that are going to be placed on the agenda where we have to discuss like policy changes or bylaws changes or anything that has to do with the functioning of our committee, task force, could we indicate a timeline, like this discussion will take 30 minutes or this discussion will take 20 minutes? So that people kind of get an idea of how long this is supposed to last. So if we know we're going to have a discussion that's going to go for an hour and we've got 6 people sitting in our audience, so to speak, I'm sure they find it compelling to listen to us, but probably more compelling to them is completing their statements and testimony before our task force and going home. So could we place, if it's going to be a 1-hour discussion, could we place that toward the end of the agenda so that we can take care of our public?
Member Chairman?
I just want to add, this is a can of worms. I'm just going to throw it in there, not for like large discussion now, but like, I think that this also suggests we can revisit, or I would be interested in revisiting like time limits on how much we're talking for each issue, for each person.
I want to jump onto this. I don't want to open a can of worms either, but
Since I
think-
opened it.
yeah, I was actually thinking this throughout today that it would just make sense to have any policy changes like this in a separate, like a special meeting, and then have the complaints in a separate meeting. That's something just I was thinking of proposing.
Here, here.
Isn't that we can just spend a good time discussing all of them and not, jump through anything really fast because we lost time on something else.
I'll try to briefly address some of those limitations and some of what we can do. If any committee sends these to me and puts a suggested time limit on it, I'll have to include in the agenda. If they know, I mean, I'm guessing that they probably thought this was fairly well vetted when there are a lot more I mean, in all honesty, I think the DC raised objections but literally like 5 minutes before the meeting started, which kind of threw their planning off a little bit and kind of led down this path that we were.
It's okay.
Which I'm glad we still did it right, but that's kind of in this particular reason. I try to put just to give everyone an idea of how I try to do the agenda. Anything internal, I try to put pre-5 o'clock, and thought that this would probably be something to do pre-5 o'clock. Wouldn't run over anything that's not like a internal process thing. I do try to put at the end, like if we're talking about whether or not we want to support a state law or broader policy or amendments. I try to like the report. I'll try to put it at the end for those reasons. But administrative stuff, we tried to put pre-complaints, thinking that we would be done in time by 5. Obviously, that didn't happen today. And then anyone can obviously always make a motion like Member Wood to just we just cut off discussion and we can move if anyone feels the need to do that. Right? That's parliamentary procedure. Anyone, if that happens and they feel the need to, please feel free to do that. And then about special meetings, we only have access to staff in this room essentially first Wednesday, third Tuesday, fourth Tuesday, right? First Wednesday, yeah. So if we want special meetings, essentially what we have to do is cancel a committee meeting to do that. So I'm happy to do that, like we've done before, but we can't, I'm not allowed to schedule like a special one next week, for instance, because we feel it's an important topic. The clerk's office doesn't have staff in this room. It was a lot easier when we had the online thing, but now the room is used, we just don't have that flexibility. Yep.
I just want to say I agree with Member LaHood from much earlier about the backlog and potentially doing a sprint with the complaints. And that way there would be potentially more time for administrative issues after that.
Keep in mind also, if we do task force complaint hearings in lieu of a committee meeting, then anything that would have gone to that committee meeting is now backed up a month.
Yeah,
so we're kind of in this awkward position where, because we're locked into just those 3 dates per month that we've been given permission to meet, we kind of have to wait it out. So if we're okay with, maybe there's a committee agenda one particular month that's just super light and we can do a special meeting instead. That's where we want to look.
I think our 6721 amendments will go a long way. I really do.
Yeah.
Once we get.
And then the quick announcement I had, because I mentioned earlier, and I think that, because we had a lot of these cancellations. If anyone has ideas on revising the complaint procedure as far as confirming attendance and what to do when we have continuances and continuance requests, a lot of times we'll get them very last minute and or no shows, and then we close it, and then Cheryl gets it, because we give them 60 days to reopen, and then they reopen it again. There's been a question about if they reopen, where in the queue are they? Do they go to the back of the line?
I think 72 hours to RSVP, mandatory. If no RSVP, next person in the queue. We still have time to notice that.
I will also commit publicly to A, talking less, and B, doing more. So I hope that this is the last time that we spend an hour dealing with minutes and orders instead of spending an hour. That should be more like 5 minutes. Period.
Yeah. Just so you know, when I do this, order each of those minutes, I allocate like 5 minutes.
Right.
So we go an hour.
That's where we should be. And for something like the hearing on the changes to the complaint procedures, when we, I guess, saw that was going past 5, we could have said earlier, you know what, let's continue this at the end of the meeting so the people who are sitting here, blah, 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 whatever. We can all do better, including me, and I'm just saying that.
Or we get the minutes right at the beginning.
Ah, there you go.
That's the,
Love it.
yeah, that would be the goal. Okay, assuming no one showed up for public comment.
Excuse me, Chair Yankee. The caller that was in the queue did raise their hand. I wanted to let you know that.
Sure. So let's let them do public comment on that.
All right.
What item? Public comment.
15.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. Is that me?
Yes, caller.
That's you, Peter. You ready
Anonymous.
to
I am back at the very end of your meeting, it seems. You're talking on item
15.
15, announcements and such?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, please give me the 30-second warning.
You ready, Peter?
Yep.
Go ahead.
It's interesting to hear a lot of this discussion. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I'm glad to hear you talking about future agenda items and other sorts of things that you were talking about. I also think that you left out something important, which is to talk about Google Docs and other kinds of things that I think should be not used because they basically require typically require lengthy agreements to privacy terms of use, on and on. There should be documents available that you can just read. Either in paper or if it's electronic, that you can just look at like a PDF or a Word document. The idea that you're drafting people to join into basically an exploitive surveillance economy, which is what typically Google certainly is a part of. They're using your agreement, whether it's explicit or not, and others as well do that, basically to use you as input to make money. And whether it's the group, whether it's the city, or whether it's individuals that use that, I certainly don't think that the public or the members should be dragooned, drafted into doing that. And the other thing is that next request, the disappearing information, there's a whole range of problems that I haven't heard discussed as in principle, and maybe it needs to be done as a complaint, but there are you still listening there?
Yes.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, it sounded like the phone went dead. Next request, I think, is a disaster for open government in terms of a whole range of procedures. The way it operates, you haven't asked the public, as far as I know, nor amongst yourselves discussed what the pluses and certainly what the minuses are from the perspective of the user. And one example is that when I send a record request to an agency, I expect to get an answer back. Instead, it turns out that what looks like a scam is how I'm getting responses. And it doesn't even have basic courtesies like we're referring to your request of such and such a date, that you gave this number,
okay,
that
thank
you
you, Mr.
gave
Warfield.
this heading.
Do we have any
is that
other
my
public
30-second warning?
We have no other callers.
Okay.
Did you say that's my 30-second warning?
No, that was your time. It expired.
I thought I asked for a 30-second warning.
I raised my hand.
We have one more hand raised.
Oh, okay.
I only had one question. Is there a way for me to get the video recording of this meeting?
What, I'm sorry? Oh,
We
yeah,
don't provide video. We don't provide video recordings. We just have a link to the audio.
and the audio is typically what, about within
It's up within 48 hours.
48 hours. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I would, there are alternatives to Google Docs that does collaborative editing, Etherpad or FirePad. They're open source, they're unencrypted, they're not connected to any, major big company or anything, and they're completely publicly accessible, if that's a concern.
Okay, I think we're done with this item. We're going to move on to the last item.
Item number 16, adjournment.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, without objection. Okay, we're adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
11:08.
Good to see y'all, hear you all. Take care.
Work done.